りなぜこの世のそうようにはびこんじゃぜネクロマゼダッと混ぜ大敗肉体点で不安定I tell you I wanna see you die 見せつけて I wanna see you die 傷つけても傷つけても何度だろうぜ追いかけてきて私だけを見つめていてそう飲み込もうとブラインドないでドキドキワクワク胸が高まる私の心奪うのはあなたドキドキワクワク胸がざわめく私の心かき乱してワンモータイムドキドキワクワク胸が高まる今すぐ会いに来てねロマンチックドキドキワクワク胸がざわめく私とあなただけの世界ロマンチックネクロマンテ鎖をして散々無残な姿になれネクロマンテそしたら待て何度も何度も何度もだって行きたいの I wanna see you die 死にたいの I wanna see you die この世界中全部あなたをうどん的なたがって私だけは愛してあげるあなたのそばにいてあげるわドキドキワクワク胸が高まる私の心奪うのはあなたドキドキワクワク胸がざわめく私の心かき乱してワンモータイムドキドキワクワク胸が高まる私を求めてよねロマンチックドキドキワクワク胸がざわめく壊してほしいでしょだってロマンチック張り裂け心が喉につかえちゃって大丈夫はこのやつ先した人ビッグボール心臓鳥が入れてドキドキワクワク胸が高まる私の心蝕むのあなたドキドキワクワク胸がざわめく私のことを好きだって言わないのドキドキワクワク胸が高まる壊しても愛してねロマンチックドキドキワクワク胸がざわめくずっとそばにいてくれるよね死んだの死んだの死んだの死んだのネクロマンチック
People, it is emphatically not bedtime. It is not bedtime. Let me fade out that music. Oh, I think it's about to end anyway. My timing's pretty impeccable, but I'll give you a slow fade anyway. Oh, look at that. I'm like basically a DJ if you think about it. How are y'all doing today? I can't hear you. I said, how are you all doing today? Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop being retarded. Good to see all of you. I already said this, but good to see Marilyn. Good to see K2 keep on cooming. Good to see thumping. I was gonna say humping Weevil because I really like saying that, but I don't want to make that a thing. But it also is kind of low key funny. Yeah, good to see all of you in the chat. K2, you're always trucking. Don't tell me you're going to bed. Don't tell me y'all going to bed at 6:30. Okay, it's the weekend. I know it's technically Sunday, but it still is the weekend. I'm drinking some sangria out of my Confluence mug. Again, go to confluencemerch.com/store and use the promo code K2 always be cooming to get 10% off your Confluence brand mug. Good to see you, Egg. My trusted mod, my most faithful confidant and advisor. I did not post a link, okay? Because like I hope someone is like gonna come and join me to watch this video, okay? 7:30. Okay, that's at 6:30 my time. 7:30 is still like you have to be huffing a lot of parental copium to like want to go to bed at that time. I'm just saying that, okay? we have an exciting stream. I don't know if you guys know who Dr. K is. He is literally the most goated psychiatrist on the internet. He is incredible. He has done so many people's like little sessions, and it's incredible. And Alex O'Connor, for those of you who don't know, aka Cosmic Skeptic, is the only atheist who actually makes sense that I've ever seen on the internet, like unironically. And it's on Diary of a CEO's channel. If you don't know him, you probably should. He's like super rich and shit. And we have Frankie already. There we go. There we go, Frankie.
Fucking do this. Let's fucking do this because fucking I want to hear these fucking dumbass fucking atheists. Fucking
okay, only one of them is an atheist, Cosmic Skeptic, but he's good. He's a good atheist.
I know he's a fucking atheist. I kind of respect him because he went after Dawkins. Well, I think a few years ago he went after Dawkins. But the problem is, I think I have more of a pissed offness. I wouldn't say hatred, but I would say more of a pissed offness with other Christians. The reason why is because they're the happy-go-lucky Sunday morning happy feeling Christians. Jesus loves you.
That's what I mean. I think you and me could both find common ground. And if you know Alex O'Connor, Cosmic Skeptic, he's more Christian than probably most Christians. Like he takes life seriously. He takes life seriously. He thinks deeply, right? So it's he is technically an atheist, but he's the best kind of atheist. And Dr. K, while not being a Christian, Dr. K is very spiritual and into that stuff. And that has got to be better than atheism, okay? So anyone, again, thumping, I know you're going to bed, but if you want to jump up for a bit. Also, Egg, too. I mean, Egg, the Confluence panel is always a good time. Surely, And who else will rein us in if not Mr. Agrilopolis himself, Mr. Ag Parasite Stateopolis Tyrannosaurus Rex? Who else besides you? But let's pull up the video. We're about to go through this, Frankie. I don't know. Wait, why isn't this? I'm in the wrong layout.
Let's get this clear. Hold on. Before we start this, let's get this clear, right? Richard Dawkins is considered the head of the atheists right now. He's the atheist right now. You know what I'm saying? Even though he's 80, 100 years old, right? Because damn it, I'll be back.
I will say, I don't know when Frankie says this, if he can still hear me. I'm not sure on that, but Richard Dawkins, I think, is a dinosaur, and not just because he's old. Richard Dawkins headed off the new atheist movement, which I think is losing traction, which is why people like Alex O'Connor are stepping up. Because again, this video is about the meaning crisis, and I think people are feeling that acutely. And the Dawkins, the Dennett's, the Sam Harrises, no one gives a shit anymore. Christopher Hitchens, R.I.P. But no one cares about them anymore.
Christopher Hitchens was first.
I know, but no one gives a shit about them. People have realized the new atheism is dog shit. I think even atheists know new atheism is dog shit.
Yeah, dude, the new atheism is dog shit because Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, Lawrence Krauss, Daniel Denton, they're the fucking morons. They're playing at atheism. I would say Christopher Hitchens was an actual atheist. He really hated God in his own way. But I think these dudes, the Richard Dawkins of the world, the Sam Harris of the world, they hate God. For no fucking reason, they hate God. And Richard Dawkins is such a fucking hypocrite.
Yeah, look, I'm not a fan of Dawkins. I'm not a fan.
I despise him as a human being.
And also Lawrence Krauss. I despise Lawrence Krauss. And he was on Epstein's Island. He admits to that. He admits to being on Epstein's Island, which is a crazy thing. He says it was for scientific. I just want to see what that science was about. Okay, science. Well, that's what was happening. I think that's what Lawrence said to some underage. Okay, that's a joke. I don't want to get sued, but but he might have said that to someone.
So here's this thing, right? Remember when Lawrence Krauss wrote that book, The Theory of Nothing, or whatever the fuck?
Oh, yeah, something from nothing, or a universe from nothing, or something like that.
Yeah, it's in what show he went in? He was Stephen Colbert or something like that, and he just sunned fucking Lawrence Krauss. He was just making fun of him all the way through, and Lawrence Krauss was ugh.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and his whole book. I don't want to get too sidetracked because we all started, but his whole book.
My bad.
Is that no? You're good. But his whole book, A Universe from Nothing, is supposed to be an answer to like the cosmological argument that like something can't come from nothing. But the way he defines nothing is definitionally something. He's just calling it like a quantum vacuum and stuff. But that's not what any philosopher means when they say nothing. And even that's what I love about Alex O'Connor. He knows that's not the case. And look, even Brandon in the chat says, as an atheist, new atheism is unbearably cringe. It is. It's like Reddit tier nonsense. Like go back to the Nietzsches, go back to the Albert Camus, the Jean-Paul Sartres, all of them.
So when Nietzsche said God is dead and we killed him, he's referring to the destruction of a faith-based doctrine, of a faith structure, because of our ridiculousness and our degeneracy. That's what Nietzsche was saying. And I remember when Stephen Hawking was still alive, he did like this fucking.
He was on the island too. I'm just gonna point that out. Yeah,
I don't even want to know how that went down. I don't even want to know. But,
I don't want to know the detail. I don't want to see that video. I want the files to be released, but not that file.
He said something interesting. He said that it must be boring to be God because you've done everything and you know everything, you did everything. I'm like, I don't think so.
I think that's my problem with I think the new atheist movement is they personify, and some Christians maybe do this too, but they personify God and anthropomorphize him so much that they're like, oh, what's it like to be God? It must be so boring. It's like it's the eternal creator, the eternal being. It's like you have no idea. Can't compare that to like
the realm of reality. It's so outside
exactly
the realm of reality.
Exactly. It's so outside of what we could possibly know that when people are like, I think God is. I wonder what God is doing upstairs. You know, I wonder what he. It's like. But Christians fall into that trap as well sometimes. But
I know. But the Lord God said this plain and simple. If your thoughts are up here, mine are up here, you haven't even scratched the surface of my thinking. It's like you hadn't even scratched it.
Right. Well, look at the it's a crazy book, but look at like in Job, right? Like what is God's answer to Job, right? He doesn't give him any answer. He just like says, were you around when I created Leviathan and pulled him out of the fucking sea, and when I created the universe? And like that's his answer. His answer is my thoughts are so beyond, like you don't even have any clue what's going on, which is in some ways, a dick answer, but
the whole exchange between God and Job was God always said to Job, stand like a man, for I will question you, you will answer me. This is not God saying that, hey, I'm gonna tell you something. He says, no, you're gonna answer me.
Yeah, and it's the same with in the book of Romans, I think it is. When Paul's kind of on like a monologue, at least I think it's Romans, and he's saying like, oh, isn't it unfair? He's talking about like the potter and the clay, and and he's saying this is a paraphrase because I don't know the exact quote. And he gives like a question. He's like, well, wouldn't you say this is unfair that some vessels are for destruction? And then Paul's answer is, who are you to question the living God? He doesn't give a theological answer. He's just like, who are you to fucking question this? So it's like, it's very different. K2 says, write about me in your next book, Confluence. K2, if I write a book, I will dedicate it. I'll say in memory, because you're gonna probably be dead at this point, but even if you're not, I'll still say in loving memory of K2, keep on trucking in heaven. And you're gonna be reading this, and you're gonna be like, I'm still alive. That doesn't make any sense. But if you're dead, it will make total sense. I don't know what I'm saying right now. Egg, are you going to join later then when your kids, or what's good,
All right, let's play this shit.
Okay, I just want to read a new nickname that I just read. Grill Master Lock. Grillis Master Lock. Yeah, okay, just had to read that. Okay, we'll start the video without any further ado. Here we go.
9 in 10 young people in the UK believe that their life is lacking purpose, and a lot of people are turning.
You're gonna the title is gonna have your name in it, okay? Somehow your name will be in the title. I'm not sure how to exactly work that out, but yeah, you're not in the dedications. You're on the front fucking cover, okay?
Back to religion. There is something going on.
This is about the most important thing that anyone could ever find out about their life. And God has made us for a purpose, and the purpose flows from that meaning.
I kind of reject that because this is a perfect example of a solution being provided without explaining exactly why it provides a solution. And that's what people are doing.
Sorry, I want everyone to focus on this. I've tried to do this. I don't know what software you need. This kinetic text that Diary of CEO does, unrelated to the topic. This is a total distraction, but just look at the text, how like it's different fonts and it's like so well done. And like I don't know if it's like After Effects that they're using. He does such a good job
in
though,
religious
from a
tradition.
production point of view.
I hard disagree.
All right, let's
For
do
me,
this.
finding meaning and purpose is like a very practical thing.
And that's what I want to talk about today.
We are joined by an atheist, Christian, and spiritual thinker
to find an answer to the purpose crisis millions are facing today.
One of the reasons I'm a Christian is because it's the best explanation for the way things are.
But if Christianity were true, we would not expect the kind of suffering that is present in the world.
So I'm very curious. What if I died from cancer at 1 year old?
So someone violated God's commands, and that had an impact on the world.
So
Is the video
children get
loud
cancer
enough?
because a few million years
No, I
ago
can
someone
hear
ate
it.
fruit. If you want religion to provide existential comfort for people who are suffering, you have to do more in the face of children dying of cancer than some reference to mythical human beings.
But if your worldview does not have a way of making sense or moral intuitions about suffering, it's not an adequate worldview.
What I would say science and spirituality can really add is it's effective in terms of reducing suicidality, improving resilience, giving them a reason to wake up in the morning, and we'll get into that.
And Alex, if someone's listening now and they feel lost in their life, is there any advice that you could give them?
So as an atheist, I'm offering a psychological explanation. So I would recommend that they...
You're spot on, Alex. So the first thing to understand is it is an internal feeling. And we found in our study that if you your sense of purpose increases by 68%.
Wait, if you what your sense of purpose?
You fuck your sense of purpose?
If I fuck my sense of purpose?
Yeah, we're gonna be pausing a lot, Confluence.
The reason I wanted to speak to
Probably.
the three of you today is to discuss meaning and purpose. And there's some stats that I wanted to share that kind of frame the discussion. 3 in 5 young Americans believe that their life lacks purpose. 9 in 10 young people in the UK believe that their life is lacking purpose. And when I look across other stats as it relates to things like mental health, 59% of Brits said they lived a meaningful life compared to just 25% who said they did not. In an October 21 survey, 34% of men in the UK said life had no meaning compared to 18%
It looks like his
of
butthole
women.
itches.
And 50% of the same group who said that their lives lack purpose and meaning said that their poor mental health was linked to not knowing what to do with their life.
Then fill me in
And to
on
give
something.
some further stats, which I found really interesting around the rise of religiosity, in the UK, a belief in God amongst 18 to 24-year-olds has risen from 18% in 2021 to 37% in 2025, according to YouGov. And in the UK, monthly church attendance has risen from 4% up to 15% in 2025. There is something going on, and that's what I want to talk about today. But before we do that, I'd love to understand the perspective that all of you bring to this conversation. So if I start with yourself, Alok.
Don't mean to pause so soon, but I do want to say one thing. This is what we were kind of talking about, Frankie. When Nietzsche talked about the death of God, because I've seen, you know, there was like that British bus ad. I don't know if you remember this. It was like a long time ago.
Hey, hold on, damn it.
Okay, and there was a British bus ad that said like God probably doesn't exist and God is dead and whatever. So like live your life anyway. It was some like paraphrase of that. But this is where people get Nietzsche wrong. If you actually read this, it's from the Gay Science. It's one of the little aphorisms that he has in there, and it's like Nietzsche saw the death of God as a negative thing. And so I think the new atheist movement takes it as like a triumphant thing. If you read it, it's not a long read. It's like one page. It's like Nietzsche is meaning, he says like, how do we think we can like drink the ocean? You know, who are we to do this? Like Nietzsche is like seeing this as like a horrific thing that will happen. And now Nietzsche honestly was like a bit prophetic in that sense, because now with all the stats they're giving, we're reaping what we've sowed, right? Like we have killed God in the metaphorical sense, you know, not in actual sense, but in a metaphorical sense, right? We've gone away from God, and Nietzsche was saying something has to replace that. His idea was the Übermensch and all that stuff, and like the will to power and stuff. But now we're in a situation where, I mean, people aren't interested in any of what Nietzsche really talked about, which is fine. But then they're also moving away from religiosity, and then the consequence is a meaningless life. And I mean,
But the problem is that there's a lot of people who don't understand Nietzsche. They'll read something on Nietzsche and they're just lost. They're gone.
yeah,
You know
I
what I'm
mean,
saying?
yeah, and Nietzsche is a hard read, like for especially some of it.
He's an Eastern read too. He's a Russian read. So then it's kind of like they have like their thinkers are very like deep in thinking. You know, like what was Nietzsche's book that he wrote? Crime and Punishment, right? Was it Crime and Punishment?
No. You're thinking of
Dostoevsky. Dostoevsky.
Yeah.
No, but like
Nietzsche was German.
Oh, Nietzsche was German. I thought he was Russian. But my statement still stands. He was such a deep thinker That when he came with the concept of the death of God, I think that shocked the Christian world at that time.
Yeah. I don't think, I mean, even in the story, the funny thing is, even in the story of, I think it's called The Madman. Again, it's in the Gay Signs. Everyone should read it. Even he says, like, the character in the story says, I've come too early, because like people couldn't understand it at the time. And that's built into the story. And at the end, the guy who's like saying God is dead, he smashes the lantern and walks out. And that's like how the story ends. And I think that's a beautiful symbol, because I don't think people got it at the time. I don't think they necessarily get it now. But Nietzsche is tough. I've been reading Twilight of the Idols and the Antichrist, and it's like it's like page by page. Each page, I'm like, okay, what is Nietzsche trying to say? Like, it is
I can barely understand Carl Jung. You know, I can barely understand Carl Jung, and that's like. Carl Jung is like, he's also another deep fucking thinker. Yeah. And I think he believed in God to a certain extent. I don't think Nietzsche actually believed in God.
No.
But he believed the idea of God.
I think Nietzsche had some I don't think he was an actual nihilist. And so I do think he had like some idea of, I think he defined God in like maybe a strange way. And he definitely hated the Christian God. Jung, I would say, Jung, I don't know if to talk about if Jung's a Christian is more hard, but Jung said, there's that famous Jung video where Jung says, I don't believe in God because I know that God exists. So so Jung like rejected belief because he's like, I know it literally. And I have his autobiography. It's called Memories, Dreams, and Reflections, and it's super good.
I'm gonna get that one. Hold on, I'll be back.
It's the most accessible Jung book by far, because I tried to read like Answer to Job. Jung gets like really complicated. I mean, all of these authors do, but this kind of also shows I'll play the video in a second. I'm sorry, everyone, but you know, it's like this shows the degeneracy of literature on this topic, because like the people that like really contended with this, people like Dostoevsky and Nietzsche, people like Jung, we don't have those now. They've been replaced with who? With again Dawkins, Dennett, Sam Harris. These like it's just like it's not the people who critiqued God before. At least it's like they were educated and they were incredibly intelligent and they thought deeply and they struggled. And now we have like, I don't know, like who is it? Was it Sam Harris that wrote Letter to a Christian Nation?
Yeah, that was Harris.
Yeah, and I'm just like I don't know, man. It's just like the quality of arguments, the quality of literature, the quality of thinking is just like not where it is, you know. And I mean, like, I'm not saying none of them asked good points. Like you said, like Hitchens was a real atheist, and I think Hitchens asked some good questions, but the questions always lead to like the same kind of almost like caricature of God. That if like if any of them
the same characters, like God is this, they're like putting God in a box. It's like, no, God is not. You can't put God in a box because you say, oh, God did this. Well, did he really? If you actually read the scripture and you actually dissect the scripture, because the Bible even states that two people, you and I, Confidence, can read the same scripture and think and decide what it is in two different ways.
Right. And this is, I will say this is where, and I mean, I'm not a Catholic or Orthodox, but this is where I think the church history and stuff comes into play, because a lot of the stuff that these new atheists argue against, it's like no church father, no anyone who said anything of value. Like if you look at like Augustine, if you look at Thomas Aquinas, it's like their way of talking about God is not the God that Dawkins or Dennett are like critiquing. They're critiquing like a straw man, and that in some ways it's like maybe it's Protestants' faults for like not like
it probably is. But here's the thing though, Thomas Aquinas said it clearly that God is ipsu esse, which means the sheer act. So then let's put it as an example, right? I love my wife. I love her with all my heart. But that's me mimicking, trying to kind of like correlate what God is. God is the sheer act of love. That's what God is.
Right.
So then I'm only mimicking that to show my wife that I love her. Because God is the sheer act of it. God's love is unconditional. And I always tell my wife, I love you unconditionally, because I'm trying to mimic God's love. That's what I'm trying to do.
I agree. Okay, I have to read a chat message. Okay. I have to read a couple.
Well, hold on. I wanted to read Corey. Corey Barton 7119 says the quote is, "God is dead and we killed him." He understood the dilemma of what happened when you build a moral foundation that removes the reason why we have one. The moral foundation is the Lord God. That's the plain foundation. Because tell me an atheist that's okay with murder. Find me an atheist that's okay with murder. Because an atheist understands that murder is wrong.
What about Pol Pot?
Pol Pot, see, we could get to the communists later. We could get to them later. Because the majority of communists are atheists.
Yeah, I think so. Big Soda asks, have you ever read Beyond Good and Evil? I'm actually, I think, 1/3 away from, I'm 1/3 into it. And again, that's a heavy read. That's another one where it's like, I have to go with a highlighter and like go like sentence by sentence because it's a deep read.
So I have not read Beyond Good and Evil. I have not read Crime and Punishment. I know about it. I have the synopsis of it. I know about it. Like I'm halfway. I think I read halfway of the Gulag Archipelago by Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Like
I've never read Solzhenitsyn. I've always like, you know, obviously Jordan Peterson talks about it a lot, you know, and I like Jordan Peterson, so you know, I do want to read it. Like, but Dingley Dawn says atheism is defo bad. You become very selfish. Only think about me, myself, and I, and generally will do crimes even without caring, as there's no consequences, especially if you won't get caught. If you won't get caught, kind of thing. Well, that's kind of the thing, and we'll probably see Alex argue here. His stance on moral ethics. He's an emotivist, and so for those who don't know, emotivism is saying that basically every moral statement we just say is something that we just find unpleasant. So like when we say like the classic thing is like when we say murder is wrong, what we're really saying, this is not my view, this is Alex's view, we're saying boo murder. We're saying I don't like that. So boo grape, boo murder, and we don't like those things. I get what he's saying, and I think there is some truth to that. Like there is a lot of moral statements where it's like, yes, like if you ask most people, is incest bad? Most people would say it's bad without even thinking about a good argument. Obviously, there are many good arguments, but just on a guttural level, well, we will have an emotional response. I would say that's like a moral intuition, personally, but Alex would say that's your emotions just coming through.
Okay,
Dingy Don, why do you keep retracting your messages? What the heck? What the heck?
Okay, okay. I also have the qualms with the Jewish thing. How Christians now are hating the Jewish people. I'm like, hold on, we like. I have my own qualms about that too.
I wonder if K2 was meaning. I could be wrong. I don't know the timing on this. But when you said the communism thing, I wonder if when you said communists or atheists, I wonder if K2 was responding to that because, you know, the Bolshevist and stuff.
No. Vladimir Lenin was not a Jew. He was not a fucking Jew. There's no way, shape, or form he was a fucking Jew. Vladimir Lenin was a fucking Ukrainian, like either Ukrainian or a Northern Russian.
I'm not saying all of them. I'm saying there was.
There was what? Stalin? No, Stalin wasn't a Jew either.
I'm saying there is a big overlap between certain. I don't want to like say anything that's like not right, but I think Jews were overrepresented in the Communist Party back in the day, right? At a certain point in history, they were overly represented.
Dude, I don't think so because before Stalin joined the Bolsheviks, Stalin was trying to be a priest in the Orthodox Church.
I'm not saying necessarily Stalin.
No, I'm giving you the example because Stalin was the face of the Bolsheviks after Lenin.
I know, but the Bolshevik Party did have a lot of atheists, but it also had a lot of Jewish people in it. So I'm not saying that means anything, but I'm just if we're looking at their religion.
People try to make it seem like, I stubbed my toe, it's the Jews' fault.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, we obviously see a rise in anti-Semitism for sure.
That's fucking stupid. Because guess what, people? The Jewish God is our God too.
Okay, wait, Big Soda, I want to ask you. You said, to be fair, we have one of the most prolific Christian philosophers alive today. I'm curious who you mean. I would probably say, if I had to, probably what Plantinga, I think is his name, or William Lane Craig. That's another good one. But I'm curious on who you mean.
Yeah, William Lane Craig, John Lennox. I think his name was John Lennox. Dr. John Lennox. Jordan Peterson, I would consider Jordan Peterson a Christian, but the problem with Jordan Peterson is this: he keeps his Christianity close to the chest, because if he lets it out, that's just ammo for for the Sam Harrises of the world. Because I remember the first exchange between Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson in Jordan Peterson's podcast, or was it Sam Harris' podcast? One of the two. Like, they went at it on the aspect of truth. Like, what is truth?
Mm-hmm.
So that's also another thing, because Christ himself said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life." So there you go.
Yeah. Okay. Big Soda says Dr. John Lennox. Okay, that's that Oxford guy. I think he was. I think he's debated, or at least talked to Alex O'Connor before. I think they had a really good. So I do like that guy. I've only seen him in like videos and stuff. Never read anything by him. But
you're not understanding this, K2. You're not understanding this, dude. You're not understanding this. They say that they reject our God. Yeah, they reject Jesus Christ because
W. Maryland.
The devil blinded them. Okay, the devil blinded them to show them the real actuality who Jesus Christ was. The devil blinded them in that aspect. It's like what you think? Like the dark side blinds the light. Thank you.
There is that one passage in the Bible, and I don't know what it means, where it talks about the synagogue of Satan. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I think, is that in the book of Revelation? You know what I'm talking about?
No, so the whole thing of Revelation, dude, was John of Patmos was in Crete. I think he was in Crete or Cyprus. He was in a cave looking at all this. He was giving the best interpretation of what he saw.
I know.
So
okay,
really
I just want to read this though. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, who say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship at thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee. So I guess he's saying they're saying they're Jews, but they're not.
Read it again. Read it again.
Okay. So this is, you guys like King James, right? You and Thumping.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
So, behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, who say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship at thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee.
Okay, so they say they are Jews, but they are not. They are not Jews.
Right. So so that's fair. They're like
completely
false.
different.
They're false, false Jews.
Like, you understand this? Here it says Daniel saw Revelation. He saw the entirety of the book of Revelation twice. He saw it, the first time he saw it was in our time. You and I confluences where, with modern technology, he couldn't understand it. He couldn't understand it because it was beyond his realm of thinking. But then God gave it to him again in animal form, and he understood it then.
Yes. Okay. Wait. Actually, Frankie, though, I want to point out what Big Soda said, Corey. This is what I wonder. It says, speaking of like the synagogue of Satan, he says it represents those who are Jews but deny Christ. That is one interpretation of that, right? Like
it could be one interpretation, yes.
Because rabbinical Judaism stemmed from the Pharisee, right? The Pharisees, which
Christ
did not
utterly was against.
That's what I mean. So then if we look at modern day rabbinical Judaism, is that not the quote unquote what John is talking about here? His words, not mine. The synagogue of Satan, or is he talking about something else?
Well, maybe. See, that's what we don't know, because we didn't see what he saw.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? We did not see what he saw. Excuse me, and what I got to still formulate my plans, because remember, we're going to go in a realm where it's like way beyond my own thinking. So I'm literally going to be making things at a fly. Be like, this is what I believe.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. I'm not gonna hold you to anything. We're just talking.
Yeah, I know, dude. All right, let's play. Let's see what these dudes look like. And he looks like his butthole itches.
He needs a feather to tickle it. If you're
he needs a feather to tickle his butthole.
It's interesting. You mentioned a lot about mental health. I'm a psychiatrist. So for me, finding meaning and purpose is like a very practical thing. So literally a patient will come into my office. They'll say, I have no reason to live. There's nothing worth it in life. I am suicidal. I want to kill myself. So I have a job as a clinician to fix that problem in a very practical way. So I've got, a couple of weeks, hopefully 15, 20 weeks to teach them how to find purpose. And so usually the way that I approach that is there's a lot of sort of evidence-based scientific approaches to finding purpose. I think those tend to work really well, but I'm sure, as my philosopher colleagues will point out and tear me apart, science has a lot of
I'm about to tear you
shortcomings.
apart right now.
And so then what I tend to
Dr.
find
K's
works
goated.
incredibly
Come on.
well is adding
We love
No,
Dr. K.
I'm about to tear you apart
practice
right
to
now.
that. And usually when we put those two things together, things work. And the real proof point for me was when I started streaming, 10,000 people reached out to me in 1 month asking, hey, do you have room in your private practice? And so I started to think about, okay, if this is a methodology, then can it be taught? So I started this coaching program, and what we found in our pilot study of 1,453 people is that if you stick with the program for about 20 weeks, your sense of purpose increases by 68%.
Man, Dr. K is plugging right now.
I'd love to hear from my colleagues, but I think, if someone asks me, what is the meaning of life? I don't know. But if someone says, I have no meaning, can you help me with that? The answer is absolutely yes.
And I want to attempt to just define.
Okay, this is how I'm gonna tear them apart. Well, if somebody comes in my office and say they want to delete themselves, I have 15, 20 weeks to work it. No, you don't. No, you don't. Yeah, they're probably taking the first steps.
Wait, say more. What do you mean?
All right. When I was in active duty Army, I was a military police officer. I saved 5 people from suicide, active suicide. The last 3 were bloody. There's no 15, 20 weeks there. Not at all. There is either you're going to save this person's life or this person is gone.
I know. Okay, but you're talking, and I honestly, I respect what you did. Like, obviously, that, Frankie. But he's talking in a clinician setting.
There's no clinician setting, dude, because if this person
not in your case, but I'm saying if I go to see a psychiatrist, it's a clinician setting. They can't physically stop me. I'm a human and I have autonomy unless they're going to 5150 me because I say something bad. But he's saying he has a set amount of time where he's trying to help somebody who's coming to him in a clinical setting, right?
Confluence, you understand that it's one drunken night can lead to that. One drunken night can lead to self-deletion if a person is like that goes to a clinician and say, "Hey,
I know, but I'm saying, but what should a psychiatrist or a psychologist do, right? If someone walks into their office, unless they're gonna strap them down again, 5150 them, but you can't do that legally unless there's they've expressed clear suicidal ideation. So I think the best case is just that you have X amount of time, X amount of sessions to talk to them, All this shit is expensive, which I guess is why Dr. K is doing his coaching thing. I don't know. I can't speak to that at all, but there's problems there.
2 terms that you said there. One is purpose, and it doesn't have to be a perfect definition, but roughly what you mean by that. And then you said you introduced spiritual practice. What did you mean by that?
So what I think about as purpose is using something called factor analysis. So if you ask someone, do you have direction in life? Do you have purpose in life? Is there meaning in life? All 3 of those things cluster together to something. Even being in control correlates with that. So if you are in control of your life, your sense of purpose will increase. So there are a lot of these words that we use, but all of these words tie back to some internal sense of what is happening in your life. So that's how I would describe purpose. In terms of spiritual practices, what my experience is that if you look at human beings who say they have purpose and human beings who don't have
Doomerang,
purpose,
absolutely not.
their lived experiences in life are different. So when I work with survivors of trauma, they have certain experiences. Literally, we can scientifically sort of measure this. You have a particular experience which destroys your sense of meaning in the world. I had a patient once who was attacked in a bathroom for about 5 minutes. And in 5 minutes, this person had a sense of what they were doing in life, was dating, was doing well in college, had loving parents, and in 5 minutes, their compass for navigating the world was shattered. So if we sort of think about experience can lead to a loss of purpose, experience can also lead to a gain in purpose.
Oh, that's a mic drop moment. That I got chills right now. Okay, that is so true. That is so true. Because if that can happen one way, it could happen the other way. Because yes, what he said is obviously true. If you go through a horrific thing, that could destroy all meaning. But then the converse is that if you have maybe a spiritual experience or some type of enlightening thing, then that could change your life for the better.
Well, that's true. But he's saying like if a dude's getting beat up for like 5 minutes, I'm not thinking about my family. I'm not thinking about the trees grow and the wind blows. I'm thinking about like I'm gonna jam my thumbs in this dude's eye and bat his nose off.
I don't know if he was. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I think he was meaning more like maybe like an essay incident. The fact that he's saying like it happened in a bathroom.
No, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It's like if I'm in a bathroom at a bar and some dude just come up from behind me, I'm gonna like rip his throat out.
Look, I understand, but Frankie, you're like a past military guy, okay? Like, but if we're talking like someone, right? We're talking about like someone who's like been victimized, right?
Okay, so I dealt with that too. I dealt with that too. Like the victim, I dealt with that too with essays and stuff. Yeah, I saw it with my own eyes. That it does change people. And what's funny with women, when it comes to essay with women actually become more hypersexualized, more hypersexual. The reason why is because they try to take ownership of it.
I feel like I want to say disavow. I mean, maybe.
No,
maybe.
No. I saw that with my own two eyes. And
I'm sure that can happen for some, but I wouldn't.
I want to say for all. I would not say for all. But I would say that it's about taking ownership of it. That's what I'm trying to say. Right.
Okay. Yeah, I can see. I can see that being a reaction that some people have, where this thing has hurt you. You've been hurt in a sexual context, and so your response of coping with it is to yeah, like you said, take ownership. I guess I can see that. It feels uncomfortable to say though.
I mean, yes, it does feel uncomfortable, but we need to have uncomfortable conversations.
Right. But I think the positive spin on what Dr. K is saying is that, because this is something I really, I guess, haven't thought of, is like, yes, I think I'm acutely aware that like that trauma can happen in a moment and can like mess up your life for a long period of time, right? But I guess what Dr. K is saying, and this is like the positive pilled point of view, is that it can go the other way. That you could have like such a good spiritual experience, an experience of the divine, that it could change your life for the better. Look who's in the studio. It's my buddy Agrilapolis. How's it doing? How's it going, brother?
It's going, man. I'm pretty exhausted, man. These freaking kids are whooping my ass. I got 5 kids that aren't mine.
Yeah, I got 2 that are not mine, and they're over the moon too.
Wait, why do you have 5 kids that aren't yours right now?
My youngest daughter, she turned 7 yesterday. So we did this whole like go to the skating rink and everybody skate. Then they had a sleepover last night. Then they hung out today, and I mean, kind of giving the other parents a day off too at the same time. But I've had 8 kids this whole time, 5 of which are not mine.
Oh my gosh,
yeah, so
that's exhausting.
Yeah.
So let's talk about this, right? Confluence, like you're talking about, like having experiences make you better as a person. Okay, the near-death experiences that changes a person, like irrevocably changes a person.
Right. Yeah. And I think that's the positive thing that I think Dr. K is saying. In the same way that that trauma, 5 minutes of trauma could change you for the worse, then 5 minutes of something like an NDE could change you for the better.
Mm-hmm.
Now, 5 minutes of trauma could change you for the better too.
Yeah, 5 minutes of trauma could change you for better.
Yeah.
Like let's say this for example, right? So, the first time that I had to save somebody from self-deletion, she was in the middle of a parking lot in broad daylight, cutting herself over and over again because her infantry boyfriend cheated on her and dumped her. And she was saying, there was blood everywhere inside her car. So then we had to get her out of the car and get her into the ambulance. Hopefully, she became better in that experience. Hopefully. I'd never followed up with her or anything. It's just, in my heart, I want to say, I hope she's better.
Yeah. I hope so too.
That was number one. Okay? That was number one. Like, and I still remember that day.
Did it change you? Actually, okay, meta question. Did it change you for the better, Frankie? Okay, Frankie's gone, but I'm curious to know. I mean, Ag, you seem like a guy like who's probably like saved a lot of people. Just like, just in some sense.
I mean, I worked at a hospital for almost a decade.
There we
I don't know
go.
if that
Yeah.
counts. I did some unthinkable things. Yeah.
But like, yeah, I would say that it did help me. It did make me a better person because I always thought that self-deletion was very weak in a sense. And I remember fighting with few of the police captains at the provost marshal. And I was telling them this, like, no, these people need help, not punishment. Why are you making it a felony in this?
Wait, what's
Like-
a felony?
Hold on.
Hey, also, while we got this little break of silence, I was going to say, if I just all of a sudden cam down and go mute, it's because I'm dealing with children or their parents are here. So,
Okay.
but I will be back. If I do that, I'll be back. Just letting you know ahead of time.
Hey, that's more warning than Frankie gives me. So
Yeah, he's like, hold on a second. Bloop.
Yeah, middle of God. I mean, Frankie's at work, so I understand it. But it
Oh,
is every
shit.
time he
He's at
does it.
work?
Yeah, he works security. He said this before. This is not me like saying something that I shouldn't say. He says it on stream, and so he has to like let people into the door all the time.
I get it.
So,
I get it. Yeah, I see why he's doing that quick like that. If he's at work and he's doing security too.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
All right. So yeah, he's got to deal with the situation. So just give him some grace.
I love that Frankie came back to then immediately say that he is going to be
That's
back.
his heads. That's his heads up that it's going to take a little while longer.
Okay, is Grande,
he's probably dealing with somebody.
Is Grande soda? Is that big soda? Anyone know?
I want soda.
You talking about trying to join?
Yeah, he's
the
trying
panel?
to join. Give me one of these. Give me one of these.
Yeah.
Okay.
just check.
Okay. Okay. Just take it.
I mean,
You don't know
I
what
like the fact
grande
that now
means
it's
in
just
Spanish?
nonsense.
Wait, is this you, Corey?
Yeah.
Doesn't grande mean like huge or?
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought it meant big.
Yeah, it means huge.
Okay.
Yeah, like
I'll
it's like
check
a
that
step
out.
above big.
I can only see the top half of your head but I still saw the sign, so I thought I trusted. But good to
Yeah,
see you in the
I mean-
chat, Big Soda, or on the panel. I mean,
Yeah, my bad. I would have gave you a heads up before I came.
I should have realized grande means big, and that
It
that
doesn't.
should
I
have
don't
been.
think.
It's same different. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
basically the same thing. I mean, Italian, I think, right? When I go to Starbucks, that's the only time I use that word, grande,
Is
Grande
it
is
Italian?
Spanish.
I thought it was
No,
Spanish.
grande is Spanish. Yeah,
Yeah.
Starbucks uses like
Spanish.
several
Grande
different
is
languages
Spanish,
for their
dude.
drink sizes.
Oh, I thought they're all. Oh, shit. Okay.
I think Venti
Yeah, what's
may be
venti? Is
Italian.
venti
Venti-
Italian?
Venti is
He's
Italian.
Italian, yes.
Doomerang.
That's what I'm
Doomerang
saying.
asks,
He's-
"Is Khan an atheist?" Doomerang, absolutely not, brother. Absolutely, I'm an anti-atheist, also known as a theist, but also an anti-atheist. Okay, for real. Okay, I can accept the liberal allegations.
You're asking the wrong question, Doomerang. The question is, what God does he believe in?
I believe in the only God, Marilyn. No, I'm just kidding.
Everybody says that though.
Yeah, but I don't know the Christian God, but I also think this is a bit heretical. But like the God that Dr. K worships, I think it's probably the same God I worship. Even though Dr. K wouldn't say he's a Christian, but I think Christianity is probably like the best expression of God. But I think that if you're trying to approach ultimate existence, ultimate love, ultimate grace, then I think. I know that sounds like so new agey, but
Yeah.
I
Do you know
would
what? Do you know what Christ's 2 commandments were to man?
love God and love your neighbor.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Pretty
That's what I'm
simple.
saying. Yeah. Wait. So it sounds like we agree.
No, yeah. I'm not trying to diffuse any or diffute. Fucking loss of words. I'm not trying to refute anything you're saying. I just was asking.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So we're on the same page. And
Yeah.
I'm using the laptop microphone, so I don't have my microphone, so it sounds weird.
Oh, okay. Maryland. It's like
I
Maryland
shall
just
be
said
back.
something insane. Okay, I gotta read
Yeah,
Maryland.
this is
Maryland said
nonsense. I don't
atheists
care.
are closer to God than Jews. Like what? Maryland, say more. Say more, Maryland. What is that? What?
Oh, that's the stupidest shit I ever fucking heard.
Like, do you mean like atheists Like, do you mean I'm making sure I'm understanding this. Do you mean atheists are closer to God than Jews are closer to God? Like, are you saying Jews are further away from God than atheists? Because that seems, unless we're talking Alex O'Connor, who's on it, because Alex O'Connor, I think he's so close. He's so close to being full theist. Like, he's so close. Okay, I'd have to be, I did the drunken karaoke yesterday, okay? 2 days in a row of drunken karaoke.
It's kind of like, hey, like Emmett really like fucking sunned you, Confluence. He really sunned. He's like, fuck you, Confluence, fuck you.
Oh yeah, Emmett was a belligerent drunk against me, man. Emmett was a belligerent drunk.
I'll be back.
But you know what I love? Okay, no one's here to hear me say this except you, Big Soda.
Listening.
Okay, you know what I do love about drunk Emmett is Emmett asked what my argument was going to be against sex work, and I gave him my thing. And normally Emmett would be like, "Well, Confluence, that's such a bad argument," because Emmett, he likes to fuck with me. But he was so drunk, he's like, "Emmett, you can all watch this. I actually probably nuked it, so you can't. You just have to trust me." But Emmett's like, "Actually, I hate to say it, but that's a good argument. I agree with Confluence. Oh, I hate that I agree with Confluence. Oh no." And then he starts speaking Spanish and everything. Crazy.
Yeah, no, drunk Emmett's interesting. He left his StreamYard on for 9 hours after he got off.
I heard that, and I heard that the mods just shut off the comments so that people couldn't chat, and it was just open forever.
Now, who did you debate more than once? I seen you 3 debates.
Who? Yesterday?
Yeah.
So,
toward the night.
So yeah, on horseradishes, I did the sex work debate, which I won, and then I went on grids, and I got, in my opinion, absolutely cucked. I'm not happy about that. Not happy about any of what happened on Grid's panel. I will say, Agrillipus was watching it.
I fell asleep, but I rewatched it today.
I am not. I am not. Grid has never cut somebody off. Grid is always about the prompt, and he's like, it's your job to correctly read the prompt. And then he cuts me off in my opening, poisons the well against the judges, and says that, oh, I'm reading the prompt wrong, and no, we have to, and no. I've lost the debate to Indian Jesus because Indian Jesus argued for an hour. Okay, I see your hand, Ag. Okay, go. Tell me.
So that's kind of part of the point of what I'm wanting to say. You have to admit, to be fair, when the judges are judging you on Grid's show, you're supposed to just kind of shut up and take their constructive criticism. Yeah. You don't sit there and argue with the judges on their decision.
No, but
it's just like if you're in the Olympics and you're doing a game and the judges are they're showing you what they score you as. You don't sit there and fucking argue with the judges.
I hear you.
He did that? Oh.
No, there's a reason. Let me
just saying,
speak.
Grid's pretty tight about that kind of stuff.
No,
man.
okay.
And I don't blame him.
Ag, please listen. Everyone, both of you, listen, please, okay? Because this is my issue.
Point in case.
No, but I'm listening. Okay, yeah. Everyone hear me out, okay? Because I agree. This is how I used to be. And then, if everyone recalls, it was the final round, maybe 2 months ago, against Indian Jesus. Indian Jesus fought with the judges for an hour, or maybe that might be an exaggeration, half an hour, and convinced them, and he kept fighting. And I said this to Grid. I said, Grid, you're setting a terrible precedent by letting people argue with the judges. And I told Grid, I said, the next time, I see your hand, but I just want to say this one last thing. I said, the next time I'm on your show, Grid, I will argue with the judges because you're setting a precedent that's allowed. I didn't think you were supposed to do that. But if Indian Jesus apparently won because he argued for 30 minutes, and that kind of triggered me, low key. So then I'm like, okay, then I guess it's totally fine for me to argue with Cleaner because that's what IJ did, and it made him win, which is mental.
So first of all, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Second of all, I can guarantee you that Grid probably talked, or somebody talked to Indian Jesus about interrupting the judges, and
they gave him the win, Ag. The judges had, if you remember the judges voted for me. I was the one who won, and then IJ kept fighting, and I just remained silent because I'm like, I'm not going to argue with what he's saying. It was already decided. And then Grid's like, oh, I guess actually no, yeah. Did the judges want to change their mind after IJ argued with? And I love Lutch to death, so I don't blame Lutch for this. But this is a bad thing.
Well, I will say this. A lot of this probably could be cleared up if you just talk to Grid. If you explain this to him, and maybe he's not aware of this, or maybe he didn't rewatch it. He's a busy dude. A lot of stuff got busy with DebateCon and everything. But if you bring something to his attention, he will address it, and he will message you back. Grid's a very fair guy, dude. If you think something's going on, don't sit there and try to address it on panel, because we got limited time when we're on live. You know what I mean?
I know, but
especially when he's doing his show.
I know, but that was my argument against IJ, and I told Grid this in real time. I said, "How are you going to let someone argue with the judges?"
On a live panel. Did you tell him on a live panel?
Yeah, because IJ was fighting with him for 30 minutes on live panel.
Grid's going to be way less pressed to deal with this kind of issues on a live panel. Get with him on a personal level, message him. Y'all handle that stuff behind the scenes.
I agree. I agree.
I'm just telling you how to approach Grid. Grid's a good dude. He is fucking amazing.
Look, I love
guy,
Grid.
Dude.
No hate to Grid. I love Grid.
Well, just talk to him. Tell him what's bugging you, and tell him, and just be upfront and honest with them, man.
I know, and I will. My stance is, I think you either should be able to argue with judges or you should not be able to. And
he does not want that on his. I'm pretty sure. I don't speak 100% for Grid,
know,
but
so then I guess I don't. Why did he let Lutch argue for 45 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever it is to change after the judges had already made their votes? Lutch eventually argued with them so much that he made them change their votes, and Grid allowed that. So I don't. Emmett's in back screen.
I'm not going to speak on that. I don't know.
Grid could have not been paying attention. He could have been, allowing it that one time. But it's kind of still, you're at the mercy, or I guess you're benefiting off the fact that he's providing a platform. So you kind of have to, just take it on the chin. Because the same thing happened to me with Kel. I lost a debate against Kel, and the first guy that speaks as a judge, he contradicts himself. And, I was like, he just kind of contradicted himself. But I just had to take it on the chin, even though I thought it was completely unfair.
I'll be the first
taken a lot of losses on the chin like that. I have.
If you have a legitimate concern, or I'm not even saying it this way. Don't take me the wrong way, Confluence. I'm just saying, if you have a legitimate concern, or if you have some kind of quandary or quarrel or something to advise Grid on and how to better his channel, he is fucking always open ears, dude. You can always contact Grid and let him know, hey, this happened, and then maybe is that how you're running, your channel, and is that what you're doing? But don't call him out on a live stream, because there's no time for that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's insane. I am taking that in the bad way. The time I called Grid out on live stream was after IJ called him out for 30 minutes.
Still a live stream.
I know. I'm sorry. If Lutch is going to argue for
How
30 minutes,
how did he take that for the other person?
He was fine. That's what I mean. He was fine with Lutch arguing it, and he's like, "It's all
so
about
how he personally dealt with Lutch and behind the scenes and the messages they might have exchanged since.
No,
then?
I'm saying he declared Lutch the winner, and he let the judges. That's like a choice.
Emmett,
but you're not Indian Jesus, to be fair.
Emmett.
That's true. That's true.
You're Confluence.
Look, Confluence. All I'm saying is just message the guy and talk to him on a man-to-man level. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. He's a good dude.
Look,
He'll listen to
I
you
love
and you're
Grid.
concerned.
I love Grid. I don't. But you know who hates me is Cleaner. Cleaner fucking hates me.
I don't think Cleaner hates you.
Cleaner hates me, man. Cleaner absolutely does.
Did he say I hate you?
No, I even joined and I was like, "Oh, Cleaner, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time." And Cleaner just like sits there stone faced. Cleaner fucking hates me. You can ask Cleaner. Cleaner does not like me.
You know how many times I've said what's up to people and they fucking never said anything back, or I was like, "Hey, how's it going?" and nothing. It doesn't mean they hate you, man. It just means they got stuff going on and they're busy and they're paying attention to a million things like you are. It's all good, man. Cleaner doesn't hate you, man. I guarantee you, if you talk to Cleaner would say, "No, I don't hate you. I might disagree with your worldviews. I might disagree with you on a lot of things."
Doomerang says Cleaner hates Khan, so I'm just.
Confluence.
Okay, it's true.
Okay,
right.
Let me tell you something. I need to talk to you for a moment. I came here to heckle the fuck out of you. Okay. In fact, let me go ahead and start heckling you.
I'm glad you're still alive.
I'm muting it.
I'm muting right now. Okay. I'm gonna do a protest until you come to my stream and sing your fucking song that you should sing yesterday, but I was too drunk to make you sing it.
I sang so many songs. Yeah, you probably don't
you
even
didn't
remember.
Sing too many songs. You
I donated to sing a song. If you remember that.
You did. I don't remember that. I didn't even remember what song it was.
Protest the hero.
I am protesting, and I am here in the name of my chat that is protesting me to protest you, to tell you that you have to come over and sing your fucking song, okay?
Okay, Emmett, I'm on my own stream right now. I'm not just gonna leave my stream. I have like
that's
a thing
exactly
going.
what you're gonna do.
I'm not gonna do that.
My stream to be here with you, to heckle you about leaving your stream.
Look, I'll sing it on my own channel if someone wants, but I'm not gonna close down.
Channel and then I do. When I'm on your channel, I don't do anything. In fact, I grift for you. Okay, so you're gonna come to my channel and you're gonna do the song, then you're gonna leave, and then everybody's gonna be happy with it. And then I'm not gonna have to heckle you for more time about the hecklers.
It's not. Yeah, I'm not feeling the karaoke right now. You know, I'm trying to go through Dr. K. You know.
Yeah.
Maybe if I get like super drunk, then
why
then I probably will.
Watching the dumbest person on earth? I mean, Dr. K.
You don't like Dr. K?
What is good about Dr. K?
He's the best psychiatrist on the internet. Like hands down.
Why is he good? What about his philosophy is good?
What's great is because most of modern psychiatry is absolutely fucked, and Dr. K blends spirituality and understanding of God with modern psychiatry, which is a thing that modern psychiatry is.
I just want to give a shout out to Cool V1C in Emmett's chat. Cool V1C, Cool Vic, what's up, man?
Yeah, Cool Vic is awesome.
Oh yeah, he's got
Smoking Space Man all in the chat. Abe Dinkus is up there too.
Yeah.
I'm glad somebody's reading his chat.
I am reading the chat. I am reading.
No, this is Emmett's chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm reading my own chat. I mean,
he's
Abe Dinkus says lols. Abe Dinkus just stops by and then laughs at me, even though I've wrenched Abe Dinkus. Abe Dinkus is join someone else who might also hate me. Not as much as Cleaner hates me, but Abe might dislike me at the very least, you know?
Yeah. Dislike you maybe, but not hate you,
Why do you like Dr.
Hang on, I tried to join Emmett's fucking karaoke, and he left me in the backstage for like an hour and a half.
I didn't. False allegations, okay?
Was that the forced drunken karaoke?
Yeah, he dropped the link, and then I joined right after, and then I sat in there for a good hour and 30 minutes.
I saw that.
No,
so
it was yesterday.
I could be the voice of reason or devil's advocate, or what do you want me to do?
See, Abe is not fond of. See, Doomerang knows. Doomerang knows the people who aren't fond. Doomerang says it like it is. Doomerang knows Abe is not fond of me, and he knows Cleaner hates me. So, just saying.
He's in your chat though.
We can put up. Okay, how about this confluence? We'll make a. I am willing to entertain you. Put up the song on your channel. We'll sing it together. How about that? Huh?
Okay, fine. We'll okay. We'll
the song is that love. What is? Fuck is? You've
lost that loving feeling. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know this. If my viewership drops by like half because I'm singing terribly, Emmett, I blame this on you. Okay.
Are you talking about the Righteous Brothers, man? That's a duo. You got to sing. You got to both sing it if it's the Righteous Brothers.
Oh, we're both. Yeah, we are both singing it.
Yeah, we're both singing. Pull it up on your shit.
Also, I just want to, I've learned from the best, someone like send some donos, like someone, I'm trying to do some grifting right now. I've been taught to do more grifting. So anyone watching, I'm singing this for y'all. Okay. So, hit that chat up with the donos.
You might be the only Canadian.
And I'm not
Confluence 358, okay? YouTube channel.
You might be the only Canadian I've ever heard to say y'all.
That's because I'm an American, brother.
I like it, bro. It's cool. Just keep saying y'all.
Yeah, I always have. Ever since I was born and raised in Wisconsin.
I just never noticed Wisconsin.
In Wisconsin.
Yeah, Wisconsin.
Okay, we're going to... we have to remove this. And then we have to... share... stop screen. Okay. Just give me a hot minute. Why is that not? Just give me a sec. I have some technical difficulties right now.
Don't we all?
Okay, so we're pausing so y'all can sing. Is that what we're doing?
It's just one song. It's just one song. It's one song. Okay, you've lost that loving feeling. I thought I already had it up. Apparently, I accidentally closed it. Thank you, K2. God bless you, K2, who has given $5 Sing You've Loved That Love and Feeling. I've Been Waiting. Okay, K2.
Which is like 10,000 Canadians because you're now in Rupples.
It's pronounced Ruples, Emmett. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know how is it pronounced. Jesus. I'm trying to do my best Canadian impression.
That's a good social commentary because that is the de facto Canadian accent now.
So sorry about that.
Unironically, no, what Emmett did, that's the new Canadian. You know, it's a sad state of affairs over here. Okay,
that was pretty. I mean,
you chose to live there.
I'm trying to help you.
It happened.
I'm trying to help you.
Okay, so it is the Righteous Brothers. I don't know this song, so again, everyone give me some.
Do not refund.
Everyone, give me some grace here. Okay, I think I have it now. You've lost that love and feeling. Okay, there we go.
Oh my god.
Somebody can hear entertain me. We will entertain you. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Emmett.
Sound check.
Only a Canadian, Mexican, and a left foot walking from you. Only one can walk out.
Can you guys
see walking?
Wait,
what did I do?
Mr. Bill. A Canadian, a Mexican, and Agrilepolis walk into a room. Only one can walk out. Who will be walking out and why? And the answer to that is Mr. Bill.
I needed that, Emmett. Thank you.
That was good. Okay, are you ready, Emmett?
Emmett is to sing I'm Just a Bill from Schoolhouse Rock. Now that Mr. Bill's here, probably. Frank is saying entertain me.
Stop reading your chat, Emmett. You fucking Mexican.
I'm waiting for your stuff.
It's
you
up.
Have to pull
I asked you to sound check. Can you hear it, brother?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Here we go. Anyone else, feel free to sing along too if you want. You know, like a grill polo.
You got
soda.
You got this.
I wish I knew this song.
Yeah, I'm not singing.
You never close your eyes anymore when I kiss your lips. There's no tenderness like before in your fingertips. Why aren't you singing, Emmett? This is not a solo song.
You're trying
too hard not to show it. But baby, oh, I think I have sang this. Baby, I know it.
You lost that love and feeling. Whoa, that love and feeling. This is close now.
You've lost that love and feeling. Now it's gone. Gone. There's no welcome look in your eyes when I reach for you. And you're starting to criticize little things I do. Oh, good harmony there, Emmett. It makes me just feel like crying. 'Cause baby, something beautiful is dying. You've lost that love and feeling. Oh, that love and feeling. You've lost that love and feeling. Now it's gone. Baby, I get down on my knees for you.
Whoa, shake my damn head.
If you would only love me like you used to do. Yeah. We had a love you don't find every day.
Alright, that was like meaningfully off.
Don't let it slip away. Baby, I beg you, please, don't bring it back. Don't bring it on back. Don't bring it it on back. Don't bring it on back. Bring back that love and feeling. Whoa, that love and feeling. Bring back that love and feeling. Now it's gone, gone. And I can't go on. Whoa.
Shit.
Bring back that love and feeling. A grill of fish, big soda, everybody. Whoa. That love and feeling. Bring back that love and feeling. Now it's gone. Whoa. Amazing.
You really get your money's worth out of those songs.
Yeah.
Till you quit.
Okay, perfect. I got what I wanted. Thank you, Confucius. You can go back to watching the worst psychiatrists in the world ever that ever
Brother.
existed, has ever
Brother.
existed ever. Yeah.
The best one.
I thought he was an orthodontist.
Yeah, he's an orthodontist. Yeah, it's true. Well, let's be honest. He's an Indian, so an orthodontist is something they don't know exists in India.
Oh, shots fired.
I didn't
Shots
think
fired.
about that.
Oh.
Got that love and feelings.
Yeah, I forgot the only doctors they have are trained doctors.
Yeah.
Emmett, why
Emmett,
why
what
don't
is
you
the
like
only
Dr.
difference
K?
between him and a shaman? The shaman at least has a little bit of herbs going around and does like crazy shit and it's funny.
Emmett, I think you're just Emmett, you're just like a hater. You're a hater because you must hate modern psychology and psychiatry as much as I do. And Dr. K at least tries to bring God into it. Whereas like most psychiatrists do not even attempt to do that.
He's an Indian.
Well, I understand. I understand he is
mysticism.
I would take that over like secular throw drugs at people. Take anyone
Indian
who has like any mental
mysticism
problem and
is
just
throw-
throw
is-
drugs. Just clomipramine, citalopram,
Disavow.
Lexapro. Just
I don't-
throw them all at. I'd rather have anything besides that. Anything.
The views expressed by Confluence do not necessarily reflect those of his panelists.
No, this is actually every
Yeah.
panelist messaged me and they said I agree with what you're about to
No,
say.
I don't
And
agree.
That's how
I
much
don't
they
agree.
trust me.
I don't.
They didn't even know what I was gonna say.
Disavow.
And they pre-avowed
He
it.
sucks
They pre-avowed it.
Vanishna. He sucks Vashna ass, okay? He sucks Vashna ass. That's what he does. He sucks. Because at the end of the day, Indian mysticism is the same. It's like, let's throw things to the wall and see what sticks.
Emmett. Okay, hold on. I know you have to go.
I have 8,000 gods. Let's see which one works.
Okay, Emmett. I
not
sang this
sticking.
song. I have to pee. Will you stay for like 1 minute and a half while I pee?
I'll entertain your chat for 1 minute and a half.
Okay.
By reading my chat.
That I guess. Sure.
Bucket Button, I see you here. No one drunk ever said I'll do it in 5 minutes and did it. I know. I did see that comment too, by the way. Let me know which song do you want because I think I owe you one. I don't remember a lot yesterday. So let me know about that one, and I obviously will give you a song. No one agrees with Confluence, even the voices in their head disagree. I agree with that. It's about time. Yeah, it is about time. So I'm happy I got to heckle him into singing a song, which is funny because I didn't think he was going to. We're good. I was even about to send another in 5 minutes. You're not drunk, are you?
Who?
Fuck it button is in my chat, and he said he was gonna send me another song in 5 minutes, but this is before he said no one drunk ever said I'll do it in 5 minutes and did it. So I think he's kind of drunk and he's not gonna send it.
How are you doing?
Always a good
today?
time.
How are you doing today, Emmett?
I was asleep for most of the day. I feel like crap, like actually feel bad.
Yeah.
I'm not super happy. And then I see freaking Dr. Krishna in the stream. And it's like the most annoying person on the internet, probably.
I don't
Although
think I
do
know.
enjoy some
I
of
don't
his
think I know
content.
who this guy is.
It's kinda interesting sometimes to listen to him.
I
He
have no
goes on.
idea.
It's like, oh well, we're gonna be friends, right? And we're gonna have a little bit of things.
Is that his actual name, Dr. K?
Say Dr. Krishna.
His name's Dr. Krishna.
Should I be
Did
glad I haven't listened to
he
any of
play
that?
in The Hangover?
I don't know. I don't know about that one. Hello, always
It's a
American.
different Indian.
I am awake.
Sorry.
Thank God. And I'm singing. If anybody wants me to sing a song, I'll do it. Bucky Button, give me a fucking song, by the way. Anyway, I'm
Also,
gonna leave.
wait, before you go,
to
wait,
Dr.
wait,
Krishna.
wait, before you go, Emmett, tell
Dr.
your
Krishna
tell your
Hasahi.
chat to subscribe to Confluence 358. I'm like one sub away from 1500, okay? And K2, do not unsub. That is not allowed. Emmett's chat, please, come on. I sang a
Emmett,
song.
is
I
it
sang a song.
Dr. Krishna
You lying
Sahi?
sack of liar. Okay, I just subbed, and you're not one sub away.
I literally, unless K2 and his alts unsub, I'm literally like I was one sub away. I checked.
It looks like you're
Wait, and Emmett, do you mean
1.5K.
you just wait? Am I 1.5? Did I make it?
I'm looking. It looks like you are already 1.5K.
We did it. We did it, boys. We did it.
People unsub, okay? Unsub.
No,
Fucking lying.
Emmett, no,
Not
To
unsub.
me a moment ago, he was like, "I'm gonna do it." It's like, fucking go on. And anyway, this is I'm gonna put his panel in the description. And anybody wants to go ahead and see a lefty, I mean in chat. If anybody wants to go see a lefty being a lefty, go click on his channel.
Yeah. Go see a lefty being a lefty. Wait, are you talking about me?
Yeah, you're a lefty. Look at that. Fucking Dr. Krishna shit. Look
Oh,
at
Sea
the screen.
Soul, thank you for the
He's like,
sub.
I love him. I love Dr. Krishna.
He's Emmett. If you watched him more, you would like him. I swear you like him.
I heard him. I know what he believes. What the big problem is he's a Krishna. He's a Hare Krishna. He's an actual Hindu.
Are you like that? Do you actually like? Would you rather someone who blends, like, let's say, yeah, it's Indian mysticism, or would you rather?
No, I don't rather have an Indian mystic. That
So you'd
also
rather
prescribes
you'd rather just, I mean, because he is anti like just throwing pharmaceuticals. Would you rather a society where everyone's on fucking citalopram all the time and are just like fucking out of their mind?
Why is it a binary choice?
Yeah, what is it a binary?
Because that's what every other psychiatrist I've ever seen in my whole life.
I rather all of them
You need to stop
get
seeing
burn at the
psychiatrists.
stake as the witches they are. How about that?
That would apply to me too, Emmett.
Oh, Confluence.
If you recall, Emmett, I have
get
another
it.
prophecy. I think I already gave you this one, but it tells me that you are the fool, Emmett.
You get it.
You are
You
the
get it.
fool.
Do you remember?
Crazy. And I just picked
And
a card at
that's the
random
reason
again.
why you're
out of
gonna burn
70,
too, okay?
Out of
That's the
78
reason
cards,
why
what's the
you're going
chances
to-
I
you're
would,
going
I would
there as
draw
well.
that one?
Everybody that's a fucking witch is gonna burn.
Crazy. Hashtag not a witch. A little
Hashtag
witch
fly-
coded. A
fly
little
me
witch
away.
coded sometimes, perhaps. But,
Yeah, you're
you
a
know.
fucking witch, okay?
Witch coded. Witch coded, bro.
No.
May I just say that
Warlock coded.
May I just say that sometimes this is when we need a Frankie Too Sweet personality in here. Where is Frankie at?
Yeah, we're
Frankie's
Probably-
Blowing's wife. Anyway, I'll be seeing
Oh,
you
for
guys
fuck's
later.
sake.
Have a good one.
Look, we're
Bye,
still on
buddy.
panel.
Oh, it's
Have a good night, Emmett.
All right, Emmett. See you, man.
I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, there now. Frankie comes back.
Well, we need you to come back and burn the witch.
There's no witches here. Okay, there might be a couple of warlocks. You know, that sounds pretty cool. I think
That
I
sounds
want to be a
pretty
warlock.
gay.
Warlock is not gay. Okay.
It sounds like it. It sounds pretty gay.
Yeah, I was always a paladin.
Yeah, it's
Fuck a
paladin or nothing.
Disavow the paladin. Okay, we're
it's
gonna
'cause
go
they
back to
whoop
this.
your ass.
We're gonna go back You know, okay, yeah. You know, I lost like 6 subs after that karaoke nonsense, okay? I was at 10 before Emma joined, or not subs, watchers. I was at 10 before Emma joined, and Emma joins, and now I'm at 4. So, you know what? Fuck me. Although Emmett probably just did advertisement for his own channel, so probably the people that were watching me probably then went and watched Emmett. He just like parasitized the small amount of viewership I have, you know, but God bless
That's all right. We can all get along.
Yeah.
I still hit the like button over at his channel.
That's fine. That's
good,
fine.
Man. I'm over there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I put it on in the background while I'm on stream. Right?
But everyone hit the like button on my channel too, you know, because I feel like I have 1 like unless my thing hasn't refreshed. And like, you know, there's like so many people watching. There's like so many, there's at least like more than 3 people watching, at least more than 3. So like, you know, we could get like some more likes out of this. But anyway, we're going to keep going. What is Dr. K? What is this motion, Dr. K? That is a little sus. I don't know what he's miming right now, but we're going to find out. Nope, we're not, because I hit the wrong button.
Now, the spiritual tradition that I come from is all about particular practices that evoke certain subjective experiences. And as people have those experiences, their sense of purpose increases. And this is where I think there's a major shortcoming of science. So science can tell you what you should do, but it doesn't create experiences in and of itself, right? So we can scientifically understand that the highest risk factor for pornography addiction is having no meaning in life. But even if we know that, that doesn't help us like fix the problem. Then there's always a question of how. Like, so we can discover something with science, but then there's a question of how do we actually like move from point A to point B? And that's where I find spiritual practice is incredibly helpful.
Mm-hmm. Would you classify yourself as religious? Or
yes,
okay.
I think so.
Greg?
Yep.
What is the perspective you bring to this conversation, and what's the lived experience, the academia?
Doomerang, you have to be more specific.
Lends itself to that perspective.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of that fitting in, and I relate to a lot what you're saying, Alok, about people's challenges. Now, what's interesting to me about this whole discussion, since I'm a Christian, and I understand the world from a theistic perspective, because I think it's the best explanation for the way things are.
Just to give a definition to that, theistic. What does that mean?
A personal God.
A God.
There is a personal God who is involved with the world. He made the world and he still maintains activity, as opposed to deistic, which just wound up the clock and let it go, okay? So my view is God is still involved. In fact, so involved that he actually came to earth in the person of Jesus of Nazareth to create a rescue plan. Now, what's interesting to me about this broader question, we can get into more details too, is that it's not, if there is a God who made the world for a purpose.
Well, Doomerang, it's a discussion / debate. So this guy that we're seeing, this old fuck, he is Christian. So, you know, and an Indian guy is like spiritual. Alex O'Connor, you know, is atheist. So we kind of have all blends here, right? So.
Wait. Why'd you call the Christian commentator an old fuck, but you gave compliments to the Indian guy?
Because I've never seen this guy before, so I mean, I shouldn't be mean to him, but Dr. K is honestly goated. I've seen him a lot. I think he's very good. I really think he's good. You guys might think he's a heathen because yes, he's not a Christian. He's like, you know, into like mysticism and stuff. But again, I will take that any day over modern psychiatry, and I think Emmett would too. If Emmett was like talking to me in person, and especially if I could like, you know, like maybe like force him to agree with me, then I think you would agree with me. You know what I mean?
Make it a gay? In a gay way, right?
Frankie, in a normal way. In a normal way. Don't shake your head at me, Ag. Don't shake. I see that head shaking. I see that face palm.
With meaning. People can participate in that meaning and purpose even if they don't know God. They won't be experiencing what they were made for, which is to be in friendship with him, with the plan that he's made for their flourishing. But they still can flourish in some measure insofar as they touch on these objective features. But insofar as we are able, even without belief in God, to kind of get in that groove of the things that God made us for, the purposes that he intends, in light of being made like him in some way in his image, there's going to be a measure of satisfaction. But what they'll be missing is the ultimate, and that is that friendship with God and being restored in that.
Alex.
Yes, sir.
Same question for you about what you bring to this conversation in terms of your perspective, your experience, and maybe some of your sort of personal journey?
Well, for my own part, I was quite swept up in the new atheism movement, which was a mid-2000s publishing phenomenon.
Are you adding creamer to your wine?
No, that would be insane. I'm crazy. I'm not that crazy. It's grape juice. I'm making some sangria. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
Making some
It kind of looks like a creamer container or like one of those.
I'm adding like some like hazelnut creamer in my wine.
I'm not just crazy. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay. I want to just answer because Doomerang says our priorities aren't totally aligned. So I'm trying to understand why you care what the Hindustan thinks. The reason is, okay, so this is so okay. So my background, which is a terrible background, no one should ever do what I did, was in psychology. Okay, that was my background, and why I was interested in psychology is because I read people like Carl Jung and like the more people who are more like Christian minded and that like talked about the subconscious, and I thought that was really interesting. But then going into psychology at a secular university, I realized that it's all like cucked all the way down, and it's all about behavioralism, and it's all about just the mechanistic structure of the mind. And in psychiatry itself is just about pumping people full of drugs, antidepressants, antipsychotics, all of that stuff. And so what I like about Dr. K is he has gone through the whole normal allopathic system of pumping people full of drugs. Like he was taught that in school, but he blends better things within that, experiential things. It's not like he just tells people to do like Hindu stuff. Like I don't know if you've ever watched him, but I think I would recommend anyone watch him because like the way he talks. I've never heard of him before this. Okay, so the way he talks to people is in like a real way. Like he'll actually, if you watch, he's done like therapy sessions kind of online with like a bunch of people, and he gives, I think, actual like good life advice and actually tries to help people and doesn't. And to me, that's a refreshing contrast from modern psychiatry. So I don't know if that bridges the gap, Doomer, but that's the thing. I think most psychiatry, almost all psychiatrists, I think, all they're taught to do, they're MDs, right? You have to be a medical doctor to even specialize in psychiatry, right? Which is different than psychology. And so he will try, instead of just going with the drug route, he'll do other stuff. And I would know, Godspeed, it's not just Hindu stuff. I mean, like he might recommend like some meditative practices, but Christianity has a rich meditative tradition, right? As any ortho bro or Catholic bro would know, right? Like Christianity is not afraid of mysticism. And so I haven't seen Dr. K be like, oh, you have to like say Hare Krishna a bunch of times. I haven't seen that. I've seen him give like legitimate advice that treats a human as a holistic entity, right? That a human is composed of like a spirit and a soul and a body. Whereas like for psychiatry, it's like, it's just the body and the brain is all you have. And consciousness is just an emergent property of mechanistic things happening in your brain. And so it's all about how do we affect neurotransmitters? And that's the only thing, full stop. And I think that's degenerate. I think that's terrible. And I hate that that's the best medical system we have for people that are like really suffering with like severe mental illness. And so I think Dr. K provides an alternative. I think there can be some uses for that, but I mean, yeah, overall, I agree. Yeah, and I don't want to go too far. I'm not saying you should. Yeah, I'm not like fully anti-meds or anything, but I'm saying psychiatry, I guess, is a one-trick pony. That's if anyone sees a psychiatrist, that is the only thing that they will do. Psychologists can't give meds, so they'll do at least other stuff. But psychiatry specifically, their goal, if you go see a psychiatrist, they will just say, these are the meds that I will, prescribe you. Yeah. And that could be for some people, yes. If you have like severe schizophrenia, maybe that is the best option. But that's what I like about Dr. K. Sorry. Or maybe somebody that's like already been through the ropes and then, just seeking out somebody to just give them the meds that they know they're good with. Right. So yeah. So I don't want to. Yeah, I'm probably. The doctors have to have some level of trust with their patients when they prescribe them meds. Otherwise, they wouldn't prescribe them to begin with. Yeah. But I think we have an over-prescription problem, and yeah, I guess I like that Dr. K tries to look at more aspects with the narcotics. Oh, who has? America so far. I mean, they don't just hand out narcotics like candy anymore. No, they don't. But psychiatrists never hand out narcotics though. Exactly. So that psychiatrist is like a whole different animal. And it's kind of a step down. Yeah. Yeah. Doomerang says, how is he a psychiatrist if he isn't prescribing anything? I'm not saying he doesn't prescribe anything. I'm saying that he sees things as a blend of both. He thinks that there are some times where there are meds that you should probably take, right? Like if you have full-blown schizophrenia, yeah, then you probably do need an antipsychotic, right? If you have a full-blown panic disorder, maybe you do need like benzodiazepines, right? But it's not his only
antisocial
answer.
personality disorder and such. There's some extreme cases.
Right. Yeah. There's like certain things where it's like,
other things, but there are cases where it would be handy to be able to have these meds available, and the people willing to take them, of course. But
right,
a lot of those patients are not so willing to take these kind of meds because it makes them feel messed up.
Right. And I guess I like that Dr. Kiss is one of the only, I think the only, there's probably other ones. He's the only one I know who's a psychiatrist who like has like some type of online presence, who will try to do both of those things, who attacks the problem from a biological and like a neurotransmitter level, but then also will like talk about like what the root cause of what you're experiencing is. So if you go to see Dr. K and you're depressed, he's not going to just huck SSRIs at you automatically. He's going to look at it in a more like nuanced way. And maybe his solution will be SSRIs and other antidepressants, or maybe his solution will be something more practical or something that gets to the root of the problem. And I think that blend, I think, is important. And in modern psychiatry, that blend does not exist for the vast majority of psychiatrists. Is his worldview similar to that of the people of his nation? To some extent, maybe, in the sense that he sees things in a less atheistic way. And I guess that's the tension. Like we can like knock kind of like what he does all we want, but at the same time, again, modern psychiatry in the West is fully atheistic. It doesn't believe in a soul. It doesn't believe in a spirit. It doesn't believe in any spiritual reality. And so you might say that Dr. K is going into other territories you don't like. But to me, I don't know if I would say I would rather take his brand of stuff than take the atheistic stuff. Like if I had to pick between an atheist and Dr. K, I would pick Dr. K any day of the week. Right?
Yeah, but I understand what Doomerang is saying. I mean, there are different kinds of, psychiatrists and psychologists. Some of them are more religious based. Hell, some of them you can go, if the church is big enough, you might have an offshoot of those types of professions. I've seen it firsthand. So I see what Doomerang is saying. I mean, you want necessarily your person that's giving you mental advice on how to handle things in life have similar, at least, worldviews as you do.
Yes, I guess what I would say is with psychologists, I have seen people who share my worldview, like Jordan Peterson, right, was a clinical psychologist, and I align a lot with Jordan Peterson's worldview. But psychiatry, I think, is one of those areas, and maybe I just don't know of them, but all the psychiatrists I've ever seen write any articles, write any journal articles, say anything online ever, it's always like fully like atheistic. Even if they don't say it, they're never talking about anything deeper. At least psychologists, I agree, then you have a mishmash. You could be like a Christian psychologist. I have never seen a Christian psychiatrist. I'm sure they exist, but I've just never seen any of them. Like that,
You're right. I mean, I haven't seen more than the other, but I don't know.
So I guess
that's kind of a weird subject also, because I mean they kind of have to remain somewhat neutral on that. So
yeah, but I guess I would say I don't think neutral means denying any inner experience or like the soul. And I think,
no, but they're not going to sit there and go on and try to preach Jesus to you either.
No, I know, but I think that they should probably. I think psychologists, I think, can look at your life and ask more like probing questions. And you could even go see a psychologist like Jordan Peterson. I could go see him if he was still doing private practice, right? And I could get some type of Christian psychological help. With a psychiatrist, because it's under the medical field, then definitionally it like has to be secular. And I hate that.
Less about your exactly, yeah.
And so at least Dr. K is like kind of like bucking that trend. Even if I understand he's like more like Hindu than he is anything else. But I guess I would take. I mean, this isn't obvious maybe to or like maybe other people wouldn't agree with me, but I would take a Hindu psychiatrist over an atheist psychiatrist any day. Because I share more in common with a Hindu than I do with an atheist. I share nothing in common with an atheist.
Yeah, I would just say that they're both useful in their ways, but I wouldn't like overwhelmingly prescribe that sort of stuff. I mean, how many thousands of years and civilizations have we been through, and we didn't have freaking psychologists like this and psychiatrists like this and all this shit.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's fair.
I mean,
and you could also argue that it was probably much harder on I don't want to use the word psychology, but it's harder on the mental state was harder on other people than it was on us today in today's world. Because a lot of times we kind of get to identify and change what's causing our like mental states. But back then, if the king says go do this, you didn't really have an option.
Yep.
Yeah.
Of the world, saying that religion is evil and terrible, and I think promising an alternative, a kind of secular humanist utopia, that if you'll only throw off
just another form of control,
oppressive religious systems, you will regain your spiritual autonomy and be able to assert yourself and the intrinsic meaning that you have within yourself. And people tried that, and it didn't seem to work. And I think that's because the New Atheist movement was quite philosophically shallow. It didn't seriously engage with the existential component of religious belief.
That's exactly what I was saying. This is why I love Cosmic Skeptic. He knows New Atheism is shit, and it doesn't contend with the existential, which is this is what Frankie is gone, I think now, but this is what me and Frankie were talking about at the beginning. We all agree New Atheism is shit. Okay, we all agree with that. Dawkins, Dennett, Sam Harris, Christopher Hitchens.
Now, when they say New Atheism, is there an old atheism?
Yeah, the old atheism would be people like Nietzsche and Sartre and like
the Renaissance, the Renaissance atheists.
Yeah,
sorry, hey, I'm sorry, man. Just these fucking people. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, but no, exactly what you said, Frankie. Yeah, the Renaissance, the David Hume, right? That type of atheism is incredibly different from what we've seen in the past 20 years with the so-called New Atheism movement, which is the community note on screen from Diary of a CEO, which kind of answers it. But yeah,
they're just making fun of Christians, and they know that it's the whole adage of so Robert E. Howard is one of my favorite authors. He wrote the Conan series, Conan the Barbarian, right? One of the best quotes is that a civilized man is much more pretentious than a savage, because he knows that he's more discourteous than a savage, because he knows that he can be impolite without getting his skull split.
Did you say somebody you knew wrote Conan the Barbarian?
Robert E. Howard. He's one of my favorite authors.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you knew them and shit.
No, Robert E. Howard was in the 1930s.
Okay.
A personal friend of Frankie. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I was like, who's your friend?
I'm a time traveler.
Okay, Doomerang wants me to answer his question. I guess you mean the last one. Do worldviews affect the condition of a nation? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. I think obviously I think the Christian worldview is better, and I think it's affected better nations. But that doesn't mean I don't think there could be ideas from other nations, even if I think they affect things negatively. I think you can still pull stuff. I think a lot of people disagree with me on this, but I think there are some stuff from India and from Hinduism or from Buddhism that I think there is some good ideas, right? And that could be integrated. And they're also found in Christianity, but stuff like meditation, just meditation on its own, obviously big in Buddhism, big in Hinduism, and has a place in Christianity too throughout history. But I don't think it's wrong to be the way the average Buddhist meditates more than the average Christian, that would just be a very obvious fact, I think, right? And I think meditation is good. It doesn't mean I want to live in a Buddhist culture, and I think the Buddhist worldview has affected things negatively. I think if you look at the average Buddhist country, I don't think it's doing as good as the average Christian country. But I don't think that means you just can throw away everything from every other worldview. So no, I don't. So to your second question, do I want Americans' condition to become more closer to that of his nation? Absolutely not. I don't want. I mean, in the country I live in now, it's looking more and more like India, brother. But but that's because we have some crazy immigration going on. But no, I don't want it. But I don't think that's the same thing. It's like to use an analogy, we were talking about Nietzsche before. I like a lot of Nietzsche's ideas. Do I want a society governed by Nietzsche's ideas? Absolutely not. But there are parts of what Nietzsche said that I think are very useful, and you could add them to your own life. You could add them to your own worldview. You could take inspiration, or you could find value in them. But do I want the U.S. to be governed by what Nietzsche said? Absolutely not. I think that'd be terrible. So I don't think we have to throw the baby out with the bathwater, I guess is probably the simple way of saying it, right? Like, I'm sorry, I'm like fucking retarded with like saying things in like a normal way. But that's kind of
a big word salad just to say throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, I probably just should have said that. I need like an interpreter, But yeah, that's where Ag comes in. At least if I'm fighting with someone, then he'll like bridge the gap. But I think I think that kind of explains it. But apparently not, maybe, because Doomerang says there's no such thing as one part. I'm not sure. We might just fundamentally disagree. It depends what you mean. Do you disagree that like I can look at Nietzsche and I can take some ideas from Nietzsche or some ideas from other writers and think that they're useful and apply them in my life? And it doesn't mean I have to accept their whole worldview. It just means there's some good parts, right?
Now to clarify on this, do you have an example of a good part from Nietzsche, or like something you say is from Nietzsche that you use in your day-to-day life?
Yeah. I was going to say that's a very broad question, like super broad.
Wait,
like of course you could take any iteration from anybody throughout history and say, okay, there's something in all this stuff that these people wrote. There's something good in each and in every one of their writings, but
yeah,
I mean it's just a super broad question though. Of course, there's probably some of Nietzsche's stuff that are fitting. But
to give an example, you could have read from the Mustache Man that he brushes his teeth every day, and then you could say that, oh well, I got from Mustache Man that I can brush my teeth every day.
Okay,
exactly.
No, that's fair. But the difference I would say there's stuff I've read, at least in my mind, that was specifically from Nietzsche that I think I found value in places where I haven't found it in many other places. So like Nietzsche's whole idea of like existentialism, that the key component of the human experience is that science is ill-fitting, that everything else, philosophy itself, is in some ways degenerate. It's an exercise of the mind, but ultimately we are experiential beings. What we actually experience is what counts. And having his idea of like the will to power, that you need to have power in your own life to overcome, power to have agency, right? Like I think those are like good things that I think he expressed strongly. And so it's not just like Nietzsche is saying any old thing that I could find in any other book. I think Nietzsche has said specific things that I think resonate specifically in a good way. And if we want to look at the other example, me and Frankie were talking about his kind of prophecy about the death of God, that once we get rid of God, we will see a bunch of bad stuff happen in society. I think Nietzsche was like the first one to say that. So I think that is value I get out of Nietzsche, right? Like I think he did correctly identify what the cultural problem would be like hundreds of years before it happened.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing that I would probably say is the greatest aspect of Nietzsche, is that he was aware of kind of going down the path of, I guess atheism wasn't a term back then, but a non-believer, and destroying moral foundations that come from people who actually do believe.
Right, yeah, and the consequences of that. Yeah.
Just because someone said seemed prophetic doesn't make them a prophet.
That is true.
No, I'm not saying Nietzsche is actually. I'm using that in a loose way. I'm not saying he's a prophet.
Just because he went down a certain rabbit hole and happened to be right, it's like.
Right, but Nietzsche
broken clock to be right twice.
He's a smart guy.
But yeah, that's the thing. Nietzsche he's not a broken clock. I mean, Nietzsche was incredibly ahead of his time. Like it's not like he just said, he's not Nostradamus where he just said like a million things and some of them happened to stick. I think a lot of things, a shocking number of predictions that Nietzsche made about the direction of culture and society and what would happen did end up happening.
A lot of these things were predictable factors too. I mean,
maybe, but no one else was doing it at the time. So I mean, that
nobody
has to
else
mean
was
something.
doing this. Yeah. So I mean,
And plus, like, it's kind of this may be wild to say, but coming from someone who's dismantling the belief in God, it may be easier for someone to perceive how, you know, if you promote this belief, how it could undermine a country's religious structure and moral foundation, to where you're the bad guy giving these ideas, but yet you can see how this is going to be detrimental to a society who doesn't accept it already.
Yes, but also Nietzsche was not the first person to express atheism, right? Atheism
no
has existed since like the Greeks and stuff. So I think Nietzsche, lived in a specific moment in time, and he saw that the West was moving away from Christendom, and he predicted the consequences of what that would be. And hindsight's 2020. So like, it's easy for us to look back and be like, oh, it's so obvious that the West would fall into decadence and disarray if they have no like good replacement for God. At the time, I don't know if it was super obvious, because again, no one else was saying it. Everyone else thought, hey, we're moving into the Enlightenment. Everything's good. We have it all figured out. We can just replace God with secular humanism and just the ideals that we. And it's like, and Nietzsche was like, I don't know, man. You need more than that.
I don't know, because there's no hard foundation. It's a foundation of sand, not of rock.
Yeah, I was going to say history kind of shows that, because when the Greeks started to lose their moral foundation around the little bit of morals they got from the Greek gods, it was real easy for Christendom to then take over.
Yeah, but here's the thing: the Greek gods were always finicky too, because the Greeks only prayed to their gods because they feared worse. That's what it was. None of the gods of Greece loved their subjects. I know I'm talking about that as if they were real, but for this, it works. Zeus cared less for humanity. Zeus and Poseidon were raging sex addicts. They had well over hundreds of children. Hercules, Theseus, Perseus, the list goes on and on. And the fact that it shows like there, let's take, for example, right, what was it, Theseus' mother? Was it Theseus or Perseus? One or two, that the king will lock his daughter in a tower. Zeus will turn into sand and sprinkle himself down into the tower just to have sex with her. That's not a God who loves humanity. That's a God that just does shit for himself.
Yeah, I was going to say they did have some shaky mythology.
Yeah. Although some gods were bad, like Athena, pretty goated goddess.
No. She's the one that turned Medusa into Medusa because she was jealous.
No, Poseidon.
That's because Medusa had sex in the temple of Athena, though, right?
No, wrong.
Or was raped. It depends.
Hey, stop! Let me do it. No, Athena was a young girl who was trying to be a priestess. No, Medusa was a young girl who was trying to be a priestess of Athena. Poseidon showed up, and Poseidon was like, "Hey, you look good. Why don't you become my priestess? You can, rule. You can be also a queen. You can rule the 7 seas with me." And she declined him. And what did he do? He brutally S8'd her.
That's unclear. It's unclear in the text. I've looked into this. It's unclear.
Then why the fuck?
Do you want to bring it up?
Bring what up?
We can bring up the story, and then
It's not you. The problem is you can't exactly bring up the story because it comes from there's different people that have written different accounts, right? It's not like the Bible where you have like one
that's
book.
Fair. That's fair.
And each one, in the Greek word, people argue about whether that word implies it was non-consensual or it was consensual, and so I agree. If Medusa did get graped, then yes, then Athena's kind of an asshole. But if she did just like fuck in Athena's temple, then that thought should have been turned to stone. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't think it would have mattered whether it was consensual or not, because I think she would have still done the same thing if it was unconsensual.
No, but I'm saying Athena is kind of goated if it was consensual, right? Because then why are you fucking in Athena? You're supposed to be a maiden if it's grape, then yeah, then Athena's an asshole, right? So like
But
that
God,
hinges on
gods
that.
don't take out their punishment on other gods; they take them out on the humans. That's kind of a
they take it
continued
out on the
story
humans,
throughout.
because
Yeah,
if
but Medusa wasn't a
Poseidon-
god.
No,
That's what I'm
okay.
saying. What I'm saying is, no matter if a god if a god does something against a god, the god is not going to punish
Nothing
them.
happens.
It's going to
Nothing
punish
happens
the
between the
human.
gods. But let's take an example. Medusa, Poseidon, and Athena. Athena decided to punish Medusa, and that was the problem.
That's not a problem if it's consensual. Then Athena shouldn't have.
Dude, I'm telling you.
I'm saying scholars debate this. Okay, I don't know. I don't know how to decide which one's right. But I'm saying.
Okay, name the scholar. Name the scholar.
I'm not a fucking expert.
You can't say scholars debate this and then not know the scholars that debate this.
Wait, are you fucking kidding me? Look, I know in rabbinical literature, I know scholars debate on a lot of parts of the Talmud. I can't name them off the top of my fucking head. It doesn't mean it's not true.
Well, then you can't. You personally can't make that argument.
Yes, I
can. You don't know.
Yes, I
can.
How? I know, brother. I know scholars debate the theory of we talked about this, I think, last stream about quantum physics. I can't necessarily tell you all of them. I just know it's a contested issue. Same with like the origins of the universe. Same with abiogenesis. You can know that something is contested without being able to name the exact scholars who contested. That's so patently obvious.
Well, the problem is you're saying something's contested, but you don't know who's contesting it. So how can you say it's contested? You're right.
I feel like you're
right that these are. Hang on, you're right. These arguments are contested, but see, the problem is if you don't know, how can you say that?
Okay, so are you saying Big Soda? I can't say that the interpretation of how life started on Earth, right? Like abiogenesis, how originally life began. I'm not allowed to say it's contested because I can't tell you the biologists that contest it.
No, if you're going to use the argument that this is contested and scholars,
I'm not using it as an argument. I'm saying it is that is a fact. I don't need to know who contested it to know that it's contested.
Well, and then so now I'm asking who's contesting it, and you can't. You have no ability to then say, okay, well, this person's contested. You're just openly stating that, hey, something's contested.
Yes, just like but that's why I brought up the example of abiogenesis. We all agree that's contested, right? No one really knows how life was formed. People have different theories. It's contested. I don't need to know the biologists to know that.
I would say I don't know because I don't know who's contesting it.
All right, Soda, hold on.
That's insane. That's an insane standard.
It's an insane standard to say you don't know something when you don't know it.
No, it's insane to think that if you're going to say something's contested, you have to be able to name the exact people who contest it.
That seems reasonable.
Are you contesting it?
That's not reasonable. That's absolutely
Who's
not
contesting
reasonable.
What the fuck did I left for like 5 minutes. Who the fuck? What are we contesting?
We're talking about Medusa. We're talking about Medusa, and if it was non-consensual or consensual when Poseidon either essayed her or had sex with her. And I said that this is debated in amongst Greek scholars, and in Big Soda's well, name the scholars, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't know the Greek scholar. I've looked this up before. I know it's contested. I know people argue back and forth, and he's like, well, you can't say that unless you can name the specific people. I think that's fucking nonsense. I think that's nonsense. Wait, how is that straw man? How is that straw man?
Here's mine. The reason why I am going with the great is because of the personality of Poseidon.
No, okay, wait, Frankie, hold on. Let's up Big Soda because Big Soda said I strawmanned him, so
okay,
I don't want to strawman him. So
okay, this is what I'm saying. So he's using the claim that this is contested literature, and I was asking, okay, well then let's figure out who's contesting it. He couldn't say who's contesting it, and so I guess what I'm trying to say is, well then, like, how can you make that claim if you don't know who's contesting it? If you know it's being contested but you don't know by who, then why would you make the claim that it's being contested?
I don't see how I strawmanned you. I feel like
I feel like you just the reason where you strawmanned me is you're saying I asked you. I guess
you did. You asked me who's contesting it.
Yes, but I think that's different than what you said in your representation of what I asked you.
Okay, maybe, and if it is, then I apologize. But again, so Egg, my counterexample, and Egg, tell me what you think. My counterexample was many things. I know that abiogenesis, how life was formed, I know it's contested amongst biologists. But if you ask me which biologists specifically disagree on how life was formed, I couldn't tell you that. But I know it's contested, and I know I'm right, and I would bet like any amount of money that I'm right, that abiogenesis is contested. But so you can know something's contested without knowing the specific people. So
I would say, yeah, we're not in like exactly a formal debate style atmosphere, and we're not like coming with facts that we have narrators to these facts, so to speak. I don't know how to. No, I mean, I wouldn't expect you to know everybody on call, whose their names are and who said what exactly. I mean, but if you could recite even one or a quote from one exactly word for word or something, then it's like it becomes that much more meaningful. So I see what Grande Soda is saying.
I guess I wasn't trying to be like source bro. I was just trying to be like, okay, well, you made the statement that it's contested literature, and so to move it forward between whether it is consensual or non-consensual, I guess I'm asking whether, do you have someone who is contesting the fact that this is consensual or non-consensual? And so I guess the focus meant on whether you can claim it or not. I guess I'm saying that to be able to claim something like that, I would presume that you would have then some sliver of evidence you could.
That's why I was asking what the claim was or what we're talking about.
I mean, I'd have to look it up.
I didn't know this was.
We're talking about like some hypothetical Greek god shit.
Yes. So like this is me looking it up, Big Soda. I don't know off the top of my head. Okay, so Beth Seelig is someone who, and again, I don't know who that is. I'm just reading it. Beth Seelig is someone who thinks that Medusa was raped. Okay.
Okay.
So that's someone who would say that.
So here is my.
What about the other? What about your side? The one because you're the one that said it's contested on whether it's non-consensual or consensual. So wouldn't your side be consensual?
Can I give my reasoning, Soda? Can I give my reasoning?
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah. Let me look it up in the meantime.
The reason why I am saying that Poseidon raped her is because of the personality of Poseidon. He and Zeus are virtually the same. Their temper is volcanic tempers are never long at best. All right. And the fact of the matter is that Medusa denied a god.
Well, I think Zeus was
It's like she cucked him. It's like she cucked him. Oh fuck! I'll be back.
Okay, so I want to say.
I was going to say I think Zeus was more not of this world, and Poseidon was more of this world. So they're not really the same.
Aren't they brothers?
Yeah, but I mean, where did Zeus play out in like physicality as opposed to like Poseidon?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I want to briefly say
Zeus was that god
of the ocean, and the other's a manifestation of God.
Okay, Big Soda, Sarah Johnson is a major scholar of Greek mythology, and she disagrees with the essay hypothesis.
She can disagree all she wants, but what I'm stating is this.
She sounds like a grape apologist.
I mean, maybe, but this is my point. Does me looking this up now, does this mean what I said was true? I don't need to know these names to know it's true. You can read that something's contested and then not have the specific names off the top of your head, right?
I guess what I'm saying is it's like for you to say it's contested, I would assume you would then have that next sliver to kind of guide the conversation to then say, okay, well, that makes sense. It is contested, because I've never heard this in any sense be contested.
I think I get what you're saying, but I guess my counter is there's so many things that I know are contested, but off the top of my head I couldn't tell you why. That's why I brought up the example of abiogenesis or about the Talmud. I know that Jews disagree on the interpretation of the Talmud and some of its more problematic passages, but I'd have to look it up to know like what specific rabbi. But I know it is contested, and I would bet money that it's contested. But I can't necessarily. I'd have to like look up a name to tell you, right? Like Because like memory is like, it's easier to remember that, scholars disagree on this one topic than it is to know the exact scholars, like just from a human memory point of view, right?
The argument I would make is we know flat Earth and round Earth are contested, but that doesn't give it any credibility on whether the contesting is actually legit or not.
That's a good point. That's a good point. But I guess what I'm saying is major Greek scholars contest this. Just like I would say with Talmudic literature, major rabbis contest the interpretation of parts of the Talmud, and major biologists. So I totally get your point with flat Earth, but they're not both professionals that are both like equally versed in the topic, disagreeing on if the Earth is flat. But when I'm saying this about Greek literature, I'm saying that these are like both contested things. It depends on what story you follow. It depends on how you interpret certain Greek words. It depends on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, okay, we can interpret two Greek words, but let me get back to my point. The fact of the matter is Poseidon's personality. Because remember, Odysseus, after the Trojan War, Odysseus was like, I can do anything now. And he pissed off Poseidon of all people. Okay, like Poseidon was like, "What, you think you can do anything? I'm a god. What makes you think you could do anything? That man is nothing without the gods." That was Poseidon. He got his little butt hurt over words of Odysseus. And the fact of the matter is that if it's true that Medusa literally turned down Poseidon, a god of Olympus, that she inevitably cucked him, and then in a fit of rage, he brutally raped her. Okay, and then when it comes to the tattoos of Medusa, the tattoos of Medusa are associated with women who've been essayed and raped. That's the whole notion of that.
I think that's definitely likely knowing Poseidon. So I'll admit I'm doing some Athena apologia here because I like Athena. So I don't think Athena.
What about the story of Arachnia?
For someone being great.
What about the story of Arachnia?
How dare you?
I will say to the nth degree, I think it's a fucking cunt because she's one of the boys.
Disavow.
She's one of the boys. That's the problem.
Let's take Medusa out of it. What about the story of Arachnia?
Is that like a spider god? I don't
know. No, it's a story about the woman that was turned into the spider.
Oh, I don't think I know.
Athena was upset because there was a challenge between them, and the woman out-threaded her, from my remembrance of the story. Like they were competing to try and make a better something to do with thread, and she out-threaded Athena, and then Athena turned her into a spider.
Wow. Okay, I'd have to look it up.
Yeah.
But again,
the way I looked it up is a story of Arachnia.
But okay, do we both agree though? And this is what makes Greek stuff complicated.
I think I know what Soda's saying. I think I know what Soda's saying.
I want to say this first. Just to clarify, because a lot of the problem is, and this happens with Athena too. We get these stories from multiple different sources, right? And Big Soda, do you agree on that?
No, absolutely agree.
So that's kind of what makes it complicated, because like one writer might say, like, even because obviously like Romans mythology became combined with Greek mythology, so we might have one writer saying this story, and then we go to a different source and they say something totally different, and now it's like we're trying to decide who we believe in and who we don't, and that's like very different from like from the Bible, where we have like, one like kind of like solid text. So I think that's where a lot of these problems kind of stem from.
I just don't like the Greek mythology defending that you're doing.
I'm defending Athena.
Fuck Athena. Athena's considered the warrior. She's always praised by. It was either the Amazons either praised Athena or Hera. Those are the two women that the Amazons praised. Now
Hera's also goated. What are you talking about?
No, hey, hold on. Here's this aspect, right?
That the Amazons praised?
The Amazons praised either Athena or Hera.
Yeah, wait, the Amazons?
I thought we were talking about like the Greek. Wait, what?
Yeah, okay. I'm lost
Amazon
too.
Women.
That's like a different continent.
No, Amazon women are associated with the Greeks.
Do you not mean
Queen Hippolyta? You don't know her?
No, what? When you say Amazon, I'm thinking like Amazon, like from like South America. Is there like a different Amazon?
Amazonian women of Greek mythology.
Oh, okay. So not from.
Listen to this though. Listen to with Agrippia. With Agrippia, the fact of the matter is that he beat Athena, the reason why, because Athena is not a woman. Athena is not a ladylike. And Paris of Troy proved that during the contest between who was the most beautiful goddess of them all, which was Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite. And Paris chose Aphrodite because Aphrodite was more feminine. Athena looked too much like a man, and fucking Hera looked like an old cunt.
Do you at least like Artemis? Do you at least like Artemis? Like, I'm trying to just do a sanity check.
No, I don't like any of the Greek gods. They're all gay.
Oh, come on. Okay, we'll go back. I'm sorry. I've derailed this like so fully.
Well, since we're pulling it back from the derailment, hey guys, I'm gonna have to call it a night. I gotta get up early and work tomorrow.
Oh, you don't be
All right, big guy.
I know. I'm about to rage quit.
All right, rage quit.
Unsubscribe to
Confluence. Great. Athena's goated.
Terrible host. All right, y'all guys have a good night.
All right, take care, brother.
All right, peace.
Okay, we'll go back. I want to read Doobrain's thing. Poseidon's personality is also contested. It's not, though. It's actually not. And with that,
he's a raging sex addict.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. All scholars do agree Poseidon is a raging sex addict. I don't know if there's a single scholar that disagrees with that. I don't know how I need like a Egg. You have to like. I'm not blame, but you gotta Egg. You gotta like pull me back. Okay, I'm too. I'm too wild. I'm too wild. I need to figure out how to give you like keys on this, so you can stop things and stuff.
Like Agrippose, you gotta cuck him. You gotta cuck him hard.
Not in a gay way though. In a normal way. In a normal way, you have to cuck me hard. Okay, Marilyn's back. Marilyn, nothing has been derailed at all, Marilyn. Everything's been like totally normal, and we just like we paused. We talked about what was like relevant. You didn't miss anything, Marilyn. Nothing at all. Everything has been totally normal in this chat. Okay, we're gonna keep going with Marilyn. Actually, why don't you step up, Marilyn? This feels like your perfect kind of discussion. Am I wrong? Like crazy time. So Marilyn, I'm just saying, there's a link there if you wanna click it. Did my internet die? Why is my video all fucked? Can you guys hear me?
No, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Just my Chromebook internet died.
You're getting cucked right now, dude.
Yeah, but again, in a normal way.
And why it exists in the first place. And I think that is why it exists. I think humans are in a strange predicament due to the mystery of consciousness. We find ourselves possibly uniquely amongst other animals in the position of being mortal, being physically embodied, being in a world, but also knowing those things. It's one thing to experience the world. It's another thing to be aware that you're experiencing it. Josh Rasmussen once said, there's a difference between noticing a tree and noticing that you've noticed a tree. We have this sort of second order abstraction that we can do. So we know that death is coming, for example, and death makes a mockery of everything that we do. It seems to just obliterate any sense of purpose or meaning, because anything that we're building will ultimately, as far as we're concerned, be gone. And that may well be unique to human beings. And so I'm not the first to suggest that the principal motivating factor behind meaning-infused activities
Marilyn will be joining
is an engagement in death denial or some kind of immortality project. People literally, for fear of, as a result of the knowledge that this will all come to an end, engage in what we might call immortality projects. They engage in things which will outlast themselves, which give them a sense of escaping this death. The most obvious example is in religious traditions, which literally promise immortality for your own soul. But if you look just practically at where people subjectively report finding meaning, they find it in their children. They might find it in their job, but they're unlikely to find it in their job if they're doing something they don't really care about. They'll find it in their job. Maybe they're like a barrister, and they find a lot of meaning in bringing justice into the world because they're participating in a system which they believe will outlast them and is bigger than them. So when people talk about meaning, we talk about transcendence, something being above and beyond their own sort of material situation. And I think religion is the archetypal example of this, and I think it's why it evolves in the first place. There is this idea that we are living in a meaning crisis that has cropped up maybe in the past 100 years or so, or maybe in the last few hundred years or so as a response to the Enlightenment and the decline of religion. I think that's far too easy. I think that's way too easy. I think that If there is such thing as a meaning crisis, it is literally the human condition and the reason why these projects were invented in the first place.
Yeah, I don't know if I disagree with Alex, but at the same time I do. So I understand what Doomrag is saying. He says Christ, Alex is beyond stupid and he has no idea. I would say that obviously, yeah, there has been people struggling with meaning through all of human history, but I think in the last 100 to 200 years, obviously it's gotten like far worse. And in the past 30 years, it's gotten like way worse as religiosity goes down and people are moving more and more secular. I think that is a unique thing. And I don't know if it sounds like Alex is denying that, unless I'm mishearing him. But
what did he say?
He's saying it's too easy to say that it's like post-enlightenment and that we live in a meaning crisis now. At least this is what I heard. And he's saying this is like part of the human condition. And I think he thinks there's always been a meaning crisis and it's too easy to blame it on the rise of like secularism and the decline in religiosity. But I think that is causing...
Like he's saying, there's always been a fork in the road, and that a fork in the road in a midlife crisis. Like there's never a steady stream of it's either secular or it's religious. There's always a fork in the road or a bifurcation. That's what he's saying.
And I think I agree, but I think like I know we can't like ask obviously in the past, but if you ask people in like the 1500s, do you have meaning in your life? I don't think like half of them would say no. Whereas the stats we talked about at the beginning from what they gave, that like a large percent of people in the US and the UK feel like they have no meaning in their lives. I don't know if people throughout time and space would have said that. You're always going to have some people that would have said that, but I don't think it's as widespread as it is now. So I do think I do blame that on the Enlightenment and the values that followed that. I just think that just bears out in people's lives. And I think it would be borne out statistically if we could go back and poll people in the past. I mean, maybe I'm crazy, I don't know. But when I imagine someone living at any other point in human history that lived in like a deeply religious culture, I think they would have all thought their lives had meaning, or at least most of them, right?
Well, the thing is, before the Enlightenment, religion played a huge part in culture because, like you said, religion did give purpose. Like even if it was polytheistic religions, like the Greeks, the Egyptians, they was like, oh, I praise Osiris, and Osiris is this kind of god, and I believe that Osiris gives me purpose, etc., etc. So then when the Renaissance hit, when the Enlightenment hit, it's like they lost their purposes, and they're trying to create whole new ones that it still fell on their faces.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's what I'd agree with. Even in a polytheistic culture, even you could say that like not you specifically, Frankie, but the general you could say that it's illusory meaning. It's not actual meaning because it's not like Christ. It's not like the true God. But they would still act as if they had meaning. And then I think we see this new wave of atheism, whereas, you had like Diogenes and like people way back in the day that were like atheists, but it was like 1 in like 1,000 people. Like, it was like, there's a reason we have a few like ancient philosophers that were atheists, but almost none, almost none. And now we have like a large amount of people that are atheists and that are struggling to find meaning. So I don't know if I'm just misunderstanding Alex, but I feel like this is much more of a modern problem.
Well, they're sitting there really like processing out and thinking it through. But the problem is, atheism doesn't give anything. That's the thing. It doesn't give. It's nihilistic in a sense. It doesn't give anything. At least with religion, it gives something.
Right.
Like it's something to strive for, something to hold on to. It's like it's hope. Hope is a strong thing for somebody on the edge. And I think atheism just doesn't have it.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all.
What's next? Hold on. I'm trying. So is that whole aspect of when the Enlightenment hit? I don't remember the top names of the Enlightenment. If you could fight for me, and then we could just dive in through them, because those dudes, I really believe that those dudes had a quarrel with the church. They were, probably touched by a priest when they were a kid, et cetera, et cetera. No, I'm not being funny. Et cetera, because like a lot of atheists are former Christians or former religious. Like they had a bifurcation of some sort that turned them to atheism. They were never atheists from the start. That was the point. And when it comes to Dawkins and Harris and Krauss and shit, they want to pretend that they were atheists from the start, which I don't believe so.
Yeah, no, I think anyone who, like you said this, Frankie, and I think you're right. You said that a lot of atheists, it's not just a disbelief; they hate God. Like especially the new atheists. It's like if you read Dawkins and you read Sam Harris and stuff, there's an anger there, and it's like if you didn't believe in something, like I don't believe in unicorns. I'm not mad at unicorns. I'm not mad at Santa Claus. I just don't think he exists. But like, these new atheists, they have like an anger in their soul. So it's like
hatred towards it. It's like if you don't believe God exists, why do you hate him so much? Just leave us with our delusion. You know what I'm saying? Just leave us alone with our delusion. It is well, what about all the suffering? What do you mean, dog? Like suffering is going to happen no matter what. Like, a 1-year-old kid has cancer. Okay, that's life. Life sucks. It's not like God in heaven is saying, you know what, you have cancer. You know what, you have AIDS. You know what, you have this and that. I don't believe that at all. That's just me talking. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like for me,
wait, shout out Guam in the chat. Shout out Guam, if you want to hop up on panel, it's pinned. You're always welcome, brother.
How you doing? Like the conjoining twins. Like out of the womb, two heads as one, right? That's not God saying that. That's a genetic abnormality. That's a genetic abnormality. That's medical, right? That's nothing spiritual or nothing like that. I don't think that. Like, is it God's fault that you walk out your house and you fucking stub your toe and you knock your head on a pole? No. That's fucking life.
Okay, I guess to Steelman the opposite side, if God is theistic, and if God then did God not, and again this is me playing devil's advocate here, but did not God create the conditions for the conjoined twins or for someone who is 1 year old to have cancer, right? That would kind of be the atheist answer to that, or the atheist response. Well, and if we believe in theism, then isn't that kind of true?
Well, then I would say to the atheists, look, everything what God does is for the good of the Lord. There's nothing that I can't make anything that says nothing that God does is evil or God does that is a negative. Everything what God does is good. When God said that he created light, he saw light and he said it was good. I'll be back.
Frankie always leaves at the most when I want to ask him something, because I guess what is like, because I agree. Again, I am a Christian, but then it's like, the challenge would be then what is good about a 1 year, if everything God does is good, and we have conditions like Harlequin fetuses and, children getting cancer and all these like horrific medical stuff.
All this horrific medical stuff. But then
is that from God?
It's easy to point the finger at God. It's easy to point the finger at God.
Who else do you point the again, I'm like devil's advocate, but who else do we point the finger at?
Genetic. It's genetic abnormality.
And who made genetics?
God is real,
who made that?
If you do not believe God is real, then it's genetics.
I know,
then blame the human condition.
Yeah, but who made the human condition?
And then that's what the atheist is going to say.
Devil's advocating, to be clear, but who made the human condition?
The atheist is going to say, well, then who made the human condition? Who made genetics? Well, who do you think, atheist? Well, nothing. It's like, well, duh.
Yeah, from the atheist side, but I guess like if to be like Andrew Wilson pilled for a second, to do like an internal critique.
Like I noticed this with Andrew Wilson. He will literally use the atheist argument against him. He did that with Michael Daugherty. Michael Daugherty's a fucking weirdo.
No, but I'm trying to I guess do this to the Christian side of things. Okay, so from the Christian side of things, right? Like Christians believe that God like you said, everything God does is good. So those genetic abnormalities from a Christian paradigm, where did those come from?
Well, then, for my understanding is this: if it's a genetic abnormality which is terminal, right? And I believe that the Lord God is saying to them is that, hey, for a time being, you have your child, but then your child's going to go and come back to me, and your child's going to be waiting for you with me in heaven in holy grace. So that, in a sense, don't despair, rejoice.
Right, but there was so much like suffering between the point A and point B that you're talking about, right?
God made no bones about suffering. He made no bones about it. He knows. He plainly said, "Long suffering, suffer and suffer."
But I guess I'm asking you, like, so I have my own kind of answers to like the problem of evil. But what would you say is the reason that like a kid, okay, so I agree that the parent's going to see the kid again, but from the kid's point of view, let's say kid grows up, has a terrible genetic disorder, is in great pain, lives 5 years and dies. What's the point of that?
I think the point of that is that the fact that the kid didn't give up and he was still living for 5 years. Yes, the kid was in pain. Yes, the kid was in pain. Yes, the kid was, disabled and stuff, but the kid fought on. And yes, the kid died at 5 years old. We all have an expiration date. Some are earlier than others. Some are later than others. That's the fact of life.
I know, but it seems exceptionally cruel when it's a child, right? Who doesn't even have really.
The reason why we associate it with exceptionally cruel is because it's a child, right? We won't think of anything if an 80-year-old man had those deformities.
Well, I still would, but I think the child is because. Yeah, they seem innocent. They seem like they don't even understand, like someone who's born with especially some developmental delay, and who also has who's going to die in 5 years. It seems like, then what is even the point of that? Like, why?
Yeah, but what I noticed is this. That let's say a couple had a child that was deformed or terminally ill. The child lived to 3 to 5 years, right?
Sure.
The child died. Yes, there is mourning. Yes, the parents are sad. But then you hear later on, the parents will be like, my son has such a strength about him that he didn't let it own him. He has such a strength about it. Like, I wish I was just as strong as my son, kind of thing.
But that's
where I believe that the good of the Lord comes through that.
But that has to be cold. That's cold comfort to the child who's suffering, though, right? Like that. In some ways, okay. So this is my thoughts. Okay, I'm just speaking honestly. I think when people will look at some accident that happens, okay, so let's say parents have a kid and the kid dies, right? And they're like, oh well, God has taught me so much through this kid's death. That kind of bugs me in a way, because it's like, yeah, but the kid died, the kid suffered. That's cold comfort to the child who's actually suffering. The parents might be able to get some religious lesson from that and might grow as a person. But for the child who is suffering, they're not experiencing that. They're too young to even understand what's happening. They're just in pain, and then they die. So how do we square that circle?
See, that's where my limit of thinking is reaching. You know what I'm saying?
Marilyn says this is pissing me off. Marilyn, then step up. I don't know. Am I pissing you off, Marilyn? Because then elucidate us.
What's your time stamp then? I mean, 5 years? Is that what you're saying? Or is it, 10 years, 15?
I think.
At what point do you cut it off to where you're like, this just isn't worth it for this person to live a life, even though it's short?
I would say I don't know if I would say it's ever not worth it. I guess it just feels exceptionally difficult to grasp when you're so young that you can't even understand anything about life. And I don't know if I can give an exact age on that, but there's an age obviously where we come to some form of self-awareness, where we can think about God and think about mortality and think about death. But a 3-year-old has no brain capacity to do that. They're just in pain and then they die and they don't even know what's happening. Right. So there is, I can't give an exact cutoff, but there is a point where it's it feels like it's gratuitous. The suffering is gratuitous. It's not really adding any meaning. Right. And again, I'm still playing devil's advocate a bit, because I think I have my own different answers. But I think it is a hard problem, though. I think it is a difficult problem to kind of solve.
So I think that with a lot of my spiritual beliefs, I'm still learning a lot about them. But I think this is where my idea on God kind of addresses some of this. Is that I am actually not a fan of the idea of a God that actually interjects in our lives in any way.
Mhm.
I am honestly of the belief that God set everything up and set the rules, and that we're just living out the rules. So, yeah, a lot of people will say things that, like, a child may die. I don't think that that was God's doing. I also don't think that them surviving is God's doing. What I think that God would have set up in that position would be for us to learn from it and either take it in a very good way or a very bad way, which can also be learned from.
So then,
It isn't necessarily that God had anything to do with that child dying, but God put in place already whether or not you're going to actually take the message from it and move forward or not.
So are you a deist? Would you say?
So I don't really know the terms quite as well as I'd like to. Maybe you can explain that to me.
All right, so a theist is someone who believes in one God, like a singular divine entity, whether you want to call it God or Buddha or whatever, right? For my aspect, I associate myself with the Christian God. Now, to just a caveat on yours, Juan, what you're saying is that you rather have a God that's off hands. And I agree with you, because for me, God gives us the tools, the basic tools of life. We just have to work it. And it gives.
That's also not to say that I don't think that humans don't have the like spark or spark of divinity in them as well.
Yeah, I agree. But it gives me also a stronger argument for free will, despite what Sam Harris claims of there is no free will. Free will, if we didn't have free will, we will be automatic. We'll be like the angels. The angels don't have free will. We do. There's a clear difference between us and the angels in heaven. Clear differences.
Okay, if I can ask a point of clarification to Guam. Okay, so deism would be kind of the idea that so theism would be that God is like personally, like what Frankie said, that there is a God, but that he's also like personally interacting. Whereas deism would be that God is kind of like he wound the clock at the beginning, he set everything in motion, but he doesn't personally intervene in any day-to-day stuff. He just created stuff and he kind of is like hands off.
Then I guess I would put myself in more of the deist box.
I'm probably going to be half and half on that, because I do believe that your relationship with God is a personal relationship, and God is around. Because I do remember things like, man, if it wasn't for God, I wouldn't be here. I remember,
and from our conversation before Confluence of how I was talking about using hallucinogens to like try to listen for the messages from God. That's me trying to break down myself so that I can be more open to the messages that are already there that I haven't been able to pay attention to. I don't necessarily think that God is actually speaking to me in my head, to give me these ideas and to help me with my problems. It's more so that the answers were already there. And I do think that that's how God speaks, is that the message is already there. It's already been written a long time ago, not written physically, but everything is already there. It's just us going back and relearning it or knowing it for the first time.
So, okay, so I guess a question then, would you say you've had a personal experience with God? Or do you think you're tapping into some pre-written code? Because when we talked about hallucinogens, I feel like the way y'all were describing it is there is a personal aspect to it, of some divine thing speaking to your soul. So it sounds like God is intervening at least in that way.
No. So I would definitely say that it would be more of opening yourself up to the code that's already there, kind of, breaking the matrix a little bit so that you can actually see clearly. And that not necessarily that God is actually speaking to you and telling you everything, but more so that since you're already a part of God, you already have access to everything that was already there. So now you're just reconfiguring yourself to be able to take that information in a little bit easier.
Okay, I can see that. Okay, welcome, Marilyn. Okay, Marilyn, set me straight, but like, talk about something unrelated for 2 seconds because I have to pee, but I don't want to miss what's about to happen. So like, just talk about how life's going, but like, don't say anything like super important. Okay?
Confluence, quit
You
cucking.
want me to crash the party yet?
Yeah,
Confluence, quit cucking.
don't say anything. Don't say anything insane. Just like
Stop cucking, Confluence.
say normal
Stop
stuff.
cucking.
Confluence always be cucking. No, actually, disavow.
Something I can definitely say to you, Marilyn, is I do find a lot of your beliefs very interesting. I don't necessarily, I can't say that I have like all the information to go off of to say that it's like completely right or not. But, you know, I do think that there's a lot of similarities between what we believe. I think you just go to the next step. That like, I stay within the realms of all humans having like a spark of divinity. And I think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you go into more of, no, like, we are all the divinity itself.
Right. I don't want to go too far into it because of confluence. But yes, I believe we are all God. So it creates a little bit of, I understand exactly where the atheists are coming from, and I understand exactly where the Christians are coming from. So it's hard to, you know, and I lean more on the atheist side, honestly.
It's hard being out here having like your own interpretation of everything, isn't it?
I don't feel like it's an interpretation. I feel like it's closest to to what's going on than both sides, honestly. So I don't feel too bad about the situation being alone out here.
So I'm the one who everybody gets on because I can't say either way is right or wrong. I'm just learning.
I feel like both sides are right. It's just
guys, I told you not to talk about anything important.
It's nothing too crazy.
What the fuck?
Oh, we didn't talk about you. Don't worry.
I don't know. I don't want to miss. Marilyn's supposed to like set us straight, and then I want to hear Marilyn and Gua. You know, you're just supposed to do like introductions.
Stop your cucking.
Well, Gua knows me. No, he knows me already. He's talked to me before.
No, I know that, but what I'm saying is Confluence needs to just stop cucking in general.
No, never stop. Never stop being awesome. You don't cuck at all. You are the most alpha male out here, Confluence.
Real quick, I gotta tell you guys the new term that I came up with Lutch, Indian Jesus, info cucking.
Info cucking.
Yes.
Wait, what is that? What does that say more? Gua?
Info
What does that
cucking
mean?
is when like, and this can happen on any side, but it's usually woke people who will just sit there and source the entire conversation. That's info cucking to me. Or, you know, a higher, you know, whatever, this institution said this, so therefore, and just basically being cucked to the info that's already there instead of your own common sense.
Can I sidetrack real quick? I am fucking craving Popeyes right now. Fucking hell.
So about this whole diseases stuff and cancer and stuff, I do not believe it's God either. Is Frankie still here? Because I'm talking mainly to Frankie. Like I want to talk mainly.
I think he can. I think when Frankie does this, I think he can hear you. I think he's just muted. But from my experience, I think he can still hear us.
Yeah, he's like doing Frankie stuff.
Yeah, but I think he's still, because I've said stuff and he comes back and then he still knows what I said. So I think he has a earpiece on or something.
Okay, so
we're about to find out.
Basically, with him saying that atheists don't give anything, you know, and Christians do, I don't like that at all, because what exactly do people need to give? Like, why is there an agenda to force people to bring something to the table when, you know, God made us perfect? He made us just absolutely perfect by design. He created us in his image. We're in his image, and we are blessed, and we are called very good. We are the purpose. We are the plan. We are everything that we are is what we bring. We should not have an agenda saying you need to do this and you need to look higher and be higher and be something else other than what you are. Like there's nothing wrong with you. You are perfect in every way. I don't
agree with that. I don't agree with that because when you tell somebody, oh no, you're perfect in every single way, they don't see the true faults of their own, and then it's something that they have to fix.
I don't like that. I don't like that because
I'm not going to tell somebody who clearly is a fucking heroin addict to say you're perfect. Keep doing heroin.
No, you don't tell them to keep doing heroin. You tell them they're perfect.
No, you tell them you're fucking stupid. Stop doing heroin and fix yourself.
Which means they don't need heroin. When they realize that they're not lacking, they won't need the heroin. When they realize they are full.
No, they're addicted to the heroin. It says, no, stop putting the needle in your butthole and fucking get off of heroin.
I don't think that's how people use heroin, brother.
No, are you saying that like the natural human is perfect? It's all of the other influences that we put into ourselves that make us imperfect.
Because all of these things saying we're lacking, we're not perfect, we're a sinner, we're all these things that are, not good. Like everything that comes out of these Christians' mouths sounds like it comes out of the devil's mouth. It's accusing, coming from the accuser.
It doesn't, because Romans. Hold on, let me find it.
Oh, here we go with the damn witchcraft. No, bro.
Okay, Marilyn, let me ask you an honest question then. Honest question. Like, if I take this to the extreme, let's say someone is like a serial killer, right? So I get your point that they're like born perfect, but do you think is it Satan? Is it the accuser to say you are living in sin right now? You're killing people. And yeah, you'd be perfect if you didn't do that, but what you're doing right now is sinful. It's wrong. It's harming a lot of people. So you should change.
Like I said, they were not born that way. There was people in their lives that, disappointed them and hurt them very badly to make them feel like they needed to kill people.
I'm going to say no on that because there was always some tendencies. Let's take BTK. No, BTK. I'll give you a great example. BTK was a perfect example of someone who had very much psychotic tendencies, and he showed that after he killed his victims.
You did not walk a day in that man's life. You don't know how his childhood was. You don't know what happened to him behind the scenes.
From what he said, his childhood was pretty normal.
I'm sorry,
but then dude is not normal for.
What are we arguing about again? The fuck happened?
If society is constantly accusing you, this is how it turns atheists into atheists. When they're constantly on your ass and telling you you're not good enough, you've got to do this and be something different, you're going to get tendencies to kill a motherfucker. What are you talking about?
Marilyn, I agree with you at that point, but from Frankie's example of the BTK killer, right? Like, once he's killing, then we would say he's doing bad and he should change. And in his state, he is not perfect right now because he's torturing and killing people.
In a perfect world, he never would have he would have never have done that.
I agree, but it's not. We don't live in that world.
Let's move along the same logic as like
to stay in the present. You are not trying to move to the future to where we could get a world like that. You want to say it's not like that. It's not going to be like that. It'll never be like that. It's never been like that. We are trying to get somewhere. We are trying to get somewhere with all of this.
I agree.
So
okay, go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say.
And I have a question after.
If we're all kind of God, shouldn't we be eating some humble pie there on that situation? Or no?
No.
Okay. Oh, okay. Just so.
Listen, your thoughts. Evil is the intentional throwing off of the equilibrium. That is what evil is. It's intentionally throwing it off. Okay. If you are only thinking thoughts that are manifesting beliefs and manifesting into reality, evil is real. Sin is real. bad stuff happens and you're scaring the children saying, hey, murders happen. Hey, all this bad stuff happen, rather than holding that shit back and only speaking life and speaking goodness, then you are just as bad as the murderer, because you are still spewing out of your mouth only things the devil and the enemy would say to scare people, to harm people, to hurt people, to upset people.
Okay, that's
I have to come back in a second. I have parents picking up children.
Oh, okay.
I've been waiting on this for a while.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I had a sleepover. My daughter's birthday was yesterday, and they've been here today too. I will be back though. Give me a few minutes.
Okay.
I did have
Guam, I'll leave it to you. I'll put it to you. You were on to say something?
Yeah. So wouldn't it be a little bit more accurate, Marilyn, to say not necessarily that we're perfect, but more so to say that we have the ability to get back to perfection?
We don't even have to say that. We don't even have to take that stepping stone. You can just turn like this from your ways and not virtue signal. You don't, like, strong men, alpha men, they don't say, oh, my wife needs to submit to me, needing all this strength, needing all this submission. They already are strong in themselves. Like, if you're virtue signaling, obviously you are a weak man trying to pose as a strong man. When you already are a strong man, you don't have to feel weak. You don't have to have these thoughts that are doubtful and create this tension of an agenda, this logic and knowledge that you do not need unless there's a problem. Like, you're coming from a problem that you're trying to fix. If we know there's no problem, then we're more able to stand in our courage, stand in our strength, and not get the just slight doubt and fear etched into it that is unnecessary.
Hey, Marilyn, but I'm trying to, because Guam is not here right now, but I think what I don't want to misrepresent him, but he was asking about, like, the difference between being perfect now and the potentiality to be perfect. But you agree that right now, like, certain people should change. They are definitionally not perfect. Like from Frankie's example, the BTK killer, while he's killing, in that moment, he's not perfect. I agree with you. He could switch on a dime and he could accept God and he could recognize his divinity and he could be good. But in that moment, he is not. He is choosing evil, right?
Hold on, confluence. The BTK killer was a leader in his church.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm familiar with that story. But
yeah, like, hold on. I had to find it. So I found Paul's own words, Romans chapter 7, verse 14. No, let's go verse 15. For which I do, I allow not. For what I would, that I do, I not. But what I hate, that I do.
What?
If then I do that which I would not, I consent unto the law that it is good. This is Paul saying that he's understanding.
Frankie, you got to read that again, brother. You got to read that. You got to read that again.
Well, because it's the old English.
That's because you're all, like, so KGV coded. You know,
KGV coded.
Can't you, like, use ESV or NASB or NIV or something?
I'll find the regular version
just to make it easier for us, okay? Because it's like, do not which I don't not do in so much as I do. I can't, brother.
Oh God! All right.
Oh, it's funny.
All right, so then Romans chapter 7, verse 15, in the New Living Translation. Let's go with that one, okay?
Oh, that's a terrible translation, but go ahead.
Oh,
disavow that translation. It's a paraphrase. Terrible.
Let me find the ESV then.
Yeah, ESV, NASB, NIV, something good. Not the Message, not NLT. Fuck that shit.
All right, here we go. All right, so that I don't really understand myself for what I do, what is right. I want to do what's right, but I don't do it. Instead, I do what I hate. But if I know that what I'm doing is wrong, this shows that I agree that the law is good. So I am not I'm not the one doing wrong. It is the sin that's living in me that does it. What he's saying is he's acknowledging that he is sinful. He acknowledges
to himself, not to other people. To
Yeah,
himself.
actually,
He's acknowledging to himself that he is sinful.
That passage is kind of Maryland coded though in a way, because I feel like Paul is separating the sin from his perfect self in that passage, right?
But he's understanding that he has to fix himself. He's understanding he has to fix himself. He's not perfect in any way, shape, or form. He has to fix himself.
You know, Paul also said the kingdom of God is not in words, but in power.
Is in power as himself. You understand that Paul killed a bunch of people?
You know, Paul also died. He followed death to the grave. He idolized death as a god, and he chose death over God's promises over us in the end.
I'm at the find it because
wait, are you anti-Paul, Marilyn?
No, I love Paul. I love Paul. I love everyone. I'm just saying that there's still a shortcoming in the end of it. I want to say, I want to refer to a passage in Acts right now. It's in the New Testament. It's an example of a slave girl. Okay, and this Paul's in it. It's a slave girl who had a spirit of divination in Acts 16. She was following Paul around, yelling for days. She was saying, "These men are bondservants of the Most High God." She was saying that for days and days, and she said, "Who are proclaiming to you the way of salvation?" She said. Okay, so Paul eventually got really annoyed. Okay, and he finally cast the evil spirit out of her. Okay, so she was telling the truth. She was saying these are bondservants of the Most High God who are proclaiming to you the way of salvation. He cast the evil spirit out of her. She would not stop. Okay, you have to understand these minute little infractions. Like I believe we're all God. I believe you cannot infringe on another God. You cannot,
what do you mean another God? There is no other God.
No, we're all part of the one body. We're all part of the one body, okay?
We're separate from God. God created us separately
that's
from
what
him.
the enemy would say. That's what the snake in the garden would say. You are separate from God. You are separate. You are
because
separate.
Adam was created on the clay of the earth.
This is where me and Marilyn agree. This is why I'm Maryland coded. Maryland's right on this.
The book of Genesis is clear on this. We're created in God's image, but there's something apart. We're created from his flesh. Adam was created from the earth, from the firmament of the earth.
I don't believe none of that shit.
That's the book of Genesis.
I believe we are God, right? So
what you're saying is that God ripped the part of himself out and Adam came out?
I do not believe in creation or evolution. I believe we are God. So we always were and we always will be. We always were and we always will be. I'm saying we are God. There was when they started talking about creation, when they started talking about creation, they were creating an agenda. They were putting words to things. They were trying to explain things when there had to have been a problem to even give you a reason to put a name and identity on these things.
Okay, no. All right. Here's my question. Plain and simple. How do you believe Adam was created?
I don't
believe Adam came to be.
I believe Adam had a mother and a father, and I believe they had mothers and fathers, and they had mothers and fathers. They just pick that point out and say, okay, these are the first people who said they were people. These are the first people who said that there is a separation from man and woman.
You understand that God haters say the same thing, that Adam had parents, that those parents had parents had parents. God haters say the same thing.
God haters?
God haters say the same. The atheists say the same fucking thing. They say that Adam is a fucking monkey.
That's why I think they're closer to God than Christians, because Christians are idol worshipers.
Jesus.
Wait, Marilyn, Wait. How are Christians idol worshippers? Explain that.
When
Because they
the second commandment clearly states, "Thou shalt not idolize." The second commandment is clear on this.
They choose,
Accept God.
Christians choose to look at God as like Buddha. Like
God
that
is not
to where,
Buddha. God's
to where
clear what he is.
they make statues and they give sacrifices and offerings and the fruit, rots there, and the gifts nobody else gets but the statue. That's what I mean by
No, I
idolizing.
know. No, Frankie, give me a sec. Frankie, give me a sec. I want to explain what you mean, Marilyn, because I don't get it. Because I'm a Christian. I'm not offering. I'm not treating God like Buddha. I'm not offering.
You're putting all your eggs in his basket so that he gets all the love. He gets all the highest thoughts. He gets all the reverence.
Who, God?
Yeah, you look at him as the highest. You look at him as the
Yes.
the best, the perfect, rather than everyone.
So by me looking, I'm trying to parse this. Okay. By me looking at God as the highest, that's in what sense is that idol worship?
Because we're all the highest.
You're creating a hierarchy.
Oh my God!
You're creating a hierarchy, and there is no hierarchy.
But Marilyn, even if you think we're all God, if I'm worshiping God and I'm putting all my eggs in God's basket, how is that not just the objectively moral thing to do?
Okay. Or how is not praising myself? Or how is not praising myself? Because if we're all God and I'm putting my eggs in God's basket, then I'm praising myself.
Being Christ-like is treating others above ourselves and to others' interests above our own. That's being Christ-like.
None of you are above me. None of you in this panel are above me.
You're idolizing the word above now. You're idolizing the word above now.
No. None of you in this panel is above me because I'm God.
You're right. No one is above you. No one is above you.
You're beneath me. Go away. You're beneath me.
No one is beneath you either.
Yeah, because you're not above me, so you're beneath me.
No one is
Marilyn, I still want to hear how I'm idol worship. I don't understand that.
Here, I think I might be able to bridge the gap there. So even God said,
normally I'd be bridging the gap. So
even God said, "I am that I am." Right?
Yes.
Meaning that he just already is. He is not above or below anything. He just is, and we are existing within that.
Right.
But I believe that. So that's why I'm asking Marilyn, how am I idol worshiping? I agree with that.
Once you start placing what already is above everything else, now you're creating the hierarchy of one thing that already is. It doesn't have to be in a hierarchy. You're just creating that because that's the belief system that you were led into.
Wait, hold on.
And I'm not necessarily saying I agree or disagree on the idol worship side. I'm just, this is how it works. How I think she's explaining it.
Guam, you didn't finish the whole thing though.
Frankie.
God said, "I am that I am." You didn't finish it. He said, "I am the God of your ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob."
We're all
he's saying that he was the same thing, which is him being him
forever. He is
for everybody.
But Guam, I think I agree with everything you just said. And so that what is the gap between?
This is the gap. I'm gonna show you right now. Okay. So Frankie and Confluence, you're both Christians. Okay. I think you both would have followed Lucifer out of heaven and left God because Lucifer wanted to be over God. He wanted to be above God. Okay. He wanted to rule over us. You don't need a friend and a lover. You need a master to serve. You would have followed Lucifer out of heaven.
That's a hell of a thing to say to me, Marilyn. That's a hell of a thing to say to me.
You need a master and you need to be lower, and you need classes, one above you and one under you, rather than a lover and a friend. We are friends of God.
Why do you think, Marilyn? But why you Marilyn? Why are you saying that about me? What have I said that gives you that opinion?
Because you think God is higher than us. I'm not saying you're lower than God. I'm not saying you're higher than God. No one is higher than God. God
is higher than me.
Marilyn,
I praise the Lord.
Marilyn,
God.
this is crazy. I feel like
Hey, Confluence.
I'm not I'm not saying what you're saying is crazy. I'm saying your opinion of me is crazy.
You need to serve a God, and we need to all serve each other.
I don't disagree with that, though. That's what I mean. And where am I? What's the idol that I'm worshiping? I don't see it.
The funny part is I'm right in the middle of all this, and I'm sitting there saying, like, let's just serve what is.
Right.
I agree with that. I think God is everything, and I recognize the divinity in all of you. So that where's the idol?
Confluence. Maybe you're not the exact person that Marilyn is talking about.
Marilyn is specifically talking. She said,
I
"Frankly,
know that she is, but I also don't think that she.
Okay.
Picture it this way: Marilyn is probably talking more about the Bible thumping Christian than she is probably about you, the person who does have the hierarchy and who is saying that nobody or anybody who doesn't live up to this hierarchy and isn't serving the thing at the very top is a fucking heathen, crazy person, and they deserve to go to hell. That's the hierarchy I am personally thinking about, and I think that's what Marilyn is getting at. But it's in a very roundabout way.
So may I interject real quick? All right. So I'm gonna go with this. When Adam was created, the archangel Michael bowed to him first. The angels bowed to Michael.
We should all bow to each other.
The angels bowed to Adam. The reason why the angels bowed to Adam, because Adam was made in the image of God.
So was Jesus, and guess what? Jesus did not
is
consider
God.
equality with
Jesus
God.
is God.
Jesus did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. You would.
That's true. That's
if
from
you
Hebrews.
thought you were God.
What from Hebrews?
I don't.
What
because
Marilyn
I think
just quoted
everyone
it.
is God. I think everyone is God, so I'm not using being God to my own advantage. You would, if you were to
How would I?
start to process that.
This is why the Hebrew Bible was actually really good, because they were literally the ones who said, like, don't say God. Don't use the word God. Don't even try to explain it. Don't even try to, like, have an actual definition of it, because God, first of all, can mean whatever to anyone. And instead of saying God, we're just saying what is.
The Bible specifically gives us the names of God. In the book of Deuteronomy, in the book of Leviticus, and they give us the specific names of God. God's been named various times by various prophets.
A name doesn't actually, just because something has a name doesn't mean that name is going to describe it perfectly.
You understand when Christ was talking to the Pharisees, he said, when Abraham was, I am. What that meant was, when Abraham was alive, I was there. I am.
Yes.
And they associated that when God said to Moses, I am that I am.
I am that I am, and I have been for every single human in existence.
Every single human in existence. Exactly. I am that I am.
But the funny thing is that I take more off of the Jordan Peterson logic on all of this stuff, so I can't say either way.
Jordan Peterson.
I'm like chewing on toothpicks for the past 3 hours.
I'm still kind of hung up on how Marilyn thinks I'm like a Bible thumping like fundamentalist here. I'm like being sent by that right now. That's crazy.
If you label yourself Christian,
in a gay way, you're cucking.
Marilyn, I think of all people, you'd understand that like labels are just that, right? They're just like the best way to describe somebody, right? Like. Again, right. Marilyn, again, see, Emmett judges me for this. Marilyn, look, a tarot card. Look. Oh.
Sit down.
I thought that was a century from Marvel.
I have plenty of tarot cards.
Exactly. But then you're treating me like I'm like some like super fundamentalist, some like insane person.
If you are claiming Christianity, there's something wrong. There's something wrong.
So it sounds like you're getting caught up on the labels, which is crazy, because I thought you were like transcending labels. I thought we're all God.
No, it's an intuitive thing, because you can't be a leader or a follower and think you're on the right playing field. We're not either one is a bad. It's not the right direction to be a leader or a follower. It's not the right direction at all. I believe Jesus is God. I believe Jesus is King. I believe Jesus is Lord. I believe these things. I know he is. I don't think anyone's above God.
Marilyn, I would say then I would use like the label Christian. Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe we're like talking past each other, but I think if you believe Jesus is Lord and God, then I would say then that's Christian. So that's fine.
Yeah,
so that means you're hung up on a label and I'm not. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You're calling yourself a Christian. I'm not calling myself a Christian. How am I hung up on the label when you were accepting it as your own?
Because the label is like is triggering you in a way it's not true. I'm fine. I identify as a lot of things, and Christian is one of those things. Christian is the best way that describes my religiosity. And you're adding a bunch of baggage to the label I'm using. So it sounds like you're the one hung up on the labels and not me.
So label yourself an atheist also. Say you're an atheist.
I wouldn't, because I don't agree with that label, because I believe in God, and so do you. So why would I label myself an atheist?
In words, now you're getting hung up on labels. You're not an atheist.
None of us are not an atheist. Like I fucking hate
words
atheists.
still mean something, Bear. I'm not saying words don't mean anything. I'm saying when I say Christian, you're saying if you're a Christian and you're following into all these like slave mentalities and hierarchies, and you're adding a bunch of shit that I haven't added. But atheist definitionally means like you don't believe in God, and so yeah, I'm not going to accept that label because I emphatically do believe in God.
But you don't believe you are God.
When did I say that?
Yeah, but what is? There's nothing higher than God.
Is God a Christian? Is Jesus a Christian?
No.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm sorry. Can I not have label, Marilyn? I identify as like as center right. I don't think God is center right. We live in a human world, and so we have labels that best. I'm a male, Marilyn. I identify as a man. Does that mean that God is a man? You identify as a woman. Is God a woman? Holy shit! Like we have labels in the human world to describe things. I don't know why that like means you're cucked if you like subscribe to some fucking label. That's fucking insane.
Jesus said, "Anyone who does God's will is my brother, sister, and mother." Okay.
Okay, that's not him himself, though. That's not. He's not saying they're me. They're like my brother or sister,
or mother. So
depending on the gender.
How can Jesus be over his mother?
Because he was the son of God.
Because Mary was just a vessel that he needed for.
We're all sons. We're all sons of God.
She literally was just.
Well, Jesus would be considered part of the Trinity.
That's it.
Aren't we all sons of God?
Which is a core Christian belief, is to believe in the Trinity.
Aren't we all sons of God?
Yeah, in some sense, yes.
Yes.
We are all children of the Lord.
I don't know in the same way as Christ. I don't think so.
So
we share in Christ's divinity. So in that sense, yeah, I think we are kind of right. The concept of like theosis, we are becoming gods, right? That is
no. The concept of apotheosis is ascending to godhood. That's what you're saying. But like,
not apotheosis, a theosis, not apotheosis. Just to be clear, not apotheosis, theosis.
You're literally saying apotheosis.
Okay.
I'm not saying apotheosis. I'm saying theosis.
I kind of feel like I have another way of like bridging the gap here.
Okay, go ahead.
So,
I'm trying to take my job, man.
So
I was trying to, but goddamn, they won't stop.
Well, and maybe you can go ahead. But okay, so would you say that, and just very quick answers, please. Would you say that your fingernail is you?
It's a part of me.
Yes. Okay. Now, if you clip that fingernail and it just goes somewhere, and let's just say something happens and you were accused of a crime, and they went to find that fingernail, would they be able to tell that it's your DNA?
I don't really know.
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
So that's kind of where I think that the idea of humans being a part of God and being God kind of comes down to, because nobody would say that clipped fingernail is God or is you, but it is It is
not
you,
you.
in a
It's not
biological
you.
sense. So it's
But it's not you.
in different definitions. It is going to be either
Okay,
you
if
or not.
Jesus is God, if Jesus is God, and we are also people like him. We have 2 eyes, 2 ears, a mouth, a nose. We're not Jesus's fingernail. We have our autonomy. We have all the ways like him, a brain to think that thinks, that fingernail can't think. We are.
So what I was getting at with that is that by multiple different definitions is how you would consider that fingernail you. Biologically, it is you.
But that
Now,
fingernail can't sin. That fingernail.
I'm not saying that it can. I'm just using the example of saying that, like, depending on the definitions, depending on what class you're trying to actually classify all this stuff in, you either can be or can't be God. So, in a way, you're both right and wrong.
We are the image of God, and we're not a picture.
Yeah, okay.
We're not a statue. We're not a fingernail.
You have to include those keywords.
We are inheritors. We are inheritors.
We were created in the image of. We are not gods. We are created in the image of God.
Wait. I want to say, Marilyn, do you disagree with this? Okay, so I don't want to Bible thump you right now, but the Bible says, okay, in the New Testament, it says if we have shared. This is not verbatim. I'm just going off memory. If we shared in Christ's death, we will also share in his life, right? We inherit Christ's divinity.
We're raised with him in glory.
Right.
Yes,
So
we're revealed with him in glory.
So I guess that's where I'm still. I get what Guam is saying about we're all a part of God, but and I agree with that. So, but I feel like you, for some reason, don't agree with that, which I don't get. And you think Christians are idol worshiping, but again, I think because I have died with Christ, I will also live with Christ, and I think I am a co-inheritor of his divinity after death and glorification. So in what sense? In what sense is what's wrong? Like, what's the disagreement here?
Because you're giving death power. You're not considering that your flesh is just as precious to him as your spirit. You want to kill your flesh. You want to.
Again, I feel like you're saying a bunch of shit that's like that. I don't believe. Like,
word salad.
Like. I guess why? Like, where are you getting this from, Marilyn?
Because you're denying your flesh and you want it dead.
Okay,
in what way? In what way am I denying my flesh?
Because you are preparing to die.
Yeah, we're all preparing to die.
I mean, I know I will physically die.
Hear that, Frankie, because everything was fine until you said that.
We're all going to die because the flesh has to go.
You can take those spells and off me because that shit is demonic to me. Everything that you're saying is just but that shit is demonic to me.
What did Frankie say? What did Frankie say? What did Frankie say?
Yeah,
I missed this.
It's demonic.
We're preparing to die.
Look, this is your
die. We're all going to be buried in the casket.
This is your motherfucking opinion. Stop speaking
Hold
that
on.
on me.
Slow down.
Stop speaking that shit on me.
Okay, one at a time.
Hold
one
on.
One at a time. Yeah. Everyone listen to Ag.
Rate that shit.
Hey, so
we need to clarify because I'm like so lost on what just happened.
That pisses me off.
No, but what did Frankie say? Frankie, what did you say?
Frankie said
no, don't say it again. Don't say it again.
But I will say this.
He wants everyone else to die. He's an accuser. He wants death to live forever.
Okay, one at a time. Egg. The ultimate gap bridger. Do you know what happened here? I feel like everything just went crazy all of a sudden.
That's one thing I don't play. I don't play that shit.
I don't know what you don't play though. I don't know what happened. I just want to be filled in.
Speaking that way.
I know, but I didn't hear what he said. So like, I wanna.
Let me say it in a more easy way of what Frankie's trying to say. Frankie's trying to say basically that for thousands of years,
right?
Like for instance, when a pharaoh came into power, when a pharaoh became a pharaoh, they started immediately building their burial chambers in their tombs,
preparing for him to die.
Everybody knew these are people that were polytheistic. I'm sorry.
This was the past.
I mean, I mean, it's still current day though. I mean, people still do
Listen,
this.
and there's
Western
a past.
culture and
There's a past.
Okay,
there's
wait,
a
no,
present.
okay, wait, no.
Okay.
I just need no. Okay, before we go on, I want Egg to like say because like again, I feel like I missed a lot of shit. So I just like let's let Egg bridge.
I'm
this.
hoping that's what kind of Frankie is trying to say.
I know what he's
Marilyn
trying to say.
I'm trying to figure out still, but I think Frankie said something that triggered her a little bit,
Big
and that's
time.
okay. We can address that.
I don't play this shit.
We are going to grow old.
Listen to
We
it.
are going to
He's
die.
fucking
We
saying
are
it.
going to be buried in
You
a casket.
are
or
creating death.
cremated.
You're
That's
literally
the
right now
flesh
serving
is
an
gone.
idol.
I don't
for
understand
death.
what
You're
the.
giving death power, and you want it to live forever.
Blah, 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 blah.
Okay, wait, okay.
Harness the energy like this, but
blah.
your
So-
spirit
No,
and your
okay.
that you are putting into the
He's
air
not
and
saying
ether
shit.
right
She's-
now
it's a
is
word
making
salad.
sure
What I'm
no
saying
I just want to know what the
is making
alternative
sure
is.
you're
Okay.
feeding it, and that's
What I'm
Okay.
saying is
Okay.
factual proof.
Okay, so Guamtech asks what the alternative is. What's
It's
your
a
like
hypnosis.
description?
Hypnosis. I'm hypnotized. Whoa.
Okay, can
It's a
I?
government
Okay, Frankie,
hypnosis.
Frankie, hold on. Let's start from basics. Like Frankie, are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Emphatically.
Okay, Marilyn, you are a Christian.
No,
No.
That
So
was
there's the
so
breakdown.
angry, Marilyn.
I'm pissed.
I don't
Okay,
care.
but you said you believe in Christ.
Yes, of course.
That means you're a
What
Christian.
do you
Oh my
believe?
God.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, no, I that's why I asked this other question here. What do you believe was accomplished with Christ? Was there anything accomplished with Christ?
Who, me or her?
I'm saying Christ helped a lot of people get out of the dumb psychosis that Frankie is under right now. Sure, he helped a lot of people break free from a lot of lies that they were being told. I do not believe he had to die. I believe y'all killed him. It was so unnecessary, and he shouldn't have died. He shouldn't have. They
Well,
shouldn't have killed
y'all
him.
y'all
They
is
shouldn't
loaded.
have killed him. Y'all
Yeah,
gonna
but that's
say, "Yeah, they
loaded.
should have." Yeah, they
Y'all's-
should have.
y'all's
The Roman
crazy.
Catholics,
Y'all's
the Roman
crazy.
Catholics, the Roman
He shouldn't have.
Catholics did that, and I mean, not even Catholics. They were Roman. They were just straight Romans. I'm sorry. And the Jews
Yeah, they
themselves
weren't
did.
Roman Catholic
So-
until they figured out they fucked
Yeah.
up.
Exactly. But you know, you say y'all, and I'm nowhere near that. So I'm like,
God,
but
God
I'm
said
just trying
many
to ask.
times that he shows no favoritism. We're all his favorite child. He does not show favoritism. He loves us just as much as he loves himself. He loves us just as much as he loves Jesus. For you to say that this hierarchy shit, it's blasphemy to me.
Okay, Marilyn,
Well,
can I ask you
what
an honest?
hierarchy?
Can I ask you a question, Marilyn?
wait, I
And
guess.
this is honestly
I'll wait, I
me
guess.
trying to clarify. Like
Yeah, me too.
From a physical death point of view, like we all will physically die, right?
Stop that fucking.
Listen.
See, Confucius, now look at you. Now look at you doing the same thing Frankie's doing. You are putting spells into the ethers.
I'm not.
You're
I'm asking.
manipulating-
Listen.
Did
Can you
Jesus
just-
not? Did Jesus not defeat death? Did the Bible not say that death is an enemy? And the last
So you
I'm
are a
really trying to
Christian.
understand.
Here you are
Marilyn,
serving it,
Marilyn,
and
please,
you're
Marilyn.
So
I'm
Marilyn,
not trying.
you
I'm
are a
not casting
Christian.
spells. I'm just honestly.
You are.
But I'm not
Marilyn,
trying
you're
to.
a
At least
Christian.
believe I'm not trying to, Marilyn. A spiritual
believe-
death is not the same as physical death.
Okay, Jesus raised people from the dead. If you were living back
believe-
then and your friend or your family member
Marilyn is
died,
Christian.
and then they were just like, oh well, that's what happens. People die, and then Jesus comes up and raises this person from the dead. And now what you look like? You look pretty damn stupid because now that person's alive. So what does that mean? Does that mean he shouldn't have died? Does that mean death is not a good thing? Does that mean, it's not inevitable? It doesn't have to be inevitable that people die because of lack of knowledge? Does it not say in the Bible that in the end that some will be healed, some will be raised from the
I
dead,
think
and some will just
you're
walk
mistaking. You're mistaking what it's talking about with physical death as opposed to spiritual death.
You're going to tell
right?
me that I'm speaking of physical death when I say some will be healed, some will be raised from the
Yeah,
dead,
but
and some will
nobody's
just
gonna-
walk in.
But
Yeah,
to
but,
be
I mean,
raised from the
our
dead, that
physical
means you
bodies
have
will be-
physically died, right? Like I'm not
Our
saying
physical bodies-
physical death is the end. But I'm saying,
Y'all
like,
love
even
death
to
so
even
No,
much.
our physical
Y'all love
bodies
killing your
will die.
body so much. Your body.
Marilyn, I don't want to physically die. I don't
This
believe
is a
me.
shell
I
we
do
live in,
not want to
right?
physically die. I don't want
The
that.
Bible literally says this is a spiritual battle. This is a battle with the spirit,
Spiritual,
not the
not
flesh. The
physical.
flesh didn't
Right.
do anything wrong. The
Spiritual.
Like we're talking past each other,
flesh
Marilyn.
does not hurt you. The flesh is only there to protect you, only there to work for you. All your mind makes all these thoughts, and your body helplessly does what your brain wants it to do. Your flesh didn't do anything to you to want to kill it so badly.
But when your physical body dies,
Oh my God! I'm about to leave.
I mean,
I don't like that shit.
I'm sorry.
I don't like this shit.
I'm sorry you
Marilyn,
don't like it.
I'm trying to figure out what you don't like.
Y'all have a physical body and we have a spiritual
speaking death
part of
into
us.
existence.
Hey,
You're
Confluence,
eating
I'm
death.
about to go. Comes getting ready to go home, so I'll park when I'm in the car.
Okay,
Oh,
okay. 07's Frankie. Marilyn,
And,
Marilyn, I hope you.
I'll
Marilyn,
get my point when I'm in my car. Can I get my point when I'm in my car?
Yes, please.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so I'll see y'all later.
All right.
All right.
Marilyn, I'm honestly trying to understand you. Like I'm not trying to make you mad.
That's
I
all I'm
truly
trying to do.
am trying to just understand. Because like
Death
most
is an enemy.
I agree. I agree it is. I agree, but I guess
If you believe it's an enemy and you know you have a definition for death, then why do you keep giving it life and feeding it?
I
and
just
expecting it
I
and
don't
preparing
like
for it?
don't get mad when I say this, please. This isn't me trying to make you mad. But most people throughout like space and time, right,
what you've seen,
right.
right?
I know
Most
people who have died physically, not spiritually.
Okay,
I'm not
because they
speaking
said-
it into
because-
life, but that has happened.
Because they gave death power. There's like 3 people in the Bible that never died of physical death.
Yeah, sure.
Dude,
Yeah, you have like
all right.
Enoch and like what
Yeah.
Elijah.
I've actually
and-
had very personal experience with this, so I'm just gonna back off.
No, I don't. I believe we're supposed to do greater works than Christ. That we are capable of harnessing the energy to live forever. But if you want the death to live forever, if you want it to exist, you're going to keep believing this is the truth.
Marilyn, I don't want to. Do you? But do you not see? Do you not see Marilyn for a second? Do you not see that it does it not seem maybe offensive to you or untoward? I know, I understand, but I'm saying like we all have people in our lives that have passed, right? And it sounds like you're saying that they could have avoided that if they didn't see death as an enemy, and that's kind of
I
like
believe there's an hour
true.
for everything. There's a time and a place for everything that under the sun, that there is a past and a present and a future. And you know, we are where we're at, but it's got to stop. Like it's got to come to a fruition, a point where it's got to stop. Let me show you. Let me try to explain it in an example you'll understand. A long time ago, there were not airplanes. Airplanes didn't exist. No one could ever imagine flying in the air. They thought that would never be possible. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because the reality was that they'd never seen an airplane. It never existed before. How could it possibly ever exist?
Okay, so you're saying so you're saying there's a possibility that in the future we could all
harness
not die.
the energy to live forever. Yes,
Okay.
that's what I'm saying. But to keep feeding it, to keep giving it life and power, knowing that you are God and you can manifest anything you want that comes from your head, you're that powerful, and to keep accepting death, to keep perpetuating it, to keep feeding it, it is very.
Okay, I guess what bugs me, Marilyn, is like if you think you're an incarnation of God, and I think you are, to be clear, but like then I guess why is like the physical death, why do you not think that that's such like an end all be all? Like that's what I guess is confusing to me, because you're this incarnation called Marilyn, and if you went away, that doesn't mean Marilyn's gone. That means you go back to God, right? Like so
How rare of an occurrence is
this
this?
is reality. This is reality. This is truth.
Mm-hmm.
We were designed for a purpose. Okay, we were designed for a purpose. There is a reason we have a body. It is precious. There is nothing wrong with it. It is not flawed. With this is what is good, what God considers good. For you to still live by the lie from the beginning when it became about, because death wasn't always a thing. You know, when Adam and Eve were in the garden, death was not an option. They were never intended to die. Whether they ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, or whether they ate from the tree of life, or didn't eat from either one of them. Death only came into the picture when they ate from the tree, and now there's a curse. Now there's a curse. We were never intended to die. This was perfection. And then Jesus came and broke the curse. But for some reason, you still want to give death power. You still, even though death was defeated and they said it was an enemy, you still want to feed it. You still want to believe it. And since you're God, it's going to be still. It's going to still exist. You've got to have enough courage to rise above that.
Okay, Egg.
It takes a lot of
Egg had his
courage.
hand up. Egg, go ahead.
Do you believe in what the Bible says as a prescription for Adam and Eve's failure to command to?
See, you use the word prescription, and I feel like that in itself.
You believe in what the Bible says to get to heaven?
I believe we're already in heaven. You're supposed to pray on earth as it is in heaven. I don't believe that. I believe we're in hell, purgatory, and heaven at the same time. We're idolizing words. We're manifesting.
Have you ever heard of Abraham's bosom?
Vaguely, yeah, vaguely. I've heard.
Yeah, I noticed you don't mention that place, but it's okay. All right. So then, therefore, you believe in Jesus. You believe in what the Bible says as a prescription.
Stop saying prescription, because that just says that there's a problem. Like you're putting.
Yeah, Adam and Eve, like you just mentioned, originally sinned, causing our bodies to be not eternal. We don't live forever. We die.
What was Jesus for then? If that's
to save our eternal soul, our soul, not the physical part that dies inevitably now, which happened after Adam and Eve.
Why would Jesus raise people from the dead then, if it was so great and so purposeful? Why would Jesus even raise people from the dead? Why would he heal people? What would be the fucking point? If Adam and Eve were such great beginning prototypes, and they weren't supposed to die, their flesh wasn't supposed to die, their spirit wasn't supposed to die, but now Jesus came, and obviously he was a nobody, he was supposed to die too. And now he's raising people from the dead. It doesn't make sense.
Three questions. What was the last religious man that you were in contact with? What was the last church that you were in, and what kind of church was that? I just got to ask those questions right now, because like after this, I'm going to be done. I'm done. Like I don't know. I'm not trying to be saying this in a mean way or anything, but I really don't understand what the fuck you're trying to tell me. Your belief is just so far out there that I can't understand what you're talking about, and it's not anything against you. I want to understand, but I have to understand what was the last religious man you've been with? What was the last church you were in, and what denomination of church was that?
I've been in a lot of different churches. It doesn't matter. It's all idolatry. It doesn't matter. None of these people believed or felt the way I do in any way, any way at all. They've kicked me the fuck out. I was kicked out of last church actually, and people were coming up to me and saying, "Who are you?" and introducing themselves to me like I was the first time I was in that church, because I was so filled with assurance. But this was before, I knew I was God and all, but I was getting close. It was the same year. No one I've ever come in contact with has ever believed what the fuck I'm saying. Let's just put it that way.
Well, here's the problem. When you approach any kind of like New Age Christian churches or Orthodox or even older age Christian churches, when you come in there saying you're God, that's instant blasphemy.
I haven't gone to church. I haven't gone to church since I knew I was God.
Okay.
I have not gone to church since I knew I was God.
Copy
Absolutely
that.
not. Because I feel like that's where all the demons are. I mean, I would now, because I'm not as afraid as I was before. When I found out I was God and knowing what the church got going on, I'm better now. Like I'm not.
What kind of church were you in?
Not
If
as
I might ask
superstitious.
a fourth question, what kind of church were you in when you found out you were God?
I wasn't in any church. I wasn't in any
You
church.
said you stopped going to church when you found out you were God. What kind of church
No,
was it
I
prior?
went to one church because my friend invited me with his wife, and I think it was like
So
non-denominational.
you don't really go to church prior to that either.
Like, no, prior to that either. It was one time, and then
Okay.
prior to that, I wasn't going for a very, very long time too.
All right. So the only thing I can recommend, and I'm not going to be like hard out, fuck you, or anything like that. I'm
I
not
grew
trying to
up
be
in the
like that.
church.
I would
In the
really love
church.
to understand your point of view, but it seems like you don't have much actual knowledge when it comes to Christianity and that faith.
I
You haven't
grew
been to
up
church a
in the
lot.
church. It's been a very long time, but I'm old.
No, but Marilyn, if I can interject, Marilyn, you're saying, why did Jesus raise people from the dead?
What kind of church
such
was
an
it?
easy
Baptist?
biblical
Were
answer.
you-
Jesus
what-
raised people from the dead because that was a foretelling of what
So
was
you
going to
grew up-
come. That's why Revelation talks about a second death. Physical death
Yes.
is not the same as spiritual death. So Jesus rose people
Of
from
course.
the dead because that is
That's why I
what's
was-
going to happen at the end of
that's-
time. That's like basic
That's why I was
Christian
trying
theology.
to figure out her belief and what church she was from.
Can I-
She won't
can I
tell
know
me
what
what church you grew up on.
From
What church
both.
did you grow up on? You said you
Hold
grew
on,
up in
hold on.
church. What church
Hold
was
on.
it? Catholic,
Can I-
Baptist? Hold
Please,
on. Last
Grandma.
question, I promise.
Okay.
Catholic, Baptist, Protestant. What
My
church did you
dad
grow up
was
in?
Catholic. My mom was Pentecostal. My uncle was a deacon in the Orthodox Church. I've been for a very long time in a
Okay.
lot of those different
So-
denominations.
Everywhere. Gotcha.
Baptist, all sorts of shit.
All right. Thank you. I will.
No.
Guam, please say
Well, I
something.
was just gonna make a recommendation. We're having a fun little conversation about like our own personal beliefs on this or that, and I saw that the entire thing that was going on before all this was talking about like atheism and its involvement with Christianity and stuff, and I'm wondering if maybe we might be able to get back to that instead of just constantly going back and forth about, oh, you believe this, well, I believe this, and the reason I believe this, and why do you believe that? Like, it's fun, it's nice to like know your peers and stuff, but also I like talking about real world things. That how is this going to affect things?
How is this going to affect how is us not dying anymore going to affect things rather than staying in this loop of constantly people dying, even though God tells my people die because of lack of knowledge. Even you said Jesus raised people from the dead from bones to where they got flesh around them and everything, like flesh.
But
came back
Marilyn,
to
did the people that Jesus
That's
raised
not
from the
spirit.
dead, did
That's
they?
not spirit.
No, okay, no, that's fair. But I actually agree with Guam as well to get onto more practical stuff. But just a quick question: the people that Jesus raised from the dead, do you think they died again, or do you think they're still among us? Because he raised them from the dead, but they probably still physically died again, right?
Right, because it wasn't a time, it wasn't the hour of
Right,
where
so,
we are.
so it was a sign of the ultimate resurrection we're all going to experience one day, right?
Resurrection, you're going to have bodies, or do you think that in heaven that you'll somehow just have a spirit and be floating around, and it'll just be a bunch of spirits floating around with no identity to label them? You can just feel who they are. Like, what are you expecting in heaven?
I expect the general Christian theology of a bodily resurrection. That's what the Bible teaches.
Right, so you will have your body.
Yes, I guess,
Okay.
and so that's what I mean.
Okay.
I don't know if I feel like we must be talking past each other, because I think I probably will pass, and then I think I'll be raised from the dead, just like everyone else was. Marilyn, I'm not trying to witchcraft you, Marilyn. I'm just trying to like, speak honestly. I'm not trying. Don't give me those eyes are crazy, Marilyn. Those are some fucking crazy eyes.
You just don't hear what I'm hearing. Why would the Bible say some will walk in then? Why would they say some will be raised from the dead and some will walk in? It doesn't say they'll all be raised from the dead. Everybody will go through this transition.
I don't know what passage you're talking about.
Well, look it up. Some will walk in, some will be healed, and some will be raised from the dead. Some will walk in.
Okay, I'll try to. Some will walk in. Yeah, I'm not finding it.
Who the hell is texting me right now? Oh shit.
Yeah, I don't see it. I can't find it, Marilyn.
It wasn't me, I promise.
Marilyn, I'm always sliding into your DM, so it might have been me.
You ran into the Francis thing. Francis was actually the one that I kind of wanted to talk to most about, like, at least my thoughts on the value of atheists and Christians.
Wait, who was?
Francis? Was that his name?
Oh, Frankie?
Frankie.
Oh, he'll be back.
Yeah.
He'll be back.
Yeah, because obviously he's got a very strong opinion, which, hey, whatever. It takes all kinds, right? But, it's part of what I was saying before in the comments about, like, I honestly hate listening to Christians and atheists argue because it always circles back around to, well, we don't really know. We don't really know. And it's so unproductive. Whereas I think a more productive conversation needs to be what can each bring to the table that is actually going to benefit humanity, right? That's why I said, leave the spirit, leave the humanity to God, leave the numbers and the data to the secularists and the atheists. Because to be completely honest, I feel like the atheists just do it better, right? Like, that's all they're focused on, material value, right? So, and I don't think that they're contradictory. I think that they actually complement each other. It's just these kind of conversations, the one you're watching now, are the things that are constantly creating the rift where both sides are just trying to prove that they're right all the time.
Wait, Grom, were you actually watching this video? Because I agree with you on most, like, theist versus, but I don't think this video is like that. Because the guy we're watching right now, in my opinion, is the only atheist worth listening to. I don't think he's I don't think he's like the other. He's not trying to like win an argument. He's not trying to.
Yeah. That's Alex O'Connor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like his stuff too. He's not so inflammatory, but when it always comes down to it, it's always trying to have proof. In my opinion,
if he knew he was God, he'd be straight. He'd be higher, closer to God than everybody. If he
so he doesn't believe in God, so he's gay. No, I'm just
gay. He's not gay. He just doesn't know. For you to search so hard on who's God, how do you find God? Like, I just want someone to show me how we can possibly explain where is God when he is God. Like the detachment, the cognitive dissonance to not knowing yourself.
It's an equally troubling paradox as we're all God.
Right.
I mean, again, I just think that it's almost like a house where both the man and the woman are trying to be like the head of the household at the same time, and they're both fighting for like who is like the top supreme, and only the supreme can fucking do all the things, right? Have all the answers. It'd be like me going to my wife and being like, I'm a better breastfeeder than you. Right. It's like there's two different fucking like
exactly
things that both are good at here, and the only way to actually move forward and have a union between it is for them to do their jobs correctly. and stop trying to convince the other one to do their job.
Right. So we have to know, okay, what is God? Who is God? He's life. He's the God of restoration, not retribution. He is all things good and loving and giving. And, we have to go on the definition of God's identity. When he comes in us, when he fills us with his Holy Spirit, we aren't taking half of God's identity. We're taking a whole identity on, and Christians like to use it as we die to self. But we take on his identity. We take on who he is, and who he is not what he's not. We can't be God and still want to do evil things or do things that are not good, and
But we're all God.
But we can't infringe on other gods. You have to understand that we cannot tell other people what to do and try to control or manipulate them, because there's still a line, there's still a boundary line.
But this scripture doesn't work at all. Like, if we're all gods and we're all committing such atrocities to other gods, where does this make sense in your logic? That's what I'm like. What do
you mean? So
like, we're all gods, and everybody is committing such atrocity. Like,
because they don't know their God. They don't know their God, even though the Bible says we are all without.
Let's say they did, and they took this, out of context.
They do know, and they don't.
And they still kill people.
They do know, and they don't know.
So how's that okay, though?
We are without excuse. We are without excuse.
So a good mental capacity would be like, if you murder somebody, would be like, well, I'm God, so it's okay.
Right, but if the adults would stop scaring the children and saying death was real, murder was real, all this stuff happens, then they wouldn't get it in their head and start to make it a part of their
thinking
process. And disease, it's a disease.
There's nothing wrong with them knowing it's real. That makes it not such a problem.
No, it doesn't. No, it creates a fucking disease inside their brain that could manifest in
what
any
disease
pathway.
does it create? What's it called?
It could manifest in any. They could take that knowledge.
What is the disease called?
Murdered. They could take sin. Sin is a disease. It's a disease that requires healing.
Sin is a disease. We're all supposedly born. If you believe in sin, we're all born with sin.
We're not.
How's that a disease if we're all born with sin?
Why are we born with sin? What baby
because we're not Jesus.
On his mom's titties is sinning?
We're all born capable.
We're not, though. We're the image of God. We're perfectly and wonderfully made.
Yes.
God loves us, so he shows no favoritism.
All right, I give up.
Why would you see, if you believe this, if you believe you are a sinner, if you believe you were born a sinner,
just arguing
if you
what
believe
you've
in
said
demons,
against
if you believe in demons,
I didn't say I believe in demons.
Okay,
I believe in demons.
If you believe in the devil, if you believe you're a
the
sinner,
devil believes in you.
You need to go hang out with the devil. You need to go hang out with the sinners.
The devil is hanging out with you
them because you believe in them. You feed them. You give them power in life. If that is your idol, if that's what you give power to, if that's what you believe, you need to go be with them right next to the murderer. Because you do not belong in heaven, because you are perpetuating something that you are not allowed to talk about in heaven. You're not allowed to discuss, not allowed, but it wouldn't age well.
So how do you know what's best to be talked about or ages well in heaven? How do you know that?
Speak life, speak the highest form of goodness. Speak, don't infringe on another person and what they're going through.
Proof of what is okay.
Give them their power and keep your power. We all have all the power and authority.
Thank you.
There's no need to try to knock people down notches and devalue and try to, put doubt in people's minds and scare people. That, like, it does not help the situation talking about these things. We have to speak life at all times. Like, you are capable, you are able, you are good, you are worth. You are purpose. You don't.
Well,
You
the
don't
problem with that is that everybody has their own interpretation of what is good and what is right and all of the things that you're talking about.
I need
And
a
my
drink.
question originally was, how do we actually come to a conclusion where with all those different interpretations, we can still actually do the right things and move humanity forward?
Because it's not that difficult. There's two
No, it isn't.
sides.
I agree. It isn't that difficult. It's
Two
a lot of the
sides.
argumentations that people have out there, all of the arguments that people have out there, and you know, all of this othering that people seem to be doing all the time that seem to be getting in the way.
Say about children getting into heaven, if you got, you have to have the mind of like a child to enter the. If you don't have the mind of a child, you can't enter the gates of heaven. Like, how can children understand and adults can't?
I mean, I think you're hitting kind of on a point there. It's just, I mean, I definitely think that I'm starting to come at a loss of words for it, but yeah, I do think that the main issues out here, as far as like spiritual movement forward, is the fact that like so many supposedly spiritual people are creating so many guardrails.
Right. Definitely.
And you know, atheists, they do it themselves too. You know,
Definitely.
but you know, when it comes to like Christians and stuff, that's why I brought up like the Bible thumping Christians and all that stuff. It's like sometimes you know, you do more harm to what you're trying to do than you think, which is get people closer to God, whether they believe it the same way that you do or not.
Let's rewind it just a few minutes here, and with all due respect, as always, Marilyn, always respected you. I'm not trying to be mean when I say this, but you did literally just say that I should, or we should, spend time with the devil. I'm sorry, I just don't, as you know what I mean? Like, anybody who like believes in any religion that believes in some sort of devil type character would not recommend that. So like, I don't know. I'm still struggling to understand your worldview, like on religion and what you actually believe in for an afterlife, like a prescription for living a better life in accordance with how to best represent Scripture, or what Scripture.
I'm speaking.
I don't understand.
Okay, I'm speaking in present tense, just like Jesus spoke in present tense when he was here, even though he was God. He spoke in present tense.
And
time with the devil. He never said spend time with the devil.
Jesus spoke that demons exist, and Marilyn, you said you don't think demons exist. So I feel like you're selectively quoting Scripture, which I understand because I've been accused of that too. But
so confused as to what she.
Let me explain.
Marilyn,
okay.
You said we should go spend time with the devil. Like, how does that?
If that's what you believe in,
and that's what I believe. You said that that's a prescription.
If that's what you are giving power to, and you are believing, please go over there and hang out with them.
Understand what you're talking about.
You're tainting the well. You're poisoning the well by hanging out with Christians.
How is that poisoning the well?
Seriously, you told us that we should spend time with the devil.
If that's what you're giving power to and believe in, and if that's your
idol. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm asking you. You're the one that said it.
Okay, I can't just make my point, but I guess nobody wants to make my point.
You are the one that believes.
No, I wanted to talk to you about something.
I need to like fucking.
Yeah, I know, but you know, she took over everything.
One at a time.
I haven't said anything. Y'all have been talking for this whole
time.
No,
it's all good. No, it's all good when we're listening to you, but when we ask questions, you get all pissed off and yell at us.
No, I don't have. I want to answer the question. I just want to answer the question.
You did already. We're all
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
And you say you believe in some forms of Christianity and what the Bible says.
Okay. I'm a terrible moderator. Okay, Marilyn, if you feel like you didn't answer the question, I want to give you time. Then back to Eddie, then Emmett, then Frankie. Okay.
I appreciate it.
And then Guam.
I'll be quick. Okay. So Jesus, when he was here, he said, "You belong to your father, the devil, who was a liar from the beginning." Why would he say that when Jesus clearly knows that the devil doesn't create people, that only God creates people? Okay, for me to say for you, you need to go hang out with the devil and the enemy. I'm telling you what you understand. I believe that even Lucifer will return home as the prodigal son because there's no place else to go but back to God. That we're not giving God enough power. All enemies of the Lord melt like wax before the fire in his presence. And the man, God's prized portion, remains. I believe you will get it one day. Just
This
because
is
I'm telling
why
you
I'm
right
so
now to
confused.
go hang out with the sinners because you want to feed it and believe in it, and you want to give it life, and you want to idol
Accusing
worship
me of
it.
things
That's
that
where
I'm
you
not.
need to be then,
So you're
and
making false
not who
accusations,
you think you
Marilyn.
say you are.
Okay,
Just like the
I
devil.
am not
we're
who I
gonna
think
we're
I
gonna
say
we're
I
gonna
am.
move to Ag, but Marilyn, you just acknowledged that Lucifer exists, and you said he's a prodigal son. So just because you believe in something doesn't mean you want to hang out with him. I'm just gonna say that, but I want to put it to Ag.
And
Well,
it's time and space.
Dude, I'm cooked. I don't understand. She's kind of back and forth, and she kind of is picky and choosy, and I'm trying to understand, but I'm fucking confused, dude. I don't understand. She has like a totally different standpoint than a lot of religions I've studied. So
Okay,
I
Emmett,
just digress, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
I'm
Emmett,
not.
can you
I'm not.
bridge-
I'm also not here speaking like from a church or a specific.
No, sure. Yeah, we're all just giving our thoughts.
Yes, absolutely. That's why I just. She's getting a little upset, so I digress.
Okay, Emmett, what do you have to say on this? And then we'll go to Frankie and then Guam.
Are they
Don't change
being
the
mean to you
subject,
again? Are they being mean to you again?
Always.
Okay.
Every day of the week.
Marilyn, I would never be mean to you.
So
Marilyn.
mean.
These
feel like
people
I'm
don't
pretty
absolutely
fair.
not.
they're like they're
Disavow.
always so mean to
Disavow.
you.
Disavow.
Every single time I go into one of the streams, they're just being so mean to you.
Disavow.
When
I was just
when
asking questions.
when all she needs is a little bit of love.
With much
A little bit of
respect.
love. That's all she actually needs. Right? So, Marilyn, I have an idea for
Okay.
you for changing the subject as well.
No.
Do you want to be part of my new idea for a series called Love Audit? Would you like to?
What is it? What does it entail?
Well, I'm
Derailing.
gonna ask
We
you
have to
a
go to
bunch
Frankie
of
and then Guam,
questions
Emmett.
about your personal
I'll
life.
go last.
Do this in
I'll go
DMs.
last.
And we're gonna give you a
DM
lot of
Marilyn.
different
DM
things.
me.
We're gonna go through your love life about it.
No,
I
we're
am
not
derailing
going
because
through
all
my
of you
love life.
keep
We're
bringing the topic
absolutely
back.
not
No,
going
he's
through
not.
my love
It's
life.
absolutely
I-
not necessary.
No, this is perfect. Thank you, Emmett.
No.
You
no
guys
love
DM
life.
and we'll just carry on.
No
Yeah.
love life.
Look, I
Oh,
promised. I
Marilyn.
promised I would send it to
Marilyn.
because Guam wanted to ask Frankie something, so I want to pass it off to them. So Emmett, you can do this. DMs.
Yeah. I'll just one last thing, Marilyn. I know you should because you told us not long ago that you are gonna go full on a full on love story and love story mode. So
Emmett?
I will absolutely. We should absolutely do that so that you have a better idea of what people are looking for.
Emmett,
Well,
no.
She's
to
giving
you.
you the guillotine,
She's
sign
having fun.
language.
Look at her. She's
Okay,
like
back
If
to
I take Big Fun Malaysia, guys know.
to super happy.
Frankie and Guam.
American Sign Language for.
Yes, do it in DMs. Frankie and Guam. I don't know who wants to start. Guam, you said you want to talk about Frankie.
DM chicks.
I will mute up.
I don't
I
DM
think Frankie
chicks.
said he had something
I've been
that
trying
he
to
was trying
slide
to come
into
in with.
Marilyn's DMs for like ages now, so it's like, and
Yeah,
she
but I
leaves me
don't
on
do
red.
DMs.
It's crazy,
You're lying.
crazy
You're
times.
People
You're
when I do
lying.
DMs, people call the police. So I decided not to do DMs anymore.
Emmett, you and I DM all the time. Stop it. DM me, Emmett.
False allegations.
Jeez.
Okay, this is all just false allegations.
Allegedly.
So Frankie, did you have something that you were trying to come in with, or should I just go ahead and hit you with what I was thinking about?
Just hit me what you think about. We just take it from there, dude. Like I think I just like dived into like a whole fucking shit show. So let's see what's up.
Indeed.
Frankie
So
came back,
yeah,
though.
I figured I'd bring it up to you because it does seem like you're a very, by your words, Christian man, and devoutly Christian. And I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on kind of like the value of Christianity and atheism, and whether or not you think that there's any way of being able to, I guess, have them actually come together in a union that would actually be better for both of them.
The only problem that prevents that is the stone wall of atheism. If you look at Richard Dawkins literally, he calls God a homophobic, transphobic, genocidal maniac. He calls Christians a disease that needs to be stamped out. That's what he calls us Christians. That's what he calls God. All right, he is like.
But then,
hold on.
Okay.
Like, that was Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins is the face of atheism. And so right now he's the face of atheism. When he fucking dies, I hope soon that it will be Sam Harris. And then that's another fucking retard that we have to contend with. Like, do you remember a guy named Ben Stein?
Yes.
All right, so Ben Stein did an interview with Dawkins. Yeah, he did an interview with Dawkins, right? And Dawkins came with this whole trope that the God of the Bible is such a homicidal maniac. He hates gay people, and etc., etc. I was like, suck dick, Dawkins. What he did say was this: if you look at molecular biology and molecular gastronomy and chemistry, you will see a faint signature of a designer. I'm like, you're fucking right, Dawkins, you son of a bitch. That is 3 words. That's 3 letters. It's I-A-M. You fuck.
So, but then I have to ask you the question: what about the Christian side of that? Where they're doing
the Christian side of this.
Hold on. Wait, you got to hear the question first before you respond.
All right.
Okay, so what about the Christian side of gatekeeping from anything that could benefit them, even from the atheists?
All right, so thank you so much. The whole gatekeeping, the happy-go-lucky Sunday morning, happy-feeling Christian. Oh, Jesus loves you. It's asinine. I grew up with that bullshit. It is asinine. Like, they're gatekeeping because they're the holier than thou. It's like, no, you're not. You're just as sinful as me. You're no better than me. The fuck is wrong with you? And you're gatekeeping because what? You don't want that dude on the other side of the corner that looks different to you, that doesn't want to go to the Lord? Is that what the fuck you want? Get the fuck out of here with your bullshit. Like, God said that everybody's accepted for me. God accepts all of us, no matter what we are.
So then my question from there would be then, what is the answer to being able to bridge that gap and to be a union of the two without both of them constantly gatekeeping each other?
Well, basically, the real Christians, the ones who really believe God, says, hey, come on through. We accept you. You're a brother in Christ. You are a sister in Christ. We love each other like we love you. God said, love one another as I loved you. Christ said that in the Sermon on the Hill, the Sermon on the Mount. Love one another as I loved you. That is not a suggestion. That's not an ask.
Love
that's
your
a command.
Lord God with all your mind, body, and soul.
And that's
that part right there. That part right there. Loving the Lord with all your mind, body, and soul.
Yes.
A lot of people will take that so literally, a lot of Christians, that they will deny any atheists who may not do that, but may do all of the other things that the Christians actually like.
Because
so that's why.
Because that's called blinded by dogma. That's blind by dogma.
Yeah, blinded by dogma. Too many Southern Baptists.
Yeah, true. And I'm not saying that all Christians are that way.
I grew up with Southern Baptists, so I know exactly what the fuck he's talking about.
And the reason I'm bringing this up is because how I found Confluence was Indian Jesus, who is an atheist, who does value Christian values, and thinks that, the Christians have it right, and have had it right for a long time, but it's not the end-all be-all. There is other steps beyond this that Christians can help get to, is pretty much his idea behind all of it. But there's so much gatekeeping where they won't allow the atheists to come in, even though the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So now I'm seeing that we're kind of moving back towards that, where there are a lot of Christians who are starting to push the idea that atheists just don't bring any value at all. And it's starting to become worrisome.
Well, here's this, right? So So for me, I'm Hispanic. So it's a Latin Southern Baptist.
You don't
think
say
Southern
with
Baptists
the
are
way that
bad?
you're talking.
Yeah.
All that
If you don't-
Spanish and Hispanic passion you have right now.
Exactly. It's worse. It's worse in the Latin community. It's worse because the gatekeeping is far worse. So then the reason why the atheists will bring up to the table because Christ gives hope. The atheists do not give hope. You cannot tell somebody who is on the verge of deleting themselves that just be an atheist or just do stoicism and you'll be fine. No, they're just gonna push themselves over the edge.
That's gatekeeping.
So, but maybe that's
That's
not
not
the point.
gatekeeping. That's
Maybe
not
that's
gatekeeping.
but maybe
That's
that
not
isn't
gatekeeping.
the
That's
purpose.
the atheist. That's the atheist saying there's no hope. For
But
us,
maybe
there is hope.
right. You're right. But
Hope
maybe
isn't
that's
even
not
in
the
heaven.
point of atheism.
Oh,
Hope is
Jesus
an
God.
idol.
Maybe
No, it's
that's
not,
not.
you dummy.
In heaven.
No, it's
Maybe,
not. Hope is something to strive towards. Hope is something to strive towards.
It's not
this is what I was
God.
It's
talking
not an
about earlier.
idol.
This is what I was talking about earlier, where we have to know our places, right? Atheism probably isn't there to give hope. Atheism is there to measure what is and the material value of things. They never.
The material value.
I don't. Any atheist who's going to sit there and say like, "I will give you hope by just basically measuring what already is a liar, right?
Yeah,
But that's
agree.
where I'm saying that's where the union can come in. That the hope can be provided on the spiritual and humanity side by religions, and the atheists have their value in being able to actually like keep track of everything. They're better with numbers and data.
What are you talking
Sam
about?
Harris actually. Espérate.
No.
So
I don't know what he's talking about. It's like
Sam
he's so
Harris.
bothered with numbers. It's like they don't even know what numbers are.
Maybe the fucking idiot woke atheists. Yeah, I'm talking about actual good atheists that like
I'm
are
talking about
using
the
philosophy.
actual atheists. They don't know what numbers are. If you try to tell them what's a number,
Okay,
they're like,
no,
"There's things that exist
stop
that
it.
I grant myself."
Do I
It's
have to
who
like?
fucking cares?
Do I have to like break down the difference between a woke atheist and an atheist who actually gives a shit?
No,
I don't think I have to
because
do
I
that.
think they're the same thing.
shit.
I have never seen an atheist not being completely retarded. Ever.
Oye, cállate, cojones, ya, para, cojones.
No, silencio, por favor. Un momento.
What I'm saying is this: Sam Harris actually brought that to light. He actually acknowledged that. And you know what? That's like a sliver of respect I'll give to Sam Harris. That he actually acknowledged the fact that the atheists do not provide hope. They do not provide a source of kind of like resiliency for the average person. But Christianity does. Christianity does. Christianity provides resiliency. Ephesians, the book of Ephesians, provides such resiliency. The book of Psalms provides such resiliency for someone who really is down in the dumps. And atheism does not provide that.
Okay, just a brief side note. I've made a goal because there's people who want it on the panel, but I have StreamYard's free edition. So if anyone wants to donate, to the goal, we could bring more people on the panel. I'm just saying, okay, continue on. Always be plugging Confluence.
I can drop down
also buy my mug, confluence.com/merch/Emmett. Use code Emmett to get 10% off.
So, Guam, I'm sorry I'm so passionate, Guam, because people don't understand. I love God, dude. I love God, man. I always told everybody, so whenever I got rank in the army, whenever I got my new rank, boom, new rank, the first thing I always said, without God, I am nothing. Plain and simple. Without him, I am nothing. That's plain and simple. And the fact of the matter is that atheists believe that there is nothing, but they love the architect. They love the architecture. They love the blueprint of the universe. I love to look outside and see the stars at night. I love to see it because it's the blueprint of the architect. The architect created this, and I love it. They love the blueprint, but hate the architect, which is asinine.
I mean, you can go into a really pretty building and say this is really awesome and know nothing about who built it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you go outside right now and look at the stars in the night. That to me is beautiful because the Creator created something that is beautiful. And when God said that when He created light, He saw it and He said it was good. It's clear on this.
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying that any of what you're believing and saying is like untrue or is true.
Dude.
I'm
so passionate, dude, dog.
So
I'm
good,
sorry, man.
Hey, the fucking world needs a little more passion and magic, so why not put it out there? No,
it's not magic. No, it's not magic. There's no magic in this.
I'm not saying. I'm not talking about God being magic. I'm just saying the world sucks sometimes.
Yeah, the world sucks sometimes. And the fact of the matter is this. And the fact of the matter is this: that the Bible gives us the blueprint to life. It gives us the blueprint. We just have to follow the blueprint. You know,
maybe,
trust the process.
I haven't fully thought this through, but I'm gonna say it anyway.
Yeah, hit me.
I think that possibly atheists do a good job of showing people how to take care of themselves. Let me finish. Take care of their physical selves. Whereas religion is the thing that's going to be able to take them past that and be able to take care of their spirit and the people around them in their community as well. Do you think that's an accurate representation?
I will agree with you to an extent. The extent where I stop is the hope. Is the hope? It's like, like I knew plenty of dudes in the army who were atheists, right? And like I had to sit down and talk to one of them. And I was like, hey man, so what happens if you get your leg blown off, dog? Like we're out on mission, and then next we run around IED. What happens? Like my first thing, like let's say it happens to me, my first thing is I thank God I'm alive. Like thank you Lord for I live. You didn't take me today. But the atheists would say, my leg's blown off. Oh well.
But what
there's nothing there.
Wouldn't the real measure of what happens from that be what the person does afterwards? Like, sure, you can say, thank God I live, but maybe you become a slovenly piece of shit that doesn't do anything with your life. Or the atheist says, well, it happened, but then they go and cure cancer, Or maybe they create a prosthetic leg so that somebody doesn't have to deal with that ever in their life. Wouldn't you say that the real value is what the person takes out of it?
Yes, and I agree with you that. And the Bible even goes for that too. It says that you got some bullshit, but still pass through it. Pass through it, exceed the standard.
Yeah.
And
again, I'm not saying any of this because I'm taking. I'm not saying any of this because I'm taking anything away from the Bible, or I'm trying to say that atheists are completely right or anything. I'm trying to get to the point of saying that, like, there are sides of this, and I honestly think that the yin-yang is the perfect representation of all of this. In the light, there's always a little bit of dark. In the dark, there's always a little bit of light. And the problem is that the yin-yang's like this, right? Atheists and Christians have made it like this. How do we get it back to actually being what it should be?
So I can't see the screen right now because I'm driving, so I can't see what you're doing.
So, circle, but the circle's broken.
Okay, circle broken. Okay. So, but see, here's the problem with the circle broken thing. There's dudes like Sam Harris. So there's dudes like Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, John Hagee, Kenneth Copeland. All right, I got 4 people. Right, we got 2 prosperity preachers that will just preach and you just throw the money because let's be honest, Kenneth Copeland's a billionaire. How he got $1 billion? I don't know. How he's a billionaire? I don't fucking know. But he's a billionaire because, yeah.
He's a warlock. Drinking baby
Talk
blood.
about hypnosis. That dude's fucking hypnotizing a lot of people.
See,
but either way.
Yeah, no, that dude's gone. No, see, that to me right there, Kenneth Copeland to me will burn in hell. That's along with Richard Dawkins.
But
maybe
Confluence,
because
Confluence can explain something real quick. Confluence, why would you do? For 30? Would you really do your costume for?
Oh my God, Emmett! We're in a serious conversation right now.
Are we like? At what point did we start the serious part of the conversation?
Can y'all hear me?
Everybody get their
Hello?
heads right.
Hello?
Depends how far removed the person is.
Can y'all hear me?
Like,
First
Yes,
cousin.
we can hear you. We can hear you.
not first. Disavow. Disavow.
Yeah.
Not,
Okay.
not first.
Islamist.
Frankie,
Freaking
you do
Islam.
not believe that God's a good father and that he wouldn't want to be separated from any of his children for all eternity, that he leaves the
Hello?
99 for the one lost. You wouldn't think Kenneth Copeland, that spirit of demonic lies that he believes, you don't think that God can cast that out of him forever and he still remains, back to, what God sent out does not return void. Don't you think that there's a possibility for his salvation as being truth in his own right, as a person made by God, to exist forever without all of that rest of that demonic shit on him, like completely taken off of him? Does him himself actually have to be cast out forever, him as a person?
All right, so this is the simple answer to that. Here's the simplest answer. God says, I'm here. Man says, maybe later. That's the problem. That's the problem. God says, I'm here. And now, hold on. God says, I'm here and I will wait for you. I'm always here for you, no matter what. Man says, well, I'll be back later. I'll use you when I need to. And that's the kind of thing. And it's us to choose. God is not forcing us to be with him. He is not forcing us. That's what people get misconstrued. God is not forcing. God is saying, I'm here for you whenever. Man is saying maybe later, maybe another time. Nah, I don't want to.
Because they believe
that's the problem.
Because they believe
that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they believe. It doesn't matter if it's lies, if it's truths, if it's dick and balls. It doesn't matter. What matters is that God is saying, I am here forever.
So
I am here. I'm open arms.
So what you're saying is people's thoughts and ideas.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello?
Who the fuck is saying that?
Nobody's
saying what?
So you're saying that ideas and thoughts are that can change, mind you. People don't always have to think the same thoughts and have the same ideas. Thoughts that change and ideas that change. You think that is people's identity?
No, what I'm saying. No, you're not understanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is, here's the bifurcation, the fork in the road. God is saying, I'm here, come with me. Pick up your cross and follow me. Man is saying, I'll go over here, maybe later. And God's like, okay, I'll be here waiting.
I'm not a follower.
God is not going to chase us. God is not going to chase us.
I'm not a follower, and I love God very much, but he's my friend.
Christ said, pick up your cross and follow me.
Do you follow
because that's called leadership.
Do you follow your friend? Do you follow your friend?
I follow Christ.
Do you follow your friend?
I follow Christ.
Christ said Christ literally said out of his own mouth that we are no longer called slaves, but friends, because a slave does not know his master's business. We know Father's business. We know his business. We are not slaves. We are friends. You don't follow your friend like
pick up your cross and follow me.
You don't follow your friend.
Christ says, pick up your cross and follow me. You're not going to follow Christ? You're not going to follow Christ. Is that what you're saying? You're not going to follow Christ. Is that what you're saying?
I am
Christ says, pick up your cross and follow me.
I am God's friend and God's lover. I'm not his follower. I'm not following him anywhere. There's nowhere to go. We're already here.
Yeah, one at a time. I can't.
Frankie, calm down.
Frankie, you're robot mode right now.
Yeah, one at a time. Yeah.
Frankie broke the robot with his passion.
Because I'm in a bad area. Dude, hey, I'm in a bad area. I'm in a bad area, dude. That's the problem. I'm in a bad fucking area. My reception sucks.
Yeah.
Can you not hear what happens when you invoke the power of God?
You do not know me.
Yeah, you just said
the electronics all start going out.
I don't know enough Ebonics for this conversation.
Like, I'm in a bad
and
reception.
I'm going through
No.
my MBA phase right now.
Season.
I'm working on my efficiency and assistance. So I'm gonna go ahead and move away because this is way too weird for me. And I already fought
Emmett, would you be
Islamists
a
in the
better
last-
NBA player with or without God?
Emmett, this is like the most normal conversation ever. What are you talking about?
I'll be a better NBA player if I could actually speak Ebonics. Let's be honest, because that is like the main thing you need to learn once you are in the ABA. Like the moment
You got to be able to
the moment
communicate who you're passing the ball to, bro.
Yeah,
Get on that
exactly.
shit.
You need to be able to understand what they're saying, and I don't know Ebonics. What the fuck am I gonna do there? It's like,
Tourism, my nizzle.
oh
Hooked on
look, she
Ebonics.
knows it. She understands it. Are you
I
part
do
of the
understand.
NBA, Marilyn? How is your how's your
No, but
systems?
I know a little
What's your
bit
vertical,
about
Marilyn?
Well, how's your vertical? Come on, let me know about your assistance numbers.
It's straight. It's straight.
Okay.
It's tight.
So we got an NBA player on panel. It was gonna be another one, but I don't have
outta
enough
here,
NBA
Emmett.
player.
Get out of here.
I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best to get my Ebonics there. You know what? I'm gonna hire you to be my Ebonic teacher soon.
Oh my mama.
I'm gonna start with for real. It's like that's what you have to say every time you say something, right? It's like, hey,
Word.
for real. How you
Word.
doing for real? A
Word.
word. Yeah, and then word. Thank you so much, everybody. Have an excellent night. Keep on your Gnostic paths and everything. Have a great time.
Emmett,
Good to see you,
sir.
Emmett.
Good to see you as always, sir.
All right, Frankie, go ahead. Crash out a little more.
Can someone like fill me in briefly? Like what? I'm like so lost. I'm like I don't think I've ever been this lost in my entire fucking life, to be honest.
No,
like I'm
no.
like I think I'm
It's
having
okay.
I think I'm dreaming right now. I think I've astrally projected into some like etheric plane. Like I have no idea.
You're already on those mushrooms,
right
man.
now.
Yeah,
'Cause I don't know
yeah,
what
actually,
the fuck
I
is
think
going on.
Guam. I think you're right. I think I forgot that I fucking took a bunch of mushrooms. That's the only explanation for what I'm going through right now. So, can someone like give me a synopsis of what the fuck is happening?
Here's the synopsis. People are getting triggered because they're realizing they have Stockholm syndrome and they're under the psychosis and they don't want to be, but they are, and they can't stop doing it because they're so cuffed.
That makes me, Marilyn, what you just said makes me think I'm more on mushrooms. The Stockholm syndrome of people in psychosis, like what the holy fucking Christ. Oh my
I
God.
think what we
What
just
the
got
fuck?
through is a lot of people being very passionate about what they believe.
Frankie's gone.
Okay. Actually, I want to hear. Okay, all of you. Okay, Guam and then Egg, like fill me in. Okay, so you each like. So Marilyn gave me your Stockholm psychosis thing, and I like that. Okay, so I'm high as fuck right now. So Guam, go ahead, tell me, like, fill me in. Okay.
We just had a lot of people who are very passionate about what they believe,
That's
and
not a synopsis, brother. I want to know what I missed.
I'm not good with words.
Handlers.
Okay, fine.
Lots of
Egg, you are the original bridge gapper.
No, I missed a little bit here and there, and other than that, I'm good.
Okay, so no one has any idea what's going on.
I was asking Frankie about like how to be able to again bridge that gap between atheists and Christians mostly, but mostly religions in general. And he was basically saying that the problem that atheists bring to it is that they don't have anything for hope, which I tried to bring up the fact that maybe that's not the point of what they need to do, and maybe everybody has their own fucking like side in all of this and the thing that they're supposed to bring to the table. So atheists probably shouldn't focus on hope. And we kind of stopped there.
It is like begging for crumbs. I feel like it's like begging for crumbs that fall from God's table. That's all that I see. Like, I don't believe
From
hope.
atheists?
Like, no, from Frankie and from atheists, from everyone. They're just begging for just some sort of food. They're hungry. And it's like, we draw from the well that never runs dry. What the fuck do you need so
Marilyn,
bad?
to quote the Bible, even the dogs get the scraps from beneath the table, right?
Listen, do you think faith and hope and grace and belief and mercy, do you think like all of these things, do you think they're in heaven? Do you think they have purpose in heaven? You think we're going to need them in heaven, in the presence of God forever?
It depends, because heaven is on earth.
You know what Christians believe. What do you believe?
What do you need belief for in heaven if you're in the presence of God? What do you need to believe? What do you need to hope for? What do you need to have
I don't
faith
know.
in? What do you
What
need to
do
have
you?
faith in? They're idols. They're idols that we're trying to scare people with. I mean, they're tools now, but they're literal idols. They're not God and who he is. They're not they're going to be eventually unnecessary. So these things that come out of these people's mouths, they will not always be able to speak this way.
Marilyn,
What do
I
you
think.
think? What do you think? What do you think as
Whether it
like?
sounds
I
good
don't
or
want
not.
to say. I don't want to say as a prescriptor because that's a triggering thing. But what do you say as like a way to go would be with this problem?
Be good and be God.
Okay,
Be good and be God.
Marilyn, I
we
think
can't be God.
if I
So
can,
like,
Be perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect.
Marilyn, if I can ask
well,
you
what we
something, it sounds like
so
you're saying all these things in an ultimate state won't be needed, and I think I could agree with you. Like, yeah, belief isn't ultimately going to be needed, but it feels like you're denying real concepts. We're talking in the present time right now. We're not in the future.
Stop it. Stop it.
Stop
Go to
what?
the future.
Stop being in the
Go to
present.
future. Stop being in the present and go to the future if you can't act right in the present. If you can't act right in the present and all you do is spew shit only the enemy would say, then just go ahead and go to the future.
Marilyn, what again? I feel like you're lumping. What have I said that only the enemy would say? You're saying like a bunch of fucking insane shit right now, right? Like what have I said?
That this is the present and this is how things
Oh,
are.
yeah. Only the enemy would say I'm in the present moment. You're right. That's so
No,
Satan coded,
no.
Marilyn. Fuck me, Jesus Christ.
By saying there is already a problem right now, so how can we get to another place?
No, I'm saying that there's terms that there's concepts that exist now that might not exist in the future, right? So like redemption, we need redemption right now. Probably in the final state, we don't need redemption then. We have to change our ways now. In the final state, we won't have to change our ways because we're going to be perfected. We're going to be glorified, right? We're going to be, you agree, in the final state.
We've already been redeemed.
But Marilyn, even to go, because to go back to even what Frankie said so long ago, right? Talking about serial killers, you agree. I won't use any fancy words here. No theological loading. A serial killer should stop serial killing. So he should change. So in a final state, though, we don't need to change. But right now, in the present moment, not to be Satan coded or anything, but in the present moment, we probably should change some of our behaviors. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so if you were sitting in front of a murderer right now, and you know he's murdered people, and you know he's a murderer of people, would you still call him a murderer, even though he's not murdering right in front of your face? Would you still hold those concepts to him, even though the past doesn't exist? You can't bring it back. You can't. It no longer exists. It's not a thing. The past is not a thing. It's not real. The past is not real. It does not exist. The past does not fucking exist. Right now exists. So right now he's not a murderer because he's not murdering anyone. So can we just like try to grasp to some sort of actual reality in the present moment?
Marilyn, that is reality. Okay, again.
Every second that he does not murder, he's not a murderer.
No, again, from what Christ said, right? If you lust after someone in your heart, you've committed adultery. If you hate your brother, if you call him a fool, you're subject to hellfire. So yes, a murderer who has repented, I agree with you. He's no longer a murderer, right? If he's repented. But if he's just murdered someone, he's like, I don't give a shit. I just killed and I'm going to do it again. Then yeah, he still is a murderer, right?
Repentance does not precede salvation. We have already been saved.
Hey, I lost the signal. So that's why.
How does repentance?
It doesn't precede salvation.
I'm walking my dog right now.
In what sense, Marilyn? In what repent means to like turn away, right? You're turning
like
away
dog,
from what you've done.
He's like a Jack Russell.
Okay. Let's put it this way.
I have a beige dog.
People feel like they need salvation when we already have it. It's like salvation.
Frankie, what are you talking about?
I have a beige dog right now.
Yeah.
Jesus is salvation. Jesus is God. Jesus is justice.
We've
Okay?
been saying that all damn
He
night.
is these things. But you want to act like
Lord,
there
Jesus is
has
of
to
no
be some
consequence if we're all gods.
divine. What?
Well,
Jesus
yeah,
is of no consequence if we're all gods. So it doesn't matter. Who cares?
Jesus is of no consequence. No, he
Yeah.
still deserves his
we're all
Why?
God, right? We're all God.
flowers.
We're all gods. It doesn't matter.
It does
No,
matter.
it doesn't. Why?
No.
Why does it matter?
Because God is good and good things matter.
Okay,
The
but
bad
Jesus
things
was
don't
just
matter.
Jesus.
The
My
bad
dog
Jesus
right
things
here
wasn't
is a
God.
God.
What?
My
Jesus
dog
wasn't God,
professes
right?
he's a God. My dog professes he's a God.
We're all gods.
My dog Rocky's
We have
Jesus
God.
was
So
God.
dominion.
I'm
is he a
God.
We have
You're
God or not?
God.
dominion
We're all
over
gods.
the
What does it
animals.
matter?
We are the image of God. We have
I
dominion
guess
over
we're all
the
We're
land
the
and
image
the
of God.
animals.
But we are gods. Or
We are
are we
God.
the image of God or we are gods? Which one
We
is
are
it?
God.
My
Okay.
dog is a God.
So
We are
Jesus is of
God because
no
of God.
relevance. Nobody's of any relevance because we're
Yep.
gods.
That
It
you
doesn't
can't say
matter. No,
nothing's of
doesn't matter.
irrelevance because that would be that
Well, we're
would be
gods.
thoughts only the enemy would have. Enemy
We're
would say
gods.
that things aren't irrelevant.
Your friend would tell
That
you nothing
you
is
aren't
relevant
relevant.
too because we're gods. It doesn't matter. Your friend would tell you the same thing. Doesn't matter. We're all gods.
That's why it's important to know God's identity and who He is for
But
to
we're
know what
all
matters.
gods.
To know what
We're all
Can I
gods.
just take a moment to say thank you to Frankie for fucking just like making my entire night?
by saying just total BS
Just randomly coming in and just
crashing
we're in the
out,
middle of a conversation. He's just like, beige dog, I got a beige dog.
crashing the fuck
Yeah.
out.
God.
He's
I
got
need more
the
water.
thinking circular motion going on.
It's like the middle child, like in an argument between family members, and they're just sitting there saying shit just to be heard.
Oh, I was gonna fix it. I'm God. I was about to fix that.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I just had to
When you say I'm
acknowledge
Hey,
Frankie
how
incoherent,
dare
there
you
for a
commit
second.
blasphemy by saying, "Oh, you're God"? We're
and
all
y'all
God.
say
Okay?
I'm incoherent.
You said, "Oh my God." We're all God. How
Oh,
dare you?
Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh me,
Jesus
oh
was God
my.
too.
Oh me, oh my.
We're all
Oh,
God.
Y'all
That's pretty
just
simple,
love
though.
it's idols. Y'all just don't realize the idolatry that you profess out of your mouths.
Benevolence.
Benevolence is of God. That's a good
No.
characteristic of God.
I mean, you said idol. I said benevolence.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now you're acting more like God than me because I said idol and idols aren't
wait.
real in the future. You're
Have you
God
seen me?
too.
I'm not God any
So
more than anybody. What is that? Like,
exactly. We're all in this together. I'm not more special than you.
but we're all God, though.
We're all God.
How do we achieve being able to create such like it's like how can I create a world? How can I create a universe?
You
I'm
are
a
the
god,
universe.
right?
You are the universe. You already are.
Okay, Marilyn,
Damn,
question from the chat to you from Abe Dinkus himself. He says, can you tell
special.
us what makes something an idol and an enemy, Marilyn?
Okay. An idol is anything, which could be a word. You can idolize words, people, things, anything. Anything that you give more power and authority to over God's promises over us.
Yeah, but
So if you're
Marilyn,
gonna
earlier you said because I was a Christian, I was an idol worshiper. So I guess square that circle for me.
yes, because you are creating a hierarchy by saying you're a Christian and claiming this is more important than these are more important than those.
Okay, so the definition
That's
of
why I
idol you
asked
gave
originally.
was a horrible definition of idol because it doesn't track on to at all what you just
This is
said
why
next.
I was asking originally what she believed her relevant Jesus's relevance was. I'm sorry, I have a problem with words right now.
And I have to pass. I have to pass out, guys. It was really fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Guam. Always
Yeah,
good
Guam
to see
Tech.
you.
Yeah,
Same.
salute, sir.
Let's do this again.
Sorry.
Get Abe up here.
I don't know if Abe has ever joined. Abe just sits in the back,
Hey, get your tutti frutti booty up here. He's had a few questions.
Abe and Doomerang, they just like chat, but they never join, which is crazy. Crazy.
And Abe joins other panels all the time. It's because you don't have enough viewers.
Yeah, probably. Thanks for pointing that out, Marilyn. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm here, baby. I'm for you. I'm here.
Yeah, I don't know if
I'm not here for the clout. I'm not here for the clout.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm helping either much, but
I
Okay.
believe that any thought that does not inspire hope is rooted in a lie. Remember, hope is a tool. It's not God. It's not something bad. It's just anything that does not inspire hope is rooted in a lie. It's got to, be on the wavelength of God. It's got to be high. Like, you'll never have authority over what you do not love. You must cultivate the attributes and characteristics of God, and not say things that the enemy would say. We don't have time to have thoughts in our head that God doesn't have in his head about us.
Okay, Marilyn. Okay,
well, they're gods. So how do we?
Marilyn, do you think
it gets confusing at that point when you say when God doesn't have those but we're God. We're God.
You got to know who God is. You got to know his identity.
Okay,
But you said we're all God.
His characteristic. You're without excuse. You already know what God's attributes are.
Marilyn, a question, and then I'm going to read a chat that's related to my question. Okay, Marilyn,
Yeah.
do you think everyone is God or everything is God as well?
I believe everyone is God.
So you're not like a pantheist.
I believe, we all have, like, even air, and water, and to the lowest forms of molecules, we all need each other to exist. We all need, one can't be without the other. So, it's all shows that God is real because God is everything, but we are the highest bearers. We are the highest form of intelligence, the highest form of example of God's manifestation.
So then this is where it leads to the chat thing, because side note, it sounds like you're making a hierarchy between humans and not thing, because you said God is everything, but we're like more of God. But the question is, so if this is Doomerang's question, if God is everything, how can I mistakenly idolize anything?
God is everyone, she said.
No, but she also said God is everything. Like if we went like 15 seconds ago, she said that.
We have dominion over the earth. We have dominion over the animals. We are the highest form of expression of love that
Marilyn, I'm sorry to cut you off. Is that not, if you're saying higher, you blamed me for saying hierarchy. If you're saying we are the highest thing, then you're talking the devil's language now, are you not? Under your own terms? Because now you've made a hierarchy.
Well, she did say we should spend time with the devil.
But you don't understand. I'm telling you that water doesn't need your approval. It's going to, quench your thirst and not ask for any type of thanks in return.
I know, but Marilyn, I guess my question was, again, is that not a hierarchy? If you're saying we're the highest form of God, then you are making a hierarchy, which is what you said I was idol worshipping because I had a hierarchy.
Listen, if you tell water that it's the highest form of God, guess what? It's not going to be moved or changed or have a different opinion. People will. People's thoughts change. People's thoughts, it's a spiritual battle right now. It's not a battle with water. It's a battle with people. This is why we're having this discussion.
I feel like you're not. Marilyn, I feel like you're not addressing what I said.
We're kind of obfuscating. So water can quench our thirst. So what? Like,
yeah.
What does that have to do with anything we were just talking about? Please.
We are the image of God. We are the image of God.
Sure.
But we're not God.
Christ was God.
But we're not God.
Jesus Christ was God.
But Marilyn,
Yeah, okay.
Marilyn, my question
Those
was,
are very
I will repeat
Christ-like
it
things of you to
again.
say.
I will repeat
But
it again, Marilyn. You did
saying
you
that we're
not
all
make a
God?
hierarchy? You're saying that we're the highest expressions of God, which I actually think I agree with that on you. I agree with you on that. We're the image of God. Water is not the same as us, but then you're making a hierarchy.
Treat water as God, then. Don't speak evil to water. Clean the water. Take care of the water. Protect the water. Treat water
So
as
then
if
what
you
you
were-
just said was wrong. So you don't think
Ay,
that
me
humans are the
quiero
highest form of God.
We are the issue right now. It's man and people that have the issue right now. Water doesn't have the issue right now. It's not. There is
You
an
brought up
order to
water.
things. There's an order to things.
Somewhat, Marilyn, some would call an order of things a fucking hierarchy.
There's an order to things.
That's a fucking. I think you just don't like the word hierarchy.
No,
I think you just don't like that word because you just said there's an order to things,
When I
right? Like
say
a
there's
hierarchy. Like some things are
no,
like water
no,
might be down here, and then like maybe humans are like up there.
No.
So what do you
I
mean
think
by
I'm understanding.
What
I
I
think I'm
mean is that-
understanding, and I'm understanding a little bit too much. So I'm going to take my leave. Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm good though. I understand where she's going with this, and I've heard enough.
When I say there's an order to
I wish
things,
I did. I wish I was with you, Ag. I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
when I say there's an order to things, I mean that there's issues right now in the present that need to be resolved before other issues need to be resolved. There are more pressing issues. There's an order to fixing these situations that seem like there's an issue. If there's an issue, there's more pressing issues than other issues. Same with, like, if there's an order to things with people, we're all part of the one body, but we're all God. That's still an order.
Okay,
That's
so
still an order.
so by
The
order you
is
so
part of
order
the
you mean like
body.
sequential order, right? You mean so like kind of like a horizontal order of like issues that need to be dealt with. Is that right? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, in this aspect, yes. There's a sequential order to things that need to be, that are more pressing than other things. There's an order to things, and what's most important to take care of first.
Okay, yeah. Okay, actually Abe has a good point. Abe says order of operations is a hierarchy of importance still. And I think I would agree on that. That is, even if it's like a horizontal order, the stuff you're dealing with.
I hate getting into math. But I'll do it.
I don't know if there's any math going on.
Because math is not the ways of numbers, it's the ways of order. Let's put it this way. God's math. So you say 1 + 1 = 2. Okay.
Okay.
Well, 1 + 1 could also equal 3. It could equal 5. It could equal, if you think of it in the realm of, say, a man and a woman coming together to create a child, that would be 1 + 1 equals a product of 1.
But that's a category error though, right? Like when
Right. So
that's like
look
not
at it like that. Look at it as a category error, because you can't have, like, if you say there's 3 people in a house, a mom, a dad, and a child, that's 1 + 1 + 1.
Yeah, but you're like saying a bunch, but you're not really explaining anything. It's like taking 1 and dividing it by 3 and then multiplying it back by 3 again. You don't exactly get 1 again. You get like 0.9999. Okay, so what are you trying to say though? What is the point though?
It depends on what that number entails. Like, you can't have a variable plus a variable. It doesn't equal another variable. It equals a product.
That's not how math works. First of all,
yeah, I see why you wanted to avoid math, but it's all good.
A variable plus a variable does not
All
equal
right.
a product. Is when you multiply two things together. That's not. A variable plus a variable can absolutely equal another variable. Like x plus y could equal z, right?
Because you're taking this variable and you're doing something to it in order to get a result. There's a result that comes from it. It wouldn't be, because a variable is the same thing plus the same thing plus the same thing, and you're doing different things to them to create a different outcome.
Yeah.
Right. So you're not going to
So
get the outcome is not going to be another variable. You'd have
I'm
to
not
add
trying to be
another
like
variable to
brutally
it.
honest with this question, but what's your point?
My point is math is not one-sided. It's not like
Marilyn,
God's
no one was talking about math, Marilyn. You brought up math. I was reading Abe's quote about if you
You're
have
talking about the order of things.
yeah, if you have an
There's
but so
different
not
meanings to
no math. Just if you have an order of importance, right? Then Abe's point, and I think it's a fair point, then you have a hierarchy of like what thing you should resolve first, right? You're putting them in some order of importance. So like you said with water, right? Not as important as fixing
Order
human.
of operations
That is,
can insinuate a math, like, parentheses, exponents, addition, multiplication,
right,
division.
but we don't. Yeah, I
PEMDAS.
agree. But we don't
Yeah,
have to go to math. Like we don't need to.
I understand. Go ahead, Marilyn.
if we fix the problem with people and what their issues are, because obviously they have issues and that need healing. If we fixed everybody's issue and everybody was healed, they would be able to take care of the earth and make sure everything was well and well tended to and well cared for. There has to be a place to start. It starts with man. It starts with people because they are capable of fixing everything that's wrong with the world materialistically, naturally. They are the pinnacle of, capabilities to make sure everything else is well.
Marilyn, it sounds like you're describing a hierarchy, though. Am I insane? Like, am I crazy?
By saying people are of what is most important.
Yes,
important?
that is like the definition of a hierarchy.
But I'm not. But a hierarchy would say that something is above something else.
You just said most important. That's your words. You just said most important. If something is most important, that means something is definitionally less important than the thing that's most important, and now you have a hierarchy.
That's not true, because if you were well, then you could pamper your dog and treat your dog like a king, and the dog would be spoiled rotten and get everything it wants so is the dog have a better life and more important and just because you're well, because you're capable of providing that for the animal, like who gets the better outcome?
Right, but I feel like that's conflating like better treatment or happiness with like more important. Obviously, you would probably say a human's more important than a dog, right?
I don't think it's more important. I just think that taking care of the human first will make sure that the dog is properly taken care of, well, and treated like the best it could possibly be treated. The dog is not going to be able to treat itself as well as the person would treat it.
Right.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
I think you don't like the word hierarchy. I think that's and I'm going to read Abe Dinkus. He posted a definition. Hierarchy, a system or organization in which people or groups are ranked one above the other according to status or authority. So I think that ties in. If you're saying something's more important, if you're saying there's an order of importance from a horizontal level of what issue you should deal with first, in both cases, we're in the world of hierarchy. I think that term, you tell me if I'm wrong, I think that term bugs you. But I don't know if you actually disagree with what the term means. I think the term is just bugging you.
I don't think we'll always need hierarchy.
I don't think we always will either. But this is like what we talked about with like belief and stuff. I don't think, this is even in the Bible, right? We don't always need belief. Once we're in our final state, then belief is irrelevant, right? But right now. Yeah, things.
People are the most important right now because they're the ones with the problem.
Exactly. So there is a hierarchy right now. I'm not saying there will always be a hierarchy, but at least right now there is a hierarchy, right? People are the most important. Again, to use your own words, right?
Unfortunately, yes, but I mean, that's just what it is right now. I don't feel like it should
I know, but
always be
you
that
said I
way.
was Marilyn. Not to bring it back, but you said I was an idol worshiper because I believed in hierarchy, and now it sounds like you agree with me that at this moment, yes, hierarchies exist. So
They
where's my
exist.
idol?
They exist, but you are perpetuating them as if that is a good thing, and that we need them, and that it's okay to have them, and that they're,
So
it's
do
a.
you, Marilyn. You think you just said humans in the moment are the most important. So you also agree with me that in the moment we need the hierarchy. We need humans to be the most important. We need to treat humans better than we treat water molecules, right? So I think we're saying the same thing, which is I don't know how then I'm an idol worshiper.
Because usually on the spectrum of hierarchy, there's one over the other one. There's something one over the other that gets more of something than the more love, more attention, more, I don't believe that it should always be like that. I don't agree with it. But I do believe, people are, you know, perfect, and they're the most precious, and they're the most like just saying that they're the most doesn't mean that something else is not the most. By saying that, it you be idolizing the word most, when really it's like it's just grandeur speech. It's not like classifying people as the most by saying they're the most. It is an explanation to how important people are, how important, we are to God, to, you know, God is going to choose us over, a tree. He'd be more willing to let that tree burn than he would us burn. Like, that's his identity. God still exists. God still, he has his own order to things, but the order should not require control and manipulation. I don't feel like truth has an agenda.
I don't think it. Yeah, I think I agree. Okay, Marilyn, can you actually? This is Marilyn's hour. Marilyn, if you can do me this favor, I have to pee. Can I put you full screen and you sound off? This is your time, Marilyn. Okay, this is your time.
What?
And someone please donate. Holy shit. This is this is stretching my brain. Someone please fucking donate. For Christ's sake, Marilyn, tell him to donate to me, please, Marilyn. Okay, please. And then say what you want to say.
Donate.
No TOS. Sound off, Marilyn. Tell him the truth.
Donate, because he's got a small channel and he loves all of you so much, and it would please him very greatly. And he's awesome. And we need to support all the channels, especially the good ones. And I don't know what to say. Why am I full screen? Holy shit. God is good. You are good. We are good. Everything is good. Just be good and be God. Oh my God. I don't even know why you're doing this right now. I believe we should be gathering instead of scattering. So we shouldn't be separating these from those. We should be not having these discussions at all. We should just take care of things and nurture things, people, everything, without any kind of stipulations or any kind of control or manipulation. That, we already are good. We already are truth. Please say he's back. Please donate. Please get me on full screen.
Marilyn, you didn't grift hard enough. I have 0 donos. What the hell, Marilyn?
Oh my God. They don't, the love of money is the root of all evil. If you cannot live your life and walk with God and love everything that you're
Yeah, I
walking
can't
with
live without money, Marilyn. I'm sorry. Yeah, I
then you
can't.
shouldn't
I
have
will
it in your
die. I will
life.
die without money.
Burn all of the money. Burn it all.
Marilyn, I'll be homeless. I'll be homeless if I burn all the money. I can't do that. I wish I could, you know?
I'll send you a dono, homie. You're my dog.
This is why I love you, Marilyn. This is why I love you.
And I love
Marilyn,
you.
I feel like Marilyn, I feel like you misunderstand me. You know, I feel like if we could like soul bond, like not in a gay way, in like a normal way, like just like I think you'd get me. I think you'd get me. You think I'm like some like insane person is what I've learned from this conversation. But I'm not. I think you would understand me, Marilyn.
I feel like you just talk about a lot of stuff you shouldn't talk about. I think your heart is in the right place and you believe the right stuff, but you have way too many conversations that you shouldn't have.
I mean, yeah, actually, yeah, no, I don't know if I can disagree with that. I don't think I can disagree with that at all.
You have way too many conversations that should not be talked like have had. Yeah, but other than that, that goes for everybody. Like, there's some things that are not true that don't need to be talked about because they're not true. So
someone has a question for you, Marilyn, and I'm gonna look this up first. They want to know your opinion on a passage. Oh, Marilyn with the $10. There we go. Marilyn has grifted for herself, which is the best kind of grift if you think about it. Good job, Marilyn. Thank you so much. For real. Thank you.
Word.
So Marilyn, how do you feel about if I this is just from chat, okay? This is off rip, okay? So I don't know what I'm about to pull up, but if you're down to answer it, you know, unless it's like, oh God, no, I did. Okay, yeah, no, I don't think it's a very great passage, but
it sounds pretty sus already, man.
Yeah, it does. We're gonna do it anyway. It's from the Bible, okay? You ready for this, Marilyn?
No, before we do this, Abe's kind of right. Like, I don't like words. Words are so annoying because I feel like the only reason we have words is because there's an issue that needs to be talked about. Like, if we could properly use words as only edifying, I would love words, but it feels like words are just spells and witchcraft right now. Like, they're not being used properly. Period. Okay, now what were you gonna say?
Okay, briefly, I actually am kind of, Maryland coded on that, and I'm gonna probably lose everyone in my chat in saying this, but I do think that to speak words in some ways, okay, everyone like bear with me for a second, okay, to speak words is definitionally to lie, because you're taking some truth that exists outside of yourself and you're trying to condense it into some linguistic category, which is always going to be imperfect. It's never going to be the correct thing. Like if we say God is love, if we just look at the words of that, it punts toward a true statement, but it's like you're pulling it down into the world that we live in, right?
You're separating it from everyone else and saying, so are you saying that just God is love? Why would you even have to say that if we're all love and we're all God? Why are you separating God from us in love? Why are you saying God is love? It's just,
this is why words matter, and humans are just so great at words.
Words matter, but I guess like we talk past each other so often, because like if we look at the phrase God is love, it's like,
that's my point.
Yeah. When I say God, well, what does someone else mean by God? When I say love, it hits everyone's brain in a different way, and so it's like we're always. Yeah, no, Abe. Abe, you're right. It's I'm using lie kind of hyperbolically. It's You're more correct. You're more precise. It's imperfect. Abe said I should have read the chat. Imperfect isn't the same as a lie. Yes, I agree. Yeah, it's not a lie, but yeah, it's kind of watering down. God is love. That is true in like the spiritual sense, and then we water it down with words because they're never going to hit everyone the same. It's never going to.
Because we don't understand.
Compare that to heaven. Would you be able to say the word imperfect in heaven? Would you be able to use it? Would you be able to define anything as imperfect in heaven? Why use it now? Why say it now? It's obviously a form of a lie. If you're saying the word imperfect, it would be something that the enemy would say, because the enemy believes things are imperfect. God doesn't believe things are imperfect.
But Marilyn, you've said that word a few times now, so sometimes you have to say a word that you don't want to have to say, but
we can observe imperfect things.
I don't use the word imperfect.
You just said it again. Marilyn.
I'm saying it because y'all guys make me practice witchcraft. We're all making each other practice. If you would not have thought that thought,
Marilyn, what's your definition of witchcraft?
No, what's your definition of perfect? If imperfect is a word, then what does perfect mean?
Perfect is all things good and all things right and all things true and all things God.
Okay, so if there's a form of perfection, then there has to be a form of imperfection, right?
No.
Oh.
No.
Explain.
If you call something perfect, if it is perfect in every way, if you see say a picture, I don't know, a fucking cup, I don't know anything, there's nothing wrong with it, it's perfect, it's nothing, not flawed at all, would you say it's imperfect in any way? Would you say, oh, this cup is perfect, but I
would say that cup might be perfect, but not all cups are perfect.
Right, but you can't ever claim that cup is imperfect in any way. There's no way that today it's perfect.
But that's not to deny that some cups may be imperfect, though, right?
Right. We only know the cup is perfect because we have a bunch of imperfect cups to compare it to.
Yeah, cup might be perfect.
But that particular cup is perfect. So there would never be a reason to call it imperfect.
Well, not every cup is perfect, though, right?
I don't know if you're making an imperfect cup. Is there an imperfect cup in heaven? Do they have imperfect cups in heaven, or is every cup perfect?
Well, I think that's kind of the point you're missing, right?
Missing? Now we're missing stuff in heaven.
No, I think
y'all make me this way.
You're missing. We're not in heaven, and heaven's not missing the point. You're missing the point.
Now I'm missing something. That's the God would not say I'm missing anything. You are an accuser now. You're accusing me.
You are Satan,
no,
Agrippas.
I'm saying,
and you should hang out with him.
I'm saying that you're missing the point of, if there is something that is perfect, there also has to be something in comparison as imperfect. Correct?
No.
So how the fuck can that be possible?
Because
please explain.
Eventually imperfection won't exist. So therefore, that the truth is perfect. Imperfection is a lie. There's a clear barrier between a lie that's not true and not real, and a lie that is truth and is real. Perfect is the truth. Imperfect is a lie. There's a separation that doesn't need to be separated. When we can finally snuff out all of this, missing, imperfect, lies, all this shit that is so unnecessary.
As a rule of proper grammar, though, you're not supposed to use the same word in the definition.
There will only be truth.
You can't use this. You're not supposed to use the same word in the defining a word.
You're just saying that heaven isn't real by saying
you're saying a lot, but it's not saying anything.
Good. I'm not trying to have an agenda.
But okay, Marilyn, you say, Marilyn, every so often you say
something by saying so much.
You say something so out of pocket, like you just said, Egg doesn't believe heaven is real. Like connect that. What did he say that makes you think that he thinks heaven's not real?
Because how can you sit there and say that there's perfection and imperfection? If you
No,
believed in
that's not what I
heaven,
said. You're
then
straw manning.
you wouldn't believe in imperfection in heaven.
No,
You
I
would believe
said
in only
if you
perfection.
believe in something, if you believe that there is perfection, you would have to believe that there is something counter to that to believe in that perfection.
No, like when you have a
How?
child, when you have
It's
a
just like
child,
believing in something is good and evil. If you believe in
no.
something that is good, you have to believe that there are things that could be evil to be able to believe that that thing is good.
Do you believe evil will always exist?
Now, well, back to what you were. All right, you know what,
Marilyn, I think
Conflict.
that's the. I think I'm gonna bridge the gap. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm a be ag coded right now, Marilyn. I think the thing is, I think you reject like the temporal nature of the state we're in right now. Like you keep talking about like what will be true in heaven, and there's no imperfection in heaven, there's no sin in heaven, but we all agree on that. And for some reason you're denying like right now. Yeah, but
Because we
why
need,
speak from a state that we're not in? I
because
get
it's
like
important. Because if I don't, then we'll stay in this circular, cyclical cycle forever. You have got to break out of it and be like, look, that's enough. Stop speaking on your fears, your motives, your agendas, your manipulation that is going to harm and going to make people less than and bring people down. You've got to have only the highest edifying thoughts to say that, hey, it's possible for there to just be truth, to where you do not need this opposite and counter issue. Just like Adam and Eve, when Adam and Eve were in the garden and everything was perfect and they had all the trees and all the animals and stuff, there was no curse, there was no lie, there was no death, there was no enemy. Why do you think that it's so hard to register in your mind a place that we can be that is like that? Why do you have to?
because Marilyn, even the example you used in the Garden of Eden, yes, those things didn't exist. So I agree. In the Garden of Eden, why talk about them? But Marilyn, it sounds like you want us to just deny reality. Like in reality, there is imperfection. In reality, right now, there is beauty and there is ugliness. There is good and there is evil right now. I understand. I think we all agree in some final state, then yes, it's all going to be good. Everything's going to be Gucci. Everything's fine. But it sounds like you want to deny what's happening in the present moment. And you're saying, oh, just don't talk about it. So am I wrong? How is that's hitting my brain as like just denying the reality we live in right now?
Well, it started back when we were talking about physical bodies dying. That's a very triggering moment.
Right.
In my mind, where you're coming from, Confucius, is that
that's Emmett's bird's name. Okay, that's not my name. Confluence. Now you got me fucking on my own name. Confluence. Confucius is Emmett's green bird. Okay.
I thought he didn't have a green bird. I thought he was getting a green bird.
I fucking donoed for it. Now he has it. He bought it.
What?
I paid like 150 Canadian dollars for that thing. Okay, so.
Okay, so what I think you're doing is saying, okay, even though past doesn't exist, it's not a thing. The past is not real. If you look at it like this, if you look at it like you can't get the past back, it does not exist. You are trying to perpetuate the present. You are trying to say right now there is good and evil, there is bad and imperfect things and perfect. That is not in a forward momentum into the path and direction we need to go. That is literally staying stagnant and mixing lies with truth. It's not trying to speak in a more holistic way. It is saying, it's agreeing with the enemy and agreeing with God at the same time, which is still agreeing with the enemy.
I guess I don't see that. I agree in the future and I have hope for the future. I'm not stagnant, but I also don't want to deny the present reality, because right now, you and me, Marilyn, in this moment, we're in the present. You might not like that, but we are in the present, okay? That's like boots on the ground's reality. So
you're acting as if that it doesn't matter, like that you think it. I do not believe that it doesn't matter that we had a past and we have a present and we have a future. I believe that it's all important that we go through all of this stuff and take the knowledge from it, and that knowledge, gets us to the holistic realm of God. But like by saying things, just being able to say things are perfect rather than just feeling and knowing, without, appreciation, just everything is already appreciated. Like this gives us substance. It gives us, a threshold of goodness by all the things that we've experienced and things that others in the past have experienced. That does not mean that we should hold on to the negative parts of it. That doesn't mean we need the imperfections. That doesn't mean that they have to always exist. It means that it shows us what matters. It shows us what gets, love and reverence and glory, and for those things to be a thing, to even matter, to even exist. Like for them to even exist, we'd have to go through some sort of, idea of what it's not. But at some point, we have got to let those things go that are imperfect and say, okay, now that we know what truth is, because we've seen both sides, we can testify to the truth, which is all things good and all things edifying, and we do no longer need the existence of what is not truth. Now that we know what truth is and we can actually pinpoint it, we do not need the excess. We are being molded and sculpted, into the perfect image. But when we get to be that image, and the rest of the pieces of clay that weren't added to the pot are, used for another pot or whatever, they're not a part of it. Like, you can't hold on to those pieces that are not a part of you anymore. You can't say, there has to be a negative to know what positive is. No,
but
we've already gone through it.
One point you said, Marilyn, you said that we're being molded and sculpted, and I would agree. But then that means, like, unless I'm misunderstanding you, that means then right now I'm not as good as I could be. I am, from what you said, I'm being molded and sculpted. That's a process, right? So I'm not already perfectly molded and sculpted. I am, from God's point of view, from my point of view, I'm being molded and sculpted, right?
I would not be having this conversation with you if you did not believe what you believe and are having the discussions that you are having with me. I would be a whole different discussion if you believed you were God, you believed you were perfect, you believed we were all perfect. We would be having a totally different discussion. I'm coming down to your level to get you and understand where I'm coming from. But this is not the way I want to speak. This is not the way I will always speak. This is not my belief system speaking this way. This is trying to get you to bridge the gap, to stand in the gap, to where we are, where you are right now, and where you should be. And then where you are should be, when you are where you are should be, we won't be having this discussion ever again.
But we're always where we should be because that's where we're supposed to be at the moment, right?
Right, we're supposed to, but we're having these dumb conversations.
Marilyn, if you're coming,
but we're here.
If you're
we're
coming,
here for a
Marilyn,
reason.
if you're
So
coming down to my level, isn't that a hierarchy? Because why would you have to go down to my level if there's
Trying
no
to bring you
hierarchies?
up to my level.
So
Trying to
that's
bring
a
you up.
hierarchy. So you're saying you're on a higher level than I am. You have to come
But
down to my level. That's like a hierarchy.
But we're supposed to be having this conversation at the moment. It's supposed to happen.
That's true.
Right. At some point, we've got to be on equal playing fields.
What point is that?
Whenever you stop having these stupid conversations.
But you're part of this stupid conversation.
I'm entertaining it, but I'm only entertaining it in order to have an equal discussion with you. Like, there are ways to speak to where we won't feel doubt and we won't feel an imbalance.
Here's another fucking word salad. She's just entertaining us, and never mind. You know what? Fuck, dude. Pleasure as always, but I'm fucking hard out. See y'all,
No,
man.
Ag, no. Don't leave us now.
Yeah, dude. I'm out, man.
Don't.
Oh. You see what you did, Marilyn? I'm just kidding.
I defeated all the demons.
Ag is not a demon. Ag is not a demon. And he shouldn't hang out with demons either. Marilyn, you've dropped some like unhinged lines. I'm not gonna lie to you, Marilyn. You've dropped some unhinged lines.
Oh God. I don't try to have these discussions. I really don't. I like us right now vibing. There's nothing wrong. Everything's fine. There's no issue. There's no, control like struggle, power struggle. It's all vibes. Like right now, we're in heaven. Right now.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like that.
There's no issue. No issue at all. So I could step down if you want, or if you have other things that you want to talk about the atheist or play a video. I don't know what you want.
Are you down to continue watching?
Word.
Okay.
We can do that.
Okay, we'll continue. Because Marilyn, this is a video I do want your thoughts on.
Okay.
For better or for worse, Marilyn. For better, hopefully for better, but because if we're in heaven right now, then I want to be in heaven watching this video with Marilyn. Okay, that's what I want. So I mean, the only thing better would be if Ag rejoined, because like I didn't, but if he has a heart out, he has a heart out. But we'll keep going.
I think literally speaking, what people are doing in religious traditions is realizing the finitude of their existence and therefore trying to commune with something
Can I add a
less
thought to
finite. Of course.
We have this hunger, and I have no reason to believe that any naturalistic explanation can explain the consciousness's hunger for meaning and significance, because that's all propositional. It's
Demons
not
are
molecules
hungry.
in motion.
What's naturalistic mean?
Naturalistic just means nature.
Am I face
And
blind,
that's
or
all
does
there
this
is,
guy look like
basically.
Bernie Sanders
So
a
you
bit?
have molecules in motion, largely governed by natural law. There is no outside transcendent anything. There's no immaterial anything, certainly not an immaterial God that has started the process and sustains the process and gives life meaning. There either is meaning objectively or not, okay? If not, then it's up to us.
For example, a moment ago you said that if there is a creator God who brings us into existence, then you are designed and you are given purpose by God. And I think we need to investigate this a bit further.
Mm-hmm.
Because, for example,
Okay, sorry to pause. Marilyn, are you a created being?
I don't believe in creation or evolution. I believe we always were and we always will be. I don't appreciate creation right now and people creating. I feel like there's an order to things, and that people creating and are going past, like leaving everyone behind by creating, rather than us all going in it together. I feel like, people creating when they're starving children, when there are children starving in the world, and you think it's okay to create, and you think it's okay.
Wait, are you like an anti-natalist?
I don't like labeling shit. I don't know what the fuck you just said.
Like, do you think people shouldn't have kids?
No, I think we should have many kids, make many babies.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood what you said.
That's not what I mean by creating. I mean by, like, if you're going to paint a picture when children are starving, like, you're completely fucking delusional. Like, you're completely not doing God's will.
Wait,
that
okay.
People have to be
what does that
okay.
mean?
People have to be
What does
okay.
that mean?
The entire world of people have to be okay
before I can paint a picture.
Before you can go and create something and innovate and imagine and dream these things, you're not staying with the collective and tending and caring for
So,
what matters.
Marilyn, I don't know if I'm misunderstanding you, but like, have you ever painted anything or made any art in your life?
Maybe when I was a kid and I didn't know any better. Maybe
Wait, so now you
think
you think it would be wrong for you to like paint something because there's like kids starving?
Right. It would be very selfish and pretentious.
For you to paint a picture.
It would be. It would be, because what the fuck are where the fuck are my priorities?
Does that apply to like every hobby? Do you not do any hobbies?
I don't do hobbies.
What
I'm not a hobbyist.
What do you do?
Do
you not do anything for fun? You don't do anything for, creative output?
No. I'm on fucking I'm online like it's a sickness. I'm like, what is the word? I don't know. I'm online all the time.
You're like terminally online?
Terminally online. That's what it is. Terminally online.
But how is that better than painting a picture?
It's not, though, because I mean, in my everyday life, like, I homeschool my kid. I'll, make food, make food for family. Like, I will, work, things that I'm forced to do in this highly provisional, culturally sanctioned hallucination that we all participate in. I have to do things because other people have got me forced and bound by this system that I fucking hate, and I don't know how to get out of it. But
don't you think God is like a creator? Like, so like for you to create, is that not adding beauty to the world? Like,
I mean, I feel like one day I would be able to create when things are better, things are right, things are more, orderly.
You just said we're all in heaven. If I'm in fucking heaven, why can't I paint a goddamn picture? Jesus.
Because we're also in hell and purgatory. Those things are real. Those things exist right now. Like when they don't exist anymore and we're no longer in purgatory and hell at the same time heaven that we're in heaven, when we're just in heaven alone. Yes, well, I feel like I'll have time to dream and innovate and create beautiful things and share what's inside of me, share what I have to offer. But until then, I cannot justify doing that stuff because there's too much need. There's too much need.
Marilyn, for someone who's been like saying such like positive stuff and like never speak negative, you just said like the most black-pilled shit I think I've ever heard. That you can't do anything creative or anything for beauty until the whole world is fixed. That is so black-pilled. That is literally, I don't think I've ever heard someone say something so black-pilled.
What did you say that was so black-pilled, Marilyn?
Why?
Marilyn said she won't create any art or anything.
What are you talking about? Of course she's black-pilled and she is.
That's true. She is black-pilled in that way. But yeah, Marilyn, correct me if I'm wrong, but Marilyn said she won't paint anything, do anything artistic at all until all of the world's problems are solved.
Oh, you're talking about I think she's talking
Yeah.
about creation in the God sense.
No, y'all
No,
don't
she's
deserve
not. I asked her. I said,
More
"Would
in
you ever
artistic
paint?"
sense.
I asked her if she'd ever, and she said she will not paint. She will not do photography. She won't draw a fucking picture until all the problems are solved. Right, Marilyn?
What?
Right.
Why? But why? Why?
Because y'all don't deserve it.
Oh, okay. That, that's true. I don't deserve anything, by the way. I agree with you, Marilyn.
But
That's
Marilyn,
why-
for
that's why-
yourself,
that's why I
Marilyn,
need
for
to- that's-
yourself, you should
that's why-
do stuff for yourself, right?
I'm already perfect and fine without any of that. I don't need any of that. Y'all need that.
I can agree with Marilyn in this one.
You don't think it's in God's Marilyn? If you're God, you don't think it's in God's nature to create?
But art is different. from
There's a
creation.
time and a place for everything. Okay. I mean, eventually it'll happen, but even if it doesn't, like, there are children starving.
I know, but like, what?
I agree.
But Emmett, you
I
don't
think
agree.
it's
Emmett,
part-
you do your pixel art.
I agree that there's children starving, and I think it's good for them. I think it's very good for them that they're starving. They have to learn the value of food, and if they don't starve, they never learn the value of food. They'll end up like Confluence, and then we have to teach them about life later on. You know, it's a little bit complicated when it comes to that kind of thing. You know, whenever I think about the beauty and the stuff when it comes, especially when it comes to art, I agree with Marilyn. Like nobody, in fact, almost no one should be doing art. There must be like a bar, like an entrance exam for artists, for the artiste, also known as the artist, and only the ones that pass the bar to be an artist should be able to do art. Everybody else should be like unallowed to do any kind of artistic endeavor.
So you've
try to-
passed the bar though, Emmett. To be clear,
I did because I actually I have my art degree. You know, do you have a degree in art in Maryland?
I went to art school, yeah. I went
have an art degree?
There we go.
I went to for film and
finish?
TV, and I hated it. I mean, once I graduated, I majored in it, and I won't even watch movies anymore. I won't watch a show or movie. I can't even fucking watch TV at all. I hate it. I hate
Marilyn,
it. I can edit.
Would you
pretty
be
good.
the weather girl?
No,
Why not?
because it's all a psyop. It's all unnecessary. It's all fucking.
I know it's
propaganda.
unnecessary, but it looks good. It's like,
it's-
hey, I'm the weather girl. Nobody cares about the weather, but look at me. It's like that's the whole point of
Fucking
it.
zogged out shit and Mossad shit.
I agree with the Mossad. Do you know that I'm a
Marilyn's getting
Jewish?
anti-Semitic up in here.
I'm
Okay, now we're in
Jewish
for
on
the real
Saturdays.
shit. Now we got to the meat and potatoes of what's going on.
Confluence. I'm Jewish on Saturdays, so of course I agree with Marilyn when it comes to the Mossad. Okay. Don't you know? In fact, let me read something for you real quick. This is art. This is artiste that I created, and it pretty much says, "Shekels, shekels, raining from the sky. Gold, you gold on the low. Keep it locked, no lie. Tiny hat, people town. We own the banks. Don't fuck with us. We'll call Mossad." Okay.
Emmett, if I drop a fat beat, will you rap that whole song?
He already has it.
I have the beat. I
No,
can do it right now.
Okay, yeah, I want you to do it live though. Yeah, so but I want you to like live rap it.
Yeah. Okay, fine. I'll do it.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so add the screen. I'll add it.
But wait a second. I need to get this shit work. All right, give me a second, okay? I'll be right back.
Okay, we got a second.
How about them Jews? What?
I have a question for you after this. Like, if I rap this, and I send you the chorus, will you sing the chorus with me?
No, I'm not a Jew.
You don't have to be a Jew.
I feel like I'm being Jew.
You're already Marilyn. You're already talking about the Zionist occupied government. You might as well fucking rap his chorus with them.
I am not zogged out. I don't want to be zogged out. No, not me. Not me. They're the problem.
Who are the problem? The
Zogs.
you?
So it sounds okay. So it sounds like you're
Yeah.
anti-Zog. I'm not saying you're like pro-Zog. I'm saying you're anti-Zog.
I'm anti-Zog.
Right, and that's what do you think Emmett's song is like super pro-Semitic? Because like I've heard it. I don't think it's like
Pro-shekel. He's pro-shekel.
I like shekels. Yes,
I
I
wanna
like
burn all
shekels.
the shekels.
I do like shekels.
I want to burn all the shekels.
I'm trying to become a Hezbollah agent. That's kind of my goal. So, W Israel.
Checkered base take, Marilyn. Marilyn is super base. People don't know it, but she is.
I'm super
Can you
base.
hear that? I can't hear that. But can
Yeah,
you hear that?
I can hear it.
Okay, let me give it a second. So I can actually hear it myself. What the fuck is going on here? Marilyn, why do you make me do this kind of stuff? Every single time I have to come here, everybody's mean to you. I have to bring up I have to save you from yourself. Like, every time.
Abe, I don't believe in communism because communism will require everyone working together to make a perfect utopia. When I don't believe, I believe
Right,
if
no,
some
I see.
people don't want to work, if some people don't want to take part in this communism, they shouldn't have to. They shouldn't have to do anything that they don't want to fucking do. I don't want any system at all forcing me to do anything, even to help people. If you don't want to help people, don't. I'll help you. Shit. Fuck that. Anyway, shekel on.
Hello?
Shekel
Confluence, say
on.
something.
Well, I'm here.
Why can't I hear you now?
Marilyn, you can hear me, right? I didn't disconnect my mic.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, you're
okay.
cool. You're good.
Oh no. Setting.
And let's see some shekels in the chat. Where's my Zionist dollars?
Look at the
Okay,
screen.
if I'm gonna stand for Israel,
I'll be
I
right
want
back.
some
Give
fucking
me just 1
shekels.
second.
So Netanyahu, if you can hear me right now, or like Jalad or what's that guy's name? The other guy in Israel. Send me those shekels.
Nobody's gonna find it. I'm practicing my Jewish. I am
That doesn't sound Jewish at all, brother.
I don't care. I don't care what you have to say. How Jewish are supposed to
All of your
sound, okay?
accents are just Indian accents. That's what I've realized.
know,
Every
I
accent you
know,
ever
I
do
know.
is an Indian accent.
But in the reality, like we got look, the shekels have to come, okay, from somewhere.
Still Indian. Still
I
Indian.
don't care what you have to say, okay? It's Canadian. Shut up.
I mean, you should just share the screen, and then I'll put it on here, and then you can rap on it.
It's not on the screen, Dun. It's on Reaper directly. It's in my DAW. It's gonna start in a second. This is why I can just do it.
Oh, you're already maxed.
Come on, Marilyn. Give me the bob. Yeah, people down, rolling, then cars deep. Diamonds on the rings, the time will be here. Cut off my foreskin, day one tradition here. Bar mitzvah time, we'll make it up, sleep. Straight on the table, polka for the win. Coins stack high, let the loans roll in. From corner store to penthouse suite. Bring all the shekels, yeah, they are so sweet. Shekels, raining from the sky. You go low, keep it up, no lie. Tiny hot people town, we own the banks. Don't fuck with us. we'll call Mossad. Part the crowd, we'll wait for the Messiah. Haters talk trash, we own the Himalaya. Some call us grifters, we call us winners. Shabbat the rabbit to the rest of our winnings. You'll never see my U-Gold, safe behind the wall. Gaza on the other side is just a fad. Third temple when I ask outside. Horn blast loud, high for sacrifice. Shekels, shekels, raining from the sky. You golden below, keep it luck, no lie. Tiny hot people town, we own the banks. Don't fuck with us, we'll call. I didn't read that. That's high, toast to the wind. 30% of votes vote for the shit. Mamdani's in, he'll take our cash. We kid, of course, we own the banks. Yeah, we own the banks. Man, we own the banks. Shekels, give it out now. Shekels, shekels, Marilyn.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Give me some shekels, Marilyn.
Amazing, amazing.
There it is.
Yeah.
A lot
Very
of
something.
performance.
Rich in Judaism.
I love that you have like that auto-tuned chorus part as your backtrack.
Yeah, well, I had to add it when I was doing the song. So I have it. The fuck am I listening to? You're listening to the Have Nagila rap.
I don't even know, where'd you find like a 16-bit version of the Have Nagila?
No. I got, there's a rap that is the Have Nagila, and it sounds a little bit different, and I auto-tune it, and then I made it look way worse, so it sounded more 16-bit, and then I had to cut that part, and then I had to cut it again so that it match with the song, and then I had the second part, which is the final chorus or the outro, and I add everything together so that it sounded good enough. And thus,
Yeah, there you go.
Amazing. Incredible.
I have a question for you, Marilyn.
Oh Lord.
Are you in love? Are you in love?
No, I was, but he don't want to be with me anymore. Nope.
What did you do?
What did I told him about it. He finally found out what I believe. And he couldn't handle it.
Is this a recurrent problem, Marilyn?
He couldn't handle it. He's Orthodox. He's a streamer. He's one of our people. Well, he's on the other side of our people. He's our people, but he's not our people.
What are you talking about? Is he one of the guys? Is he one of the Uyghurs?
He's not black. He's not black.
Are you sure? Because well, the Uyghurs are white, but they act like.
He's not white either.
Okay.
He was Persian.
He's Persian?
Persian.
Okay.
Y'all know him. I mean, most of y'all know him. Some of y'all know him.
Wait,
is he like a public guy?
He's one of our people.
Wait, who's
I don't know
Persian?
any Persian guys.
Yeah, who's like Persian, like from Iran?
I don't want to. No, he's not Iranian. He's not. The Arabs don't claim Persians. No, he's not.
Iran's not Arab.
Right. Well, I don't know.
Arab.
Maybe he is Iranian. I don't know. But no, I'm not going to reveal his name because we're not together anymore. We're not.
Who do we know?
Weren't you
Who's
supposed to be going out
Persian?
with James from MDD?
He's on the other side. He's on the other side. So I don't want to mix the two. They got mixed the other night, and I didn't like it. I didn't like all my people in with that crowd. I mean, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it because
Marilyn,
lots of
this
shit
is
went
love
down that
out
y'all
it.
don't know
Okay,
about.
we're
A
gonna
lot
go
of
through
weird
all of
shit
it.
went down.
We need to know. We're gonna be
Crazy
snoozing
shit
in
went
this
down.
bootsing and it's
I
snoozing
can't even
around
name
it.
names.
Wait, Ag
that
says
people
Iran
involved.
is Arab. Persian isn't Persians are all from Iran, are they not? Am I crazy? Don't they speak
Persian-
like Farsi and shit?
No, Persian were the people before the
Arabs do not claim
the Arabs.
Persians.
No, I know, but I'm saying like historical Persia is modern day Iran, no?
Yeah, historical Persian is more than Iran and Iraq and parts
I like
of.
him so much too. Tell him to come back.
Just tell us who he is, Marilyn. Tell us who he is.
No, no, I can't.
Yeah, so I can go to his channel and I just pester him about
no,
it.
absolutely
I will
not.
go ahead and just pester
No,
him
he's not
about it.
streaming for a while. He stopped streaming for a while.
But I can still go to his channel and just pester him.
I think
right?
Doomerang, I think Persians speak Farsi, don't they? Am I crazy?
He used to go live every night, but now he's stopped, and he's probably not going to take it up for a little while. I'm not sure. He might go live every once. I don't know, but when he is live, it's at night, and it's like all into the night until like 4 a.m, and then he deletes the whole live, so he doesn't have anything on his channel.
Marilyn, is his name Xerxes?
No, his name's not Xerxes.
Okay, sorry, I was just reading a chat, so I thought maybe I had you for a second.
I wish he'd come back though.
Cecil says, just
Really
convert to
like
Orthodoxy
him.
and be happy. Why don't you do that?
Yeah, Marilyn,
Follow
you would
your man,
love
Mary.
the Orthodox Church, Marilyn. You'd love it. You'd
Follow your
love all the
man.
rigid Orthodox
Yeah,
beliefs.
I like Orthodoxy. If I were to choose a cult, it would totally be Orthodoxy.
Yeah,
Because they're
we'll
so
give you a hot dog and a
beautiful.
rock.
They're so beautiful. They've got such a beautiful, thing going. Even though they serve an idol worshiping death cult.
Okay, fine, but look, you get your man. We give you a hot dog and a rock. It's awesome.
No, I can't talk about him. But I don't know.
Is that little
I'm
guy with the
moving on.
mustache
Hopefully,
that, oh,
maybe.
arrows will
Not really.
block
I don't
out the
want to.
sun?
But I've got things. There are things that I'm not going to discuss about other people. That
Is it Cersei's?
I already asked that. She said no.
What is the worst DM you ever received?
The worst?
Like the one you said, oh, what the fuck is this?
Probably from me.
Yeah, it's
like from us.
why is
from
it?
us people
Why
or in
was it?
general? 'Cause I just saw
Be
one
My
tonight that
Cousin
was
by
pretty bad.
Confluence.
What?
Oh no, it didn't happen.
What?
Damn.
Confluence isn't in my DMs. He lies.
Marilyn
Not in my DMs.
Marilyn always leaves me on red all the time. She just
You
doesn't
do
even
not leave
answer.
me ever. Stop lying to your audience. This
I'm
is
a-
why you don't get super chats. You lie too much.
I'm always
Confluence
sliding
just
in.
keeps asking
I'm
you,
always
right?
sliding in, and it just doesn't work.
He just keeps asking you, can you please be my cousin?
It's because Marilyn says I'm not Persian enough. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm white, Marilyn. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to get
Jesus.
over him. I'm trying to get over him. And then
took over
James
long
from
ago.
Modern Day Debate stopped talking to me.
Wait,
Well,
were you trying
I
to get
guess-
with? Wait, were you trying to fuck James?
Well, I wasn't trying. We had a thing. We were, and then
You did fuck James from Modern Day Debate?
I did not fuck James. I
Did
didn't
James fuck
anybody.
you?
I did not fuck anybody online. No one. I have not had sex in a year and a half. I have not been with any of these dudes online.
You sure,
No,
Marilyn?
I'm positive.
Marilyn, I'm gonna make you a song. I'm gonna
I
make you
have-
the ballad of Marilyn, and it's
I
gonna
have
start with
things,
someday,
though.
sometime.
I have
I
things.
debated a guy into loving me. That's gonna be the chorus of I debated a guy
If I could
into
just pick
loving
one,
me.
I wouldn't have problems, but I can't like shit happens. I don't know. I get claimed and then I go and accept it and get into trouble. So
I'm not. It's gonna be like something like Roxanne from The Police, but it's gonna be a little bit more about in the debate sphere. It's gonna be fun. Ah,
he's very hairy.
who's very hairy?
That Persian guy.
The person.
He has hair on the back of his hands, like hairy. I like it though. I like hair. I like men that have hair.
I have some hair on my hands. How much hair are we talking?
The
I am like not talking to anybody right now per se.
Marilyn, just answer his DMs, okay? You're
He's not
totally
DMing
flirting in front of
me.
me.
He's not DMing me.
Totally flirting. He's like, oh, Marilyn, and you're like, oh, Marilyn.
Oh my god. No, I'm starting to listen to what's his name, Russell Hartley on YouTube. He's a Libra like me, and he's like he gives advice to women. And he's like, women, just date them all, like date all the rich men.
Date
like
them all?
even he's like, just date 5 guys at a time, date 10 guys at a time.
Man, what great advice. That's so good advice.
Is
That's
that
so
the
good.
pink pill?
Listen, it's fucking amazing advice. He
Is
says,
that the pink pill?
he says
The
this.
retard pill.
He goes,
Every
if
pill.
they,
Well,
no,
confluence.
listen. He says if they
You can
find
be
out
one of the 5. You
You're not
can be
even
part of the
letting me
roster.
finish. You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish. So he says that you date a bunch of dudes at one time, and the rich dudes, and that if they find out about each other, so what? Let them find out about each other. He's like, let them fight it out. He's like, this is the Hunger Games. May the strongest man win. Like,
Marilyn, I'm deleting my DMs to you. I'm deleting my DMs to you. Okay, I'm not gonna be competing with like 4 other fucking guys. I'm not doing that.
Confucius, don't give
He's
up.
like, men love to fight. They love competition.
Yeah. You know,
It's just,
you know
it's
what
just-
men love to
it's
do?
just an
You know what men
idea.
love?
Yeah, I
Love
love fucking the girl who's like fucking 4 other people. That is what I love, you know.
You
You're not
they
fucking
love to
anyone. You
fight.
don't have to fuck somebody to date them.
Do you remember that time
You
when you
just
were
see
like
which
young and you were
which
thinking
one
about
you
your
like the
future
best.
and what you thought about is I want to
Just
be in an arena with 5 other guys?
It's an idea. It's not what I've decided to do. I like
You
the
were
idea.
you were on the chat the other day and you were saying I'm gonna date them all. And
I'm
it's
gonna
like, oh,
date them all. No, I'm not. I'm not.
Marilyn, how do you feel? Just a random question, just like totally random question, Marilyn. But like, how you said you're like a Libra, so like, how do you feel about like Leos? Like, totally, just a random thing I'm throwing out. Like, is compatible, not compatible? Like, what's good?
How do I feel about Leos? Oh my God.
Are you a Libra?
Yeah, she just said she's a Libra.
I feel like
when was your
Libras
birthday?
I feel like Libras only attract Leos. My birthday's October 1st.
Okay. Happy very late birthday because I didn't fucking know your birthday.
My longest relationship was with a Libra, so maybe that does check out.
101. My son's father is a Leo. My last boyfriend was a Leo. I'm very susceptible to Leos. They just go perfect together. I don't know why.
All right, well, Marilyn, I mean, check your DMs. I mean,
Why do you lie so bad? You're so stupid.
Oh no. Oh, Abe asked, what about Aquarius? And then, well, no.
Aries.
Cecil asked, what about Aquarius? And then Abe asked, what about Aries?
Arias.
Aries. I have a really, really, really good guy friend that is an Aries, and I love him so much. He's so
Is he
precious
gay?
to me. But only one, like
he
only one
gay?
Aries. Usually, Aries and Leo or Libra don't get along because they're literally opposite. They're the same, but they're opposite. They're on like if you looked at the circle of the zodiac wheel, Aries is the first sign, and Libra is directly 180 degrees opposite of Aries. So they're the same,
Gay?
but they're total opposites.
Is
Like,
he gay?
Libras are partnership and like partner like the collective of people and humanity, like togetherness. And Aries is totally all about themselves. They're like individual. They're not about the whole, working with others thing. When Libra is like, that is their main thing. So like Libra needs to act like Aries, and Aries needs to act a little more like Libra. It's like they need to take from each other for sure.
Okay,
What about
Cecil wants,
Aquarius?
Cecil wants to know about Aquarius. So how does that mesh up with Libra?
Well, I'm an Aquarius rising, so the whole world thinks I'm an Aquarius. Like, it's what I give off is Aquarius because it's my rising sign. So, and my son's an Aquarius. They get along very well with Libra. Very well with Libra. They understand Libra when most people don't understand Libra. I appreciate Aquarius. They're humanitarian too. They're very humanitarian. But
does that mean they're slavers?
I've never dated an Aquarius though before. What?
Yeah, humanitarian. Does that mean a slaver?
They're for the people, the majority, rather than the
I'm
ego.
for the people, and I would slave half of them. I'm very for the people. Like they can do shit for me.
Age of Aquarius.
This is the dawning of the. Actually, that should be the next karaoke song.
Which one?
I want you to sing
Age of Aquarius.
I want you to sing Confluence. I want you to sing Rob Zombie, Dracula. So bad. Please, do it now.
I don't know. I don't know that song.
You just do it. You do that voice so good. You can be really
just do it, Confluence.
hard.
How can I do the voice if I've never heard the song? It's just not.
How are you gonna get into her DMs if you're not willing to sing
gotta know
Dracula?
that song.
Okay?
Everybody knows that song. You'll
Come
know
on.
the song. If
Come
you
on,
listen to that
Confluence.
type of music, you know that song.
I
Everyone knows
don't
that song.
listen to that type of song.
Marilyn, but this is the thing. This is the thing, Marilyn. You're gonna answer the DM if he does it, right?
What?
Marilyn's
Emmett,
left me
stop
on red
it.
for so long.
You're gonna
I don't know if
answer
there.
his
I don't know what
DM
else I
if
can
he
do.
agrees
Why are you
to sing
lying?
Dracula. Okay, that's
Marilyn, if I'm not supposed to expose this in
Throwback.
public, that's fine. That's fine. We can move on, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, if he's gonna do Dracula for you, you're gonna answer the DM, right? Fine. There you go, Confluence.
Never been
Bring it
in
up.
my freaking DMs one time talking all that smack to everybody. It's ridiculous.
I'm talking no smack. I'm just saying answer me once in a while. You could even just thumbs up one of my messages.
I want you to sing Dracula. You know that song.
Yeah,
I
just
don't
sing
know
it, Confluence. She'll reply.
You don't know that
That's
song?
it.
He's
That's
like,
the.
dig through the ditches and burn through the witches that slam in the back of my Dracula.
By
You
the
know
way,
that song.
I
Confluence.
don't.
Don't bring. Listen to me for a second. Don't bring the guy on the back up. Okay, look at the back chat.
Yeah, I see him. I don't know. Oh God. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Emmett. Thank you. Because I was about to. I was about to bring him up.
Getting in your back chat like that.
It's because I have the link pinned. Emmett, you saved me. I was gonna bring that guy up, and I did not.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
So thank you for that.
That's why I told you not to bring him up. I
Yeah.
said, no, don't bring it up. Look at the back chat. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. That's a close one.
Anyway, yeah, he's a known troll. If you ever see him, just don't let him up.
Yeah, I've seen him around. He definitely fucks up panels.
Okay.
Marilyn, just as a question, if he sends you a DM after he sings Dracula, you will answer him, right?
Oh my gosh, he's never sent me a DM ever, and I will always respond.
Okay, there you go, Confluence. There you go.
The DMs.
You have to sing it now, dude. You gotta do it.
I've got to get ready for bed, you guys.
Yeah,
He's gonna sing for you. At least stay for the song.
Maybe next time. Maybe this is not a forced karaoke
you're
stream.
going to-
Okay, this is not
you're gonna pussy out. You're gonna pussy out.
Emmett, you take
my
money. If
God,
someone
you're
else,
gonna
Marilyn
pussy
already
out,
gave me
my
money, so I
fucking
can't
God.
grift from her. If someone else wants to give me money, I will sing this song.
She's not gonna grief it because she's gonna answer your DMs. You
You said you didn't know the song. I don't know how you don't know that song, but if you don't know
Yeah,
the
you
song,
know
you
the
don't gotta
song.
sing it. You don't
Yeah,
gotta
I
sing it.
I don't know
Just
it.
sing the
Y'all
fucking
pissed
song.
me off last night because I wanted y'all to switch songs. I wanted freaking I wanted whatchamacallit. I wanted Confluence to sing that rap song, and you ended up singing it, Emmett. But I think you sung both of them.
Wait, which one? Which song?
I don't DM anybody.
It was by Waka Flocka.
Waka Flocka.
What was that damn song?
I don't know.
Yeah, this sounds familiar.
Oh, because the song you sent doesn't have an actual karaoke. I remember now.
Yeah, there was a couple of songs we couldn't
No, it
find
doesn't have a
karaoke
karaoke
versions
version.
for.
None of the two you sent don't have a karaoke version. Confluence.
How can
Get
that
the
song
song.
not have a karaoke? That is absurd. I'm gonna
There,
look for it.
look for it. Look for it. I can assure you it doesn't have it.
Look, I will. If we all sing Age of Aquarius, I'll do that one for free.
Yeah. We'll do H. You know what?
I
I'll
mean?
sing
This
the way
is the
I am, but you have
dawning
to
of
sing.
the age of. You know what I'm talking about?
I'll sing the way I am, but you have to sing Dracula. Come on, quick.
I don't know the song. I hate singing songs I don't know.
Just fucking do it.
I do such a bad job because I don't know it at all. It's terrible.
Yeah. We know you suck. Come on.
What was that song by Waka Flocka? No Hands. No Hands.
Oh wait, Emmett did sing that
No,
one, right?
I know, but I wanted you to sing it.
Oh, okay, yeah. I actually don't know that song super well either.
But you know the song, right? You can't not know that song.
I know.
Everyone knows that song.
I know like some of it, but like not well enough.
Oh, if you know some of it.
But I do know Age of Aquarius. If we all want to do a sing along of that one, I do know that one. And I feel like that would be fitting. We're talking about astrology and stuff, so group karaoke, Age of Aquarius.
We do not need to make this into a karaoke night. That is a terrible idea.
Just one
What is a
song,
terrible
though.
idea?
Just Age of Aquarius. We all sing it, right? We're all vibing
Confluence,
out.
just fucking sing. Okay, you know what? I try to help you, but you suck. So.
I'm like sobering up way too much to sing a song I don't know.
I try to get you to the DMs, and you're never gonna get it. It's
Emmett,
fine.
chill out.
I'm chilling.
Chill. You need
Chill,
to
baby. Baby,
stop
chill.
Did you puke last night? I didn't even
Maybe.
ask. Did you?
No.
Tell the truth. Shame the devil.
Mm-mm.
You
I
didn't
just
puke
feel
at all.
really bad. Like my throat hurts and my
Because you
stomach
threw up.
doesn't feel good. And
Because you threw up.
I didn't throw up.
You threw up. You had to. You look like
False. You keep on false allegating me. I don't know why you do
keep
that.
false allegations. Because just a second.
People just keep on false allegating me and they pretend that they know me and shit. Like, okay.
And she. Doomerang says, do we have to do any songs? Doomerang, I know you love the karaoke, okay? I know you love it, okay? Doomerang's favorite thing is to watch like multiple people singing like completely out of key and out of sync with each other because it's on Discord. We could all summon something together. The three of us singing Age of Aquarius, right?
Just
we could summon something.
Confluence.
Everyone hates that so much when everybody sings together.
It
I love
sucks.
doing
It's the worst.
it. It's bad to listen to, but doing it is a sublime experience, I will say.
No. Doing it and listening to it and like presenting it, all of it sucks. I don't understand why people want 2 or 3 people to sing the same song together. It's bad. It's bad content. It looks bad. It sounds bad.
Because there's a lot of songs that like group people sing. Like there's songs, those.
Yeah, but we're not together. We're far
Michael
away.
Jackson,
We're
Whitney
far.
Houston, whatever. I don't know what song they sing, but there are people that like there are songs with multiple people singing it, and that's the ones we need to sing. It's the ones that it's a group of people singing.
Yeah, Cecil agrees with me. It's fun to do, but bad to listen to. Okay, I've never done a together karaoke where I'm not vibing in the moment. And yeah, it probably sounds awful, but in the moment,
It in the moment sounds awful. In the moment feels awful. Like,
no, it feels great.
let me tell you something, chat. You guys don't know. Disagree. I disavow. By the way, tomorrow I might have a debate with Connor, the Destiny cocksucker, and I'm trying to figure out like when exactly I'm gonna tell him that he sucks Destiny's cock.
With who?
Who?
Connor, counterpoints.
Oh, nice.
Maybe.
What's it on?
Christian nationalism. The prompt is Christian nationalism good or bad for society?
On whose channel?
Kulvik.
Don't think I know who that is.
You know who Kulvik is?
Kovic?
You suck.
Kulvik?
You suck so much. How dare you? Kulvik.
Cool Vic? Cool. Oh no, I don't.
It's in the back channel.
No, I see it. No, I see it. I see it. I'm trying to think if I know who that is. I'm not sure if I do. But I will be watching it if you do it.
Are you going to freaking do Dracula or not?
I'm not. I don't know the song. It'd
Doesn't
be
know the
terrible.
song. The moment is past. I could have sworn everyone knows that song.
Everybody knows the song. He's just lying.
I can't name any Rob Zombie song. I can't name a single one, or probably recognize any of them.
That is
You
impossible.
know the song. It's a very normal song.
Promise me after this live you'll listen to the song and tell me if you know it or not or whatever.
Okay, yeah, I'll promise you that. Let me say. So it's Rob Zombie, and what's it called?
Dracula.
Dracula. Okay, I will. I promise you that,
Dracula.
Marilyn. I will listen to it after the stream, and I'll tell you if I know it. And then if I DM you that I know it, then at least again, you don't have to respond, but you could at least like give a thumbs up to my DM, right? For once, that's all I'm saying.
No, don't answer him. Don't accept his DM. In fact, if he befriends you, deny it. He didn't sing it. He's a bitch.
Stop telling these people you DM me and I do not respond. I always respond to anybody who says something to me.
Strangling the breeze.
Do you know it? You know it, Emmett?
Yeah, of course I know the song. It's a great song.
You don't know any songs though, Emmett.
That's true. Emmett knows a shockingly few amount of songs.
You don't know any songs. How the hell do you know? Okay, so that I will totally request that next Saturday for the Emmett. Yeah, that's totally. I'll leave it for Emmett then.
In the back of my Dracula.
He knows it.
How do you know that song? And then so many people recommend like the most basic bitch songs on karaoke night, and you don't know them.
Because
It's
Rob,
hysterical.
because that's like one of the best songs ever made.
Yep, it really is. It's crazy. It's crazy.
K2 in the
I can't
chat.
believe-
Good to see you, K2. K2 squatting
Ooh.
450 pounds, which I can confirm.
Marilyn.
I have seen him do it.
Is it Indian Jesus?
He's
I
not
want to do.
Indian. Jesus isn't Persian, is he? Isn't he Indian?
It's not Indian Jesus. No, it's not Indian Jesus.
Maybe his name is a lie and he actually is Persian.
I'm saying he's on the other side, which means he. Oh shit.
Oh, you said he's Orthodox.
I don't know who the fuck is the other side.
He's Orthodox, but he's like he hates Fedru, and he hates like all of the debooters.
Did you call him Pedro?
Yeah,
Did you call him Pedro?
That's what I thought I heard.
God, that is such a.
That's what they call him.
Okay, alright. Ask the Fed in the Look, you see, I'm wearing a suit
Okay,
right
I'll
now.
give
You
you
can
a hint.
see
I'll
it.
give you a
You can
hint.
see the
I'll give
suit.
you a hint.
He
no.
sees the suit. You can see the suit as the actual
He's EBT's people.
his EBTs.
EBT's people, and that's all I'm gonna say because I just gave it away by saying that.
Yeah, someone's got to know that then. That has to narrow it down.
Pedro. I can't
Yeah.
believe somebody calls him Pedro. That is That is insane. Okay. I knew it was part of the Uyghur community.
The Uyghur community? No,
Yeah,
hell
yeah.
no.
EBT is a white guy that sounds more black than
He does not.
90% of the black people I know.
You're crazy as hell.
Yeah,
He does
yeah, yeah.
not sound black.
Yeah, he sounds. I literally thought he was going. Just by listening to him, I thought I was gonna get robbed. Like immediately, I was like, "Oh,
Oh
fucking god, what
my
the hell?"
gosh. Do you even know who EBT is?
I do know who EBT is. He was with Marte the other day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
He came off with Marte, and he was like,
my dude came on with Marte too that day.
"Oh,
narrowing it down so much.
I know who it is now."
Basically, just said it, Marilyn. You just said.
Yeah,
Tell
you
him
just
to
gave
come back
just
to
gave it up
me.
immediately. I don't even know
Tell
his
him to-
name, but it doesn't matter. I couldn't see him. To be fair.
Yeah, he didn't cam up for some reason.
And he was like very mean with Marte for I don't know why. Probably because they hate Fedru. I like Fedru. It's such a stupid name. It's actually funny. Yeah, Fedru.
I like that she has like slipped that out too, so casually.
It was good.
He's not one of
I told
Fedru's
you.
guys, but
He's not one of Fedru's
from-
guys.
I told you he's from the other side.
There's no other side. There's no sides in the internet.
There is a side. There's a side, and there's a side in a side, and there's all the sides.
I don't have a side. I have an angle.
Right.
So usually what I see is like there is the sides, but I'm actually in the angle part. So I'm about well, I'm an anti-degree. I'm a 90-degreer, okay? I can be a square. I can be a
that is kind of
triangle.
ortho coded if you think about it, right?
Yeah, I'm square. Merlin, if you were a shape, what shape would you be?
What shape would I be?
Yeah.
Oh my god, who thinks like that?
Confluence, if you were a shape, what shape would you be?
Pentagon.
Oh my god, you're so
What
fed
did he say?
coded.
I
You're
missed
such a
it.
fed.
What
Now
did he
back
say?
to you, Marilyn. If you were a shape, what shape would you be?
What did he say?
He
what
said
did
pentagon.
A pentagon.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's such a fed.
But like a pentagon.
Like the building.
Not the building, the shape.
Yeah, he was like, I'm gonna go full fed here. Like the
What
building.
does a pentagon classify as what, a quadrilateral or a parallelogram? Like what kind of shape is
he's
a
an n-gon.
It's a five-sided shape.
Yeah, an n-gon.
So it's a quadrilateral.
No, it's not a
penta-
quadrilateral.
Pentalateral.
A quadrilateral is
Four sides.
can't fucking yeah.
Quadri,
'Cause
four.
it's quattro.
Penta, 5. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Marilyn, if you were a shape, what shape would you be? You can say star if you want to. Like, it can be anything.
I don't do shapes. I
What do you mean
don't.
you don't do shapes?
What does that mean?
I'm not asking you to do a shape. I'm asking you.
You
to
don't
tell
have
me
to. You
what
don't have to like
shape
fuck
you
a
like.
hexagon or something, Marilyn. We're not asking that.
I don't do shape. I don't do shapes, Confluent. I fall in love with people.
K2, I see you sent me something on Discord, but if I play it, my audio is going to come up, and I don't know what the fuck you sent me, so I'm not going to play that video that you sent. I don't know what it
Send
is.
to me, and I'll bet it for this bitch. Anyway, Merlin, come on, give me just one, any shape you want.
I don't know, man. I guess a circle.
A circle is perfect for you. I think a circle is good for you. Yeah, makes sense.
What about you, Emmett?
What about me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it will be a triangle.
A triangle, a pyramid,
90
the
degree.
Illuminati.
No, I'm not Illuminati.
I don't think
Like, what the fuck are you talking
triangles
about?
have 90 degrees in them.
Yes, there
Yeah,
are triangles
they
with
have
90
a
degrees
cute
in them. What are you talking
or
about?
Oh yeah, okay, well,
right triangles.
yeah,
There's right
yeah,
triangles.
okay, 190-degree angle, sure, one.
Oh my god.
If you
Oh
want
my
to be a
God.
190-degreeer, crazy,
Literally,
crazy.
all of trigonometry is based on a 90-degree confluence.
That's what for triangles?
What?
No,
Yes. Yeah.
no.
Sine, cosine, and tangent, all of them are based on the 90-degree triangle.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe. You don't know. Oh my
I
god.
do know. I was thinking geometry. I was thinking of like, the four axia or the postulates. Oh, I'm echoing so bad. I was thinking geometry.
May God have mercy on your soul, because we want.
Look, I'm tired as fuck, okay?
And we run out of things to talk about.
No, we don't. We have a bunch of things to talk about. I'm just like trying. It's nothing bad. It's nothing bad. He just keeps saying it's nothing bad. Just play it. Bring it up and play it.
Look, I don't even I don't have the wherewithal to put it up and then share the screen.
You were listening to Dr. Krishna earlier. Nobody cares.
I'm saying I don't have the wherewithal. I'm like my OBS skills are not good. My StreamYards are not good.
Let's bring it up.
It would take an inordinate amount of effort for me to bring it up. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm echoing. Who am I echoing from?
Right now? From Marilyn. Marilyn's fine.
Oh yeah, it's Marilyn.
Yeah, she's muted now.
Marilyn, if you had to be a certain type of like precious gemstone, what would you be?
Oh my gosh, you guys.
Because I have my answer. My answer is so easy, so I want to hear your guys'.
What is your answer, Confluence? Is it diamond? You
No.
say you're a diamond.
It's a
you're a diamond.
it's a lapis lazuli. Absolutely.
Oh my
100%.
Oh, hell yeah.
100%.
Hell yeah. That's awesome. I have one of them I carry in my purse everywhere.
Yeah, I have one
You
like
said
like
you didn't have any
5 feet away.
crystals.
They're based.
I don't know if I would
my
say it's a crystal, Emmett. I think that's the distinction, It's like it's a stone, but
She lied to me for
What would mine be?
I asked you to give me your crystal, and you never showed me crystal.
I think I have my.
That's a good question.
I have an amethyst within reaching distance, but
What is
Hey,
yours,
hey.
Marilyn? Where's yours?
I usually have rose quartz in my purse with a lapazuli and a tiger's eye.
All right.
Ooh, that's a good combo.
What about you? What about
Heck yeah.
me? Let's see. I would be a sapphire.
Ooh, fancy.
Like sapphires.
You're an expensive bitch, Emmett.
I'm an
Sapphire.
expensive bitch. Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I don't
Could be worse.
know. I don't know. There's
I
so
like-
many pretty rocks.
I like sapphires. They're cool.
Yeah, I like sapphires too.
And they're blue. And they
I
shine.
can't pick one. I can't pick one. I don't know.
Okay, I'm passing out now.
Yeah,
Pull
this
up
was
the
fun.
video, you awful
Thank y'all
human being.
for having me.
Thank you all for joining. Marilyn, I will listen to that song.
Yes,
And then
please
you
do.
better answer my DMs, Marilyn. I
No,
swear
don't
to
answer
Christ.
any of
I
it.
swear
You
to
know I
Christ,
will.
Marilyn.
Never answer his
No, I
swear
will.
he did.
I'll even friend request you.
Okay. Well, okay.
Don't.
That would be a first, Only
He said he was
only
gonna
been trying
sing
for
it in order
years,
for
but
to get your friend request, and he never did. Okay, just telling you right now.
no, that's what you said, Emmett. That's what you
No,
said.
that's what you said.
No. Disavow. Disavow.
You agreed. I told you if you do it.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's what you said. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and then you said yes, I'll do it, and then you never did.
No. Disavow. Disavow.
Mhm.
Disavow.
You did it. You said it.
Okay. Well, all sevens to all of you.
Oh, seven.
Not gonna sing it, but we'll listen to it. God bless all of you. We're all God. We're all shapes.
Oh no, I buy it.
We're all crystals. God bless. I'm a dip. Take care, Marilyn. Bye.